Point and shoot.
I just want to point and shoot and go, rah! I don't want to have to think about combat and changing weapons too much. But I do
That is
see,
fair enough.
after that very informative chat, why people do like the Marauder. But that is definitely one to check out, even if you just want to admire John Linneman's amazing video game collection on the shelves behind him. I'm very jealous of that indeed.
Yeah, it sounds like you learn quite a bit about the role the Marauder plays in Doom, but as well as talking about panels and going to panels, we've also been playing video games.
Yeah,
What
the
a
best.
shock!
This is the best bit about PAX EGX for sure.
Absolute shock. So yeah, I played a great demo today of a game that I am definitely getting. It's
Hmm.
called Unpacking. It's kind of like it's described as a puzzle Tetris game, but
Right.
it's not about Tetris. It's about unpacking objects while someone's moving from place to place.
Oh, I'll put
Um,
that trailer up now so we can see
yeah.
that.
So it's really, really good. It's so interesting because through unpacking this person's belongings, it's the same person through the whole thing. You get to kind of figure out what person they become. So the first unpacking you do is when they're a child,
Hmm.
and then later on you unpack them when they're at university and when they're in their first house, and like the same kind of objects pop up, but you can see what route their life has taken. Like, oh, okay, they might be into programming now, or like they're into sport now because of these things I've unpacked. It's absolutely fascinating, as well as obviously it's really pleasing unpacking boxes and putting everything away really neatly.
Oh, totally.
I find that incredibly pleasing. But yeah, and so every now and again you'll have an object flash red and white, which means that it's not technically in the right place the person would have it. So then through rearranging stuff like that, you're like, oh, okay, you're this kind of, you like having your diary on your pillow because it's that important to you. Like it's really good, and it's so calming and peaceful. Like, I really recommend. It's a really good Sunday game, you know?
Yeah, from the gameplay that I looked at before you told me about the game, I thought maybe it was like a little, like, room decorating simulator, but it seems like it's got a much deeper concept than that.
Yeah, it really has. The way you kind of like figure out who the person is that you're playing the game around and like where they are in their life right now is really, really awesome. But I mean, I played like quite a wholesome game, and I don't think you played a similar kind of game.
No, I didn't. So people who know me and follow me on Twitter and stuff might know that I'm quite into true crime. I like true crime podcasts like Red Handed and
Love Red Handed.
My Favorite Murder and stuff. And I found a demo for a game called This is the Zodiac Speaking, which is
Oh
a
my
game.
God.
It is a game all about the Zodiac Killer. I'll bring up some gameplay now, the gameplay trailer. But yeah, this game it's basically set in the 70s, back when, or the early 70s, back when the Zodiac Killer was running amok. And it's very much a detective style game, but there is also a lot of stealth elements as well. So in the start of the demo, I woke up in the you play as a reporter basically, and I woke up in his house, and I had to first find some of the Zodiac Killer's ciphers and develop some photos and find basically piece together some clues to find out where the Zodiac Killer was hiding, because the Zodiac Killer was sending me specifically
Oh my
a
God.
reporter these clues. So
That is
after
chilling.
it was pretty creepy, and with the 70s atmosphere as well, it has got a creepy vibe to it. But once you've done the detective bits in the house, that's when you go to the outside world, and it becomes a bit more like a stealth game, because you enter the woods and you have to find these clues, and the Zodiac Killer himself is stalking around the woods as well, and you will get these kind of like indicators that show if he's seen you and stuff, so you have to run away and hide
Oh my God,
again.
that's terrifying.
Yeah,
Ooh.
so I to be honest, like having the a real life serial killer, an unsolved case as well, like being the setting for a video game, was actually maybe a little bit more creepy and unsettling than a fictional horror game. But the way they'd done the game was it seemed really in depth. There was a lot of notes which were actual newspaper clippings from the
Because
time.
Zodiac Killer was never found, were they?
No, they've never been found. It's still an open
Terrifying.
case. There was a movie made about it about 2017, I think, with Jake Gyllenhaal and Robert Downey Jr. That's a really good one to watch. But this isn't based on the film. It's based on, I think they've made up their own kind of legend for it almost.
Their own like headcanon about what happened.
But it is a really good game. The demo itself, it felt a little bit janky to me. There was a lot of pausing as the game loaded, just random pausing, and some of the audio dialogue lines were really loud and some were really quiet. But it is
That can
only
really
a
take
work
you
in
out of
progress.
it.
Yeah,
It can really take you out of it, can't it?
yeah, it did take. It was a bit of a distraction, but no, I really enjoyed it, and I think playing the final game, especially if you're a fan of true crime stuff, should be a really well, I don't want to say fun. It's going to be pretty dark. There are definitely some adult themes to that game, but if you're a true crime enthusiast like me, I think it's definitely one to check out, and there's a free demo right now on the PAX EGX site as well. So it's called This is the Zodiac Speaking. So check that out if you like true crime.
And there are so many demos on the EGX website as well. There are tons and tons and tons, and they're all free. So you really don't have any excuse not to try any of them out, to be honest.
No, not
yeah, not at all.
Not
but yeah, as well as games that we've been playing, there's also you have an investment in the Daily Wrap as well, because every day we have a competition where you could win some amazing prizes.
We do. I will bring up that slide now. Here we go. There is the question, and Zoe is about to tell you what to do.
Hell yeah, I am. So, first up, let's announce the lucky winner of yesterday's Bag of Swag competition. Outside Xbox asked you all this question. Black Widow is not a superhero, but she is a super what? And the answer was, of course, Black Widow is a super spy. And the super clever winner who did marvellously well was Connor Clark. Well done, Connor. Someone will be in touch about your Bag of Swag very soon. So today's Bag of Swag prizes are a year's free M500 Virgin Media broadband, a £100 Amazon gift voucher, and loads of EGX digital swag. I mean, Jesus, £100 on Amazon, God. Including an EGX eye shirt, an EGX digital logo enamel pin, an EGX digital mug, and an EGX digital cap. So you can wear all EGX stuff, all the time.
Just
if you
EGX
want.
Branded all the way to the shops and back.
Exactly. So all you need to do to stand a chance of winning is to answer the following question. From the Get to Know Iron Man video on the Virgin Media booth, who is the Marvel Avenger who can fly? So, as we mentioned, the answer can be found within the Virgin Media booth. And as usual, once you've watched the video and worked out the answer, click on the competition link in the Virgin Media booth and follow the email instructions. One random correct answer will be picked in the morning tomorrow, and the winner will be announced tomorrow too. And the important thing is, you only have 12 hours from the point of broadcast until each daily competition closes.
That's right now!
Right now! So
right
basically
now.
You have until 5 a.m. 6 a.m. UK time to get your answers in and try to win. But
it sounds tricky, that one.
Yeah,
for definite.
it does.
But
some of them I feel like I could have guessed, but this one I am like, there are multiple Marvel's Avengers who can fly, so...
Which is the right one? Well, you'll find out in a video on the Virgin Media booth. I tell you what, £100 Amazon gift voucher though, Zoe. I bought the Super Mario 3D All Stars from Amazon today. So just a suggestion: if you do win, you could buy Super Mario All Stars 3D and play Super Mario 64 on your Switch.
What you could put your money towards. Or, as we found out this week, and we did a reaction stream too, the PS5 price has been announced. So you could put £100 towards the console of your choosing, whether that's PS5 or Xbox, or hell, maybe both of them if you want to do that.
Oh, that'd be awesome. And then you could play your brand new console attached to your Virgin Media broadband, because it's super fast M500, all while wearing your EGX shirt and fiddling with your EGX enamel pin and drinking your energy drinks from a digital EGX digital mug, and when you do like a really good move or unlock a trophy, you can spin your EGX digital cap around on your head. So you can
throw it up into the air like you're at university. Throw it up into the air. Loads of stuff you can do.
Honestly, it's the most versatile Bago swag I've ever seen in my entire life. So
indeed.
Yeah. Congratulations again to Connor Clark for winning that one. But that's not the end of EGX.
Oh,
Just
no.
because this is the daily wrap and EGX finished doesn't mean it's the end of the fun, because PAX is still going all the way through the night until EGX starts up again at 12 p.m. tomorrow. So, what have we got coming up?
We've got
Ian?
loads of things, Ian.
Yes,
Loads of things.
we do. What have we got coming up, Ian? Let's find out, Ian. There we go. Oh, I love pressing the wrong button. So, coming up tonight on PAX, I've chosen 3 incredible things for you to watch. First up, at 7:15 p.m. UK time, 2:15 p.m.
Extraterrestrial time?
That's right, extraterrestrial time, and 11:15 a.m.
Panda time.
Panda time, correct. It's Dicebreaker Presents. Yes, our friends over at Dicebreaker are going to tell us how to run an amazing tabletop RPG session. And in brackets, it says, with special guests.
I mean, they would know, wouldn't they?
They would, and this is one I'm especially interested in because the lovely Johnny Chiodini, of course, he GMs BreakQuest Club that we do with
We
Dicebreaker.
all love Johnny.
And that was my first ever time playing a tabletop RPG, and I was a little bit nervous, but the Dicebreaker, thank you. The Dicebreaker team made it so easy, and you know, I'd like to watch and get a little bit more information, because maybe I'll do that with my friends at some point. Who knows?
Yes.
But the blurb says, wanting to get to grips with the ABCs of RPGs. Oh, I like what they did there. The Dicebreaker team run through 13 top tips on how to run a fantastic role-playing session, from giving your story twists and turns without flying off the rails to making the world come alive. Plus, star GMs, RPG designers and fans tell us all about their most memorable moments role-playing. So
nice.
that is going to be very exciting indeed. Following that, I mean, that I think that panel goes on for about an hour, so you may have to watch this next one on catch up or open 2 windows at once, because this one is one I'm also very interested in. This is the future of VR.
Ooh.
Gaming, medicine, psychology and beyond. So this isn't just games, this is how VR can help us out in everyday life in the future. That's going to be on PAX 2 at 7:45 p.m. UK time, 2:45 p.m.
extraterrestrial time,
and 11:45 a.m.
Panda time.
Panda
You know,
time's
you could
this
probably
time.
also have like one ear in each talk.
Yeah, oh yeah,
You know?
the earbud from each, yeah, that would work.
That works.
Yeah, if you have 2 monitors, yeah, you could just
Absolutely.
stereo. It would be like
multitask.
Yeah, it'd be like standing in the middle of 2 live panels. It's just,
which will be perfectly like intelligible.
totally. So easy to absorb all that lovely VR information. Anyway, it says here, have you noticed the boom in the virtual reality presence at PAX? Perhaps you've seen VR rooms in psychological practices or hospitals. That's because VR is becoming the leading medium and future for all 3. This panel will discuss the current state and future of VR gaming with Talon Bish from Oculus Marketing, VR therapy with Dr. Ryan Kelly from Psych VR, VR app development and research with Dr. Jessica Stone, who is author of Integrating Technology into Therapy, and VR art and meditation with Sarah Tico from Hatsumi VR, and VR medicine with Dr. Walter Greenleaf from MediaX at Stanford, which I'm reliably informed is a very posh university.
There are some experts there. Oh my god, loads of them.
You are going to learn all the things from that.
You know everything.
Definitely.
After that.
And because it's Friday, it's Friday evening here, Zoe.
Yes, it is.
Not for the people on extraterrestrial time or the people on Panda time, but for us at 9:45 p.m. there is a Friday afternoon concert by 88-Bit. So on the PAX channel, you want a little bit of music, you want a little bit of dancing for your Friday afternoon or evening, depending on where you are at PAX EGX Digital. Tune in to the PAX channel, 9:45 p.m. UK time, 4:45 p.m.
extraterrestrial time,
at 1:45 p.m.
Panda time.
Yes.
For my brain just said ET then. I was like, no, not ET. There's a whole word that ET means.
ET time. It's fine.
ET time.
He has go home time. ET go home. No, phone home. Oh no. I got my quotes wrong.
One
How
of them, it's
embarrassing.
fine.
Anyway, 88-Bit is the alter ego of Cleveland-based composer, stroke pianist Rob Kovacs, where he performs virtuistic note-for-note piano arrangements of classic video game soundtracks from the original Nintendo Entertainment System. Ah, what a beautiful machine.
Amazing.
Kovacs' repertoire consists of music from Mega Man 2, Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest, as well as lesser-known games such as Marble Madness, I know that one, Adventures of Lolo, Arkista's Ring, and others. By acoustically recreating early electronic music that was never intended to be performed by humans, Kovacs is stretching the limits of traditional classical piano playing and bringing video game music to audiences that might never have otherwise heard the music. So that sounds awesome.
How do you do that? How do you make a piano replicate those sounds if they're literally never meant to be replicated by humans?
Well, we're going to find out later on tonight,
How?
9:45 p.m. We will find out. But yeah, that's definitely one to go to if you fancy a little bit of a party for Friday evening. All right. Hello. We're back again in Vision.
Hey.
So we are nearly finished for today's daily wrap, but normally we would push you off over to PAX straight away, but do stick around because straight after this, Outside Xbox are actually going to be here with a little let's play of Team 17's Going Under. So Mike, Jane and Andy are going to be playing Going Under, which was the game I talked about on Wednesday's daily wrap. It's the
Yes,
one
it
where
was,
you,
wasn't it? Yeah.
It's the dungeon crawler in the indie startup where you use like furniture and cactuses and all kinds of things.
You said it was kind of like Binding of Isaac, right?
Yeah. I don't know how their Let's Play is going to work, but every playthrough is completely different because the levels are procedurally generated, so maybe they'll take it in turns and each one will get a run at the dungeons. But it's really good fun. It has a really, really awesome art style, and I was a big fan of it when I played it for
so
Wednesday's
colourful.
show.
So colourful.
It is. It's super colourful indeed.
Colourable.
It's colourable. It's
It's
going
colourful.
under and it's colourable. Yes, but that is pretty much everything from us now. I will be back for some streams on Saturday and Sunday. On Saturday at 2 p.m. till 4 p.m. UK time, I will be hosting a very special... No, it's actually 3 p.m. till 5 p.m. Good job, I checked the calendar there. It's 3 p.m. till 5 p.m. I'm going to be hosting a Super Bomberman Online R Community Battle Royale. Super Bomberman Online R is a 64-player Battle Royale game, which is only available at the moment on the Stadia. Google Stadia is a streaming service, and you can sign up. If you sign up, you can get a month free doing that. So
what can you do?
then you can... Well, what I did was I signed up and then I cancelled instantly and I got a month free. But if you wanted to do that ahead of time, then tomorrow you can turn up 3 p.m. till 5 p.m. and you can join... There's space for 63 of you to join me, and we will be playing Super Bomberman Online for 2 hours. It's really good fun. I've played it a few times on my personal YouTube channel and had a really good laugh with my community. So that's an awesome one to play if you fancy it. And then I'll be doing some more VR Corner live on Sunday at 2 till 4 p.m. But it is about 30 seconds till 6 p.m. So there's nothing else to say apart from have a great rest of PAX EGX.
Yes.
And best of luck winning that Bago swag and getting that lovely hat on your head and drinking out of the mug.
Bye.
Bye everyone. Bye.
Bye.
I am personally very excited about this panel. I had my personal list of questions that D&D made me cut down to an hour because, yes, fine, it was maybe 4 or 5 hours, but whatever. So we're going to be delving into the 2 books that we've had recently. So obviously we've had Icewind Dale just come out. We've got Tasha's Cauldron on the way. So I'm going to leave Tasha's Cauldron until the end, and I'm going to start off with Icewind Dale. So first of all, just in case anybody, and I'm sorry to even suggest this, but just in case anybody isn't familiar with the adventure, give me a little intro to, what they can expect.
Icewind Dale is kind of a sandbox adventure with a narrative through line running through it, but it's set in this region of the Forgotten Realms that is isolated from the rest of the world by towering mountains, glaciers, and stormy seas. And it is cold and desolate, and the people who live there are hardy, tough folk. And the adventurers find themselves in this domain wrestling with a whole bunch of problems, and also dealing with things that you often find in horror stories, monsters that will creep you out, terrors that hide in the dark, cold night, and things that have many, many secrets that lie buried and waiting under the ice.
Yeah, we're going to have to be very, very careful. We're going to tiptoe around lots of this because obviously, it's an incredible adventure. We do not want to spoil anything. So first of all, let's talk about some of the inspirations, because you described this as kind of contemporary horror, a little bit more of a modern take on that. And I'm really interested as to, kind of what that means and where you pulled your ideas from for it.
Well, when we first decided that we were going to go back to Icewind Dale, one of the key things for me was to make it feel very different from any Icewind Dale adventure or story we had done before. And so as we were brainstorming ideas and just thinking about the environment and what it's like to actually live there, it seemed like a pretty horrific place on its own. And then we hit upon this idea of delving into contemporary horror partly because people seem to really like the Gothic horror that we explored in Curse of Strahd. And here was a way to tell a story that went back to the horror well, but felt very, very different from that. And contemporary horror touches on themes that are important and sort of get at the soul of the human character when put under duress or when tested. And so I looked at things like John Carpenter's The Thing, which is a movie an ancient movie that released in 1982, that is a very simple story about a bunch of people trapped together in Antarctica, wrestling with a monster who can look like anything. And the paranoia that engenders, and of course, the way the story unfolds, the pacing of it, the dread, the inevitable confrontation, it felt like a very D&D adventure to me. And so that was certainly one of the big inspirations. But then as we were looking at the story more broadly, we thought, well, maybe there's other contemporary horror tropes or experiences or imagery that we can drop into this product as Easter eggs, and also to help just sort of push the story forward. And so we started to look at, Stanley Kubrick's film The Shining as an inspiration, and H.P. Lovecraft's short novella At the Mountains of Madness, which is about an expedition to Antarctica that discovers something horrific beyond the mountains in the ice. And so all of these things started to weave together into this tapestry or experience that became the adventure.
And Chris, I like that another piece of modern horror that is evident in the adventure is also survival horror, because
yes,
one of the main foes in this adventure is the environment itself. This adventure, particularly the further you get into it, it starts posing the question, can you survive the weather? Can you survive this avalanche that is tumbling toward you?
Exactly.
This is often the biggest monster you're up against in Rime of the Frost Maiden, the environment.
Yes. Like take a story like Ridley Scott's movie Alien, for instance. There is, of course, the threat of the alien itself, but the fact that you're trapped in the cold vacuum of space is an environment that is constantly sort of pressing down on you, and you can't deal with it in the traditional way. You have to, there's nowhere to go. And so all of this survival stuff is key, I think, to the adventure, and what we tried to do was make it as easy as possible for the dungeon master to bring that to the fore and make that a central part of the experience.
I mean, you mentioned dungeon masters there, and I think one of the things that I found really interesting when I kind of read through this for the first time was it's definitely going to be a way for you to kind of scale up your DM skills, a way for you to show off your DM skills. Was that deliberate, or, you know, was that more once you put the elements you wanted to in, that's just how it ended up?
A little of both. I mean, some things happen accidentally, but every adventure that we do is an opportunity to learn from previous experiences, of course. And one of the goals of an adventure is to make it as easy as possible. First of all, to make it as seductive as possible so the DM wants to run it, but then make it as easy as possible for them to actually deploy all of its components at the table. And I think a lot of our effort was really directed at the latter, in sort of showing the DM how things are meant to unfold, give them some behind the scenes guidance, but not make it so overwhelming or lengthy that they feel like that becomes a barrier to actually running the adventure. There's always a fine line to walk with adventures about giving the DM too little information versus too much information. And so we tried to walk that line here and make it sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say the thing I love about this book is that even though it's a big one, you know, when you get it into your hands, it's like this is a hefty volume. As you start going through it, you'll see that the adventure has been segmented into bite-sized chunks, making a DM's preparation far easier than, say, needing to ingest, you know, 100+ page story before you feel like you can even run a session. Here, you can actually pace your prep out to zero in on the segment of the sandbox that your group is going to deal with in the upcoming session. And that's something that we discovered, going back to what you said earlier, Chris, about we're constantly taking lessons from previous adventures and applying them to our new ones. It's something we discovered was very effective in the Essentials Kit, where the adventures there are actually a series of little mini quests that you can really run as standalone adventures, but then weave them together into a broader campaign. That same principle is at play in Rime of the Frost Maiden, where if you want, you could just zero in on one of the 10 towns, you could latch on to a particular quest, and that could end up being your Rime of the Frost Maiden experience. Or you could decide to take a bunch of these quests and start stacking them together and see this larger plot unfold. And in the process, see also the horror deepen.
You touched on paranoia earlier, and this is something I really want to talk about, because something I loved is that this adventure really plays with the idea of trust and teamwork and what it means to be a party. So how do you do that, you know, within a game that is fundamentally designed to be cooperative storytelling?
You give all the characters secrets, of course. This adventure uses something that we've never used in a 5th edition adventure before, which is during the character creation process, there are a number of secrets that can be doled out randomly or deliberately to the characters. So every character starts the game with a secret that they haven't shared with the rest of the group. Now, whether the player chooses to expose that secret or not is entirely up to them. But what we found in playtesting is that a lot of players don't want to share their secrets. And what this engenders, of course, is paranoia among the other players. And the delight in revelation when the secret finally comes out. And so we give each character these secrets. They decide whether or not to reveal them. Sometimes the adventure will force a character's hand and sort of force a secret out into the open, and then the whole party becomes aware of it. And how does that affect them? How does that affect their trust going forward? Not just the characters' trust of each other, but the players' trust of each other. So I think this fun mechanic, the secrets mechanic, is going to really get at this idea of secrets breeding paranoia within the party. Now, the party is still coherent. They've still got goals that they share, but this kind of puts a little needle up against the balloon. And if one player has a very dark secret, it could change the way that the adventure flows, and that could be a very fun thing to experience. Now, not all the secrets are game changers. Some of them are purely, but they aren't going to affect play. But you don't know, which characters have what secrets. If they're all benign, you're very lucky. If one of you turns out to be a cannibal, that could change things a little bit.
But again, even with the secrets, the thing I love, going back to the toolkit nature of this adventure, is not only decide how to engage with these secrets, because Chris, as you mentioned, a group could embrace it, really revel in the storytelling opportunities of the paranoia, or if that's not a particular group's jam, you could just tell each other your secrets right at the beginning, and then instead you're experiencing the kind of almost more of a monster hunting style story, which is sort of a genre adjacent to horror, where actually all the cards are laid out on the table at the beginning, and then you would just together decide, how are we going to deal with this? And that could that could include the Hannibal-esque member of your party just informing you all at the beginning that they're a cannibal.
Just want to put that out there. Hope you're all cool with it. Yeah. I mean, as a player myself, inclusion. As a player myself, if I got something that I knew was going to be detrimental to the party, I'd probably spill the beans. But sometimes some players aren't like that, and everybody's got different play styles.
I mean, I know I'm a secretive player. I know it. If I'm a cannibal, that's getting hidden the whole game. Surprise. So, I guess speaking of cannibals, creatures, because this is, as you mentioned, this is a kind of familiar location for us, but with a fresh take on it. So what new creatures can we expect? Because obviously it's the perfect setting for it.
Indeed. And since our adventures assume that DMs only have the 3 core rulebooks, as we were looking at this story and fleshing out encounters, we found that the selection of cold-dwelling monsters in the monster manual was relatively small. And so we wanted to expand upon that and give the DM what is basically a mini monster manual tucked away in this book. Over 50 pages of monsters. Now, not all of them are cold themed. Some of them are themed to other parts of the adventure. But there are a lot more cold monsters in there now that you can play with and add to the campaign. And we hope that DMs, upon seeing this big bestiary tucked in the back of the book, will be inspired then to create their own encounters in Icewind Dale, following the models basically laid out in the book.
And one thing too, I think it's worth pausing on, Chris, is that Icewind Dale, despite being this perilous place, draws people from all over the Forgotten Realms, and not just people, but also monsters of various sorts. So as people go through this bestiary, they will find things where they'll pause and think, what is this doing in this Arctic wasteland? Well, there's a reason in the story for it. And people find their way to Icewind Dale for a variety of reasons. Some of them went there seeking adventure. Something people will discover in Rime of the Frost Maiden is Icewind Dale is home to a prison a high security prison. So there are also people who've been sent to Icewind Dale to serve out usually a lifelong sentence, and perhaps someone you meet has escaped from that prison. So there are all sorts of reasons for why you might find something you would never expect to find, as snow is falling heavily in this wintry wasteland.
I have to say, this sounds like a really fun adventure. I'm assuming they're all fun to write, dream job. But I do think that this in particular seems like it's been a real melting pot of pulling together lots of the best bits of what makes D&D so great. So what is the process when okay, we need a new adventure? Do you have specific aims for it? Or is it more about, you saw a great monster and you're like, okay, this is where I'm starting?
Usually I'm given a sense of where the adventure has to be set or placed. And then the challenge becomes, how do we make that interesting? And there's usually a series of brainstorming meetings that occur where we just throw out all kinds of crazy ideas and then try to untangle them later. And not every idea that we come up with will land or ultimately make it in the book, but there's never any shortage of ideas, particularly once you bring the writers in and they bring their own ideas to the mix. But what's important to me is that whatever ends up in the book has to say something, either about the world or about the nature of something or about the nature of just humanity, getting at some of the foibles or issues that we as humans have to wrestle with. Because I find that when players and their characters go on these adventures, if the adventure has a layer of truth to it based on something that we can experience in the real world, it's going to resonate on a level far greater than it would have absent that material. And so I'm always looking for that thing. And sometimes, like in the case of Curse of Strahd, which is a Gothic tale about the fall of a man into darkness and how he poisons everything around him, Icewind Dale has got its own core, and around that core, all these other events spiral outward. And that core, of course, is the Frost Maiden herself. She's a very complicated figure.
And we
That's one way to describe her.
and we purposefully say little about her publicly, partly because we want people who play the adventure to experience her, right there at the game table, and not have their experience of the Frost Maiden mediated through something we said in an interview like this.
Yeah. What's interesting about her in particular is, like Strahd, she engenders some sympathy. She, of course, is doing bad things, as all evil figures in D&D do, but I like her for that, and it gave us a lot to play with and gave the story some more dimension.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it gives the story a mythological heft that if as you're going through the various quests and facing the perils of Icewind Dale and wintry monsters, cannibals, but as you start digging into the Frost Maiden's story, you start tapping into this more mythic strain, and you see that there is far more going on here than a group of people and monsters simply trying to survive in the wilderness.
Exactly, but it deals with questions like how do people react to a hostile environment when they're deprived of food, or when they're cornered, or they're suspicious that there might be a monster hiding in their midst. People start to behave differently. They start to act differently. They start to do irrational things. This is a great opportunity to really kind of get at some psychological ideas.
So before we move on to Tasha's Cauldron, if you had one tip, whether for adventurers or DMs as they kind of venture into Icewind Dale, what would you say to them before they set off?
For DMs, I'd say, you don't have, because as Jeremy had pointed out earlier, it's a hefty book. There's a lot in there. Focus on what you like. Take it apart. Make it your own. The canon of your world can be whatever you want it to be. Add your own stuff. Mix things around. If you just like a map, take the map. Do something fun with it. If you like an idea but it's not explored in detail as much as you'd like, you can expand upon it. It's your adventure now. For the players, I'd say, despite the adventurer's attempts to drive a wedge between you, stick together, shared bodily warmth, don't split the party. Icewind Dale is very unforgiving, especially if you get caught in a blizzard.
And on that note, the other important tip is bring a coat.
I like it. Yeah, basic life tip. I feel like you could use that one inside and outside of D&D, so that's great. All right, we're doing it. We're moving on to Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. So first of all, how does it feel to just have at least the reveal of it out in the world?
It's a wonderful feeling because the team and I have been working on Tasha's Cauldron since early 2019. So this has been a labor of love for us for well over a year. Many of the pieces of this book have been out in public because of our Unearthed Arcana series. So, people have actually been getting a taste of what's bubbling in this cauldron for many, many months now. And finally, when the book comes out on November 17th, they'll get to see how all of that material came together to make this, wondrous witch's brew, which not only includes the pieces that they saw in Unearthed Arcana, but also other content that will be wholly new to them. The key, though, is that all of the major player character content, especially the many new subclasses in the book, everyone has actually already seen all of them because, of course, a big part of how we work on 5th edition is engage in this ongoing conversation with the community about what they want to see in their player character options. And so when they open up chapter 1 of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything to look at all of the new player character options, they're going to see essentially a group of friends they met over the course of the last year and a half, and see, a few things have changed. Maybe the genie patron got a new haircut, or this other subclass has a new coat. But the core of those elements are really going to feel familiar for people, and I think they're going to also be really excited because we know, based on the playtest feedback that we got, people love this content. One of the things that struck us over the past year is that most of the content that we were designing for this book just got high satisfaction score after high satisfaction score after high satisfaction score. There were a few things that didn't score high. Those got heavier revisions, or in a few cases, we bid them a fond farewell, and perhaps we will see those elements in a future book.
Fantastic. I mean, that's what I wanted to hear. I'm very happy. High satisfaction. Okay, good. That's what I wanted to hear. So how do you decide at kind of D&D when you're ready for something like this? Because obviously this is, a huge rules expansion. It will really transform the way a lot of people play. So how do you know, okay, it's time?
So we began working on this, about when we felt sort of close to 2 years out from when we expected the game is going to be ready for another dose of expansion options. And this book, and we've signaled this to you in the title, is very much a follow-up to Xanathar's Guide to Everything. I mean, that's why we made sure everything is in the title, because we wanted to be very clear from the get-go. This is another book in that line, and that is a line of expansions to the whole game, because this book not only has new material for players, but also new options for dungeon masters. And we felt that, 3 years out from Xanathar's Guide, it was time to introduce a new set of options to give people fresh takes on things that we knew they love. I mean, because we know so many of us who play D&D, we return to these elements that just tickle our fancy over and over again. You know, some of us have played the same type of character countless times over the years, but even when there's something you love, it's nice to get a new twist. And so a lot of this book is about giving you new twists. And that you see that not only in these new subclass options, but this book also introduces, for the first time in 5th edition, a set of new class features for every class in the player's handbook. So when you come to this book, if you have been, say, playing barbarians for the last 6 years, and you still want to play more barbarians, you're going to find at least you now have a new feature or two that you can add to your character sheet that provide some twists on how you experience your character. And so people who got to give us feedback on those class feature options really were sort of involved in us in a deep way in this conversation, in evolving these classes, in creating these new options. And those new options, by the way, that were in the class feature option Unearthed Arcana were the most liked options we have ever done in Unearthed Arcana. So the message to us, and clearly to Milo, Chris's dog, who is agreeing, who clearly loves class feature options, we saw the message from the community was clear that these options belong in a book like Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. And they join things like group patrons, which we can delve into, new spells, new magic items, the full sidekick rules, magical environments, puzzles, so much to talk about in this book.
Yeah, let's start delving. I know that's what people want. We need to start delving. So I'm going to start off with subclasses, because obviously that has been one of the areas that, has just lit up social media. We're all very excited. I'm glad you mentioned barbarians, because that's my lifelong, I never move away from barbarian. So very excited about Path of Wild Magic. But how do you make sure, tell us a little bit about subclasses, but also what I'm really interested in is how you make sure you're staying true to a class and its place within kind of D&D, whilst also, providing that fresh take, that new way to experience that particular class.
So when we're doing our initial design of subclasses, we're always looking for a bit of territory that we haven't explored yet for a particular class. And so, for instance, with the Barbarian, we had not yet done one that was taking the theme of wildness, that is a part of the Barbarian, but then associating that with the theme of wild magic. And so that for us was a natural fit, a very natural territory for us to wander into and explore. But for us, that's only the first step. Then we look to the community through Unearthed Arcana and ask them, is this a realm you want us to venture into? And sometimes the community tells us no. In this case, the answer was yes. And so when we get that yes back, then we push further. And it's at that point that we refine the design, we make sure it's balanced with the other options available to members of that class, because we also want to make sure that when we introduce a new option, it feels at home with its subclass siblings. Keeping in mind, though, that every subclass has different strengths and different weaknesses. So people will see that, a particular subclass in this book or in Xanathar's guide or in the player's handbook might be very good at one thing and not so good at another, but then another subclass is great at that thing that their sibling is not so good at. But if you bring them together, they can form a very complementary group, which is also always a big part of our design, is we're not only exploring ways in which we can enhance your experience as a barbarian, to keep using the barbarian as an example, but we also want to look for ways that your character can bring something new to the group, because D&D at its heart is a co-op game, and no character exists in a vacuum. And we always want to make sure that when we introduce one of these new options, you're not only going to be happy that you're playing it, but your fellow players are also going to be excited to see that new option brought to the table. And so that's why there are often little bits, even in the classes that tend to be mostly about their own power. We still always want to make sure there's something there that either empowers their friends or at least injects a little bit of delight in the group play experience. You know, whether it's because they're summoning some neat creature that everyone will be delighted at seeing, you know, appear at the table, or some other thing that subclass brings that the subclasses in the game had not yet done. Because I often like to say we are in the happiness business, and we always want to make sure that everything we create, especially in a major rules expansion like Tasha's Cauldron, has the potential to bring renewed smiles to a group. You know, even a group that's been playing every week since 5th edition came out, we want them to open up this book, take some of these options, and suddenly their game is going to feel brand new all over again.
Yeah, and all the options have to work for all the worlds that are out there.
Yes,
too. This is an expansion to the core game, and so every option needs to be something that the players and the DM feel like can work in the world in which they're playing.
And that is a key point, not only about the subclasses, but about everything in this book. It has to have potential hooks in every D&D setting, because this is a setting agnostic book, and we make sure that the material here is going to be at home no matter what D&D setting you're in. Now, that said, a DM might want to tailor the particular narrative of a game option for their world, because we know many DMs, part of their joy is customizing their world, and that can include customizing the story of a particular player character option. But we always want to make sure that the game design itself doesn't assume you're playing in Greyhawk or the Forgotten Realms or Eberron or some other setting. We want to make sure that you can take these options and drop them into any world. And so with that in mind, people will see in Tasha's Cauldron references to many different D&D worlds. And so that you see that in the text itself, that we occasionally will say, you know, in Eberron, you might meet, you know, a person from this particular group who is, you know, a member of this subclass, whereas in this other world, they might appear in this other way.
So you mentioned subclasses kind of bringing something new to the party. So let's talk actually bringing something new to the party, starting off with sidekicks. So this was something that we kind of seen a little bit before. I know I kind of tested those out, and I'm really excited to see them become official, because I feel like they add so much. So, you know, what are you most excited about sidekicks doing for our adventuring?
So first, I'm just thrilled that people will finally get to see the sidekick rules in all their glory. People have gotten to play a bit with sidekicks in the Essentials kit, but it's important to understand that those were in essence pre-built sidekicks, using our sidekick system under the hood. Now in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, the DM is getting that sidekick system so that the DM can build sidekicks basically until the cows come home, because we give you guidelines to create sidekicks of any sort. And we really took to heart after the Unearthed Arcana on sidekicks that people want sidekicks to be as simple as possible. So anyone who is familiar with the sidekick Unearthed Arcana and then looks at the official version will be struck by how simple and elegant the 3 sidekick classes are. An interesting thing that we heard in the playtest feedback about sidekicks is that many people liked them so much they wanted to play them as their character. And so in the book, we tell you, hey, if you want, this doesn't even have to be a sidekick. This could just be your character. If you want to play, one of these three sidekick classes, the warrior, the expert, or the spellcaster, and you really enjoy the simplicity that they bring, and also in a few cases some unique abilities. They have a particular combination of abilities that is all their own. A number of those abilities echo things that people will be familiar with in the Player's Handbook classes, but the way they're mixed together in the sidekick classes is a new special brew. And DMs can take that and, again, not only make NPC sidekicks for the group, but hey, players, think of this as 3 new classes available to you in Tasha's Cauldron.
Yeah,
I really love that. I actually hadn't thought of it that way at all.
Yeah, the sidekick rules were great in the Essentials Kit because the Essentials Kit was built on the assumption that you could be playing with one DM and one player. And sometimes it's nice for that player to have a sidekick handy who can kind of help round out their group, bring skills and abilities that the one character doesn't have. But in the sidekicks, as they're presented in Tasha's, you can go with that model. You can have a sidekick for the whole party. You could have multiple sidekicks in the party. It's very versatile and a great way to bring something into the party that it doesn't have.
And on top of that, yet another aspect of flexibility that DMs are gaining with the sidekick rules is they are a much simpler way to create NPCs than the guidelines we provide in the Dungeon Master's Guide. In the DMG, we tell you can take character classes from the Player's Handbook, and you could apply levels, to a monster or to one of the NPCs in the NPC appendix of the monster manual. That works, but that brings all of the complexity of a full player-facing character class. DMs can now use these sidekick classes to customize their NPCs and do so in a way that is, again, much more elegant. It's going to, I think, reduce their prep time. So I could see a number of DMs using the sidekick rules to create NPCs who are not even sidekicks.
Yeah.
And we acknowledge that in the book as well, that it is a supremely flexible new little system that we provide in this book.
And I hope it's not too much of a spoiler, but your sidekick doesn't even have to be like a person, right?
That's correct. The sidekick rules are so flexible, and we not only tell you this in the text, but we show you this in the art, that like one of the sidekicks, and I think on the team, all of us, our favorite sidekick, depicted in the book, because we depict 9 different sidekicks just to show the huge range of sidekick possibilities. I think our favorite across the board is the wolf we show, because the wolf has amazing personality, and depending on the viewer, and I'm looking forward to everyone else once they see the book forming an opinion. You either think the wolf is missing an eye or that the wolf is winking at you. And this is one of those things where I love it, just to ask a person, so what do you think? Is the wolf missing an eye or giving you a friendly wink?
I love it. Well, something else that we've got for groups, which I'm really excited about, is group patrons. So tell us more about that.
We introduced the concept of group patrons in Eberron, Rising from the Last War, a book focused all about that world with its magic-fueled technology. And we explored the concept there because in Eberron, characters are almost always embroiled in the machinations of various organizations. The response to group patrons was positive enough that we thought, this is a concept we could take, even though we developed it specifically for Eberron, and we could generalize it and create patron options that would work in any D&D setting. And we explored that concept. We liked it enough that it made it into this book. In fact, the group patrons get their own chapter of the book. And we provide a list of different group patrons that your group can choose if you want to engage with this option. And if you do choose it, your relationship with that patron could end up flavoring your entire campaign. For instance, if you decide we actually work for an ancient being. Once you've decided who that ancient being is, and one of the examples we give in the book is Azalin the Lich from Old Ravenloft. Once you've decided who your ancient being patron is, that could have a major effect on what you're doing in your campaign, why you're doing it, why is your ancient being patron asking you to do this, like what is their motivation. And we provide you a variety of perks that your group can get if you decide to engage with this patron system and do quests for your patron. We've also introduced a benefit that was not in the Eberron book, that if you decide to have a patron, that is a sign that your group has sort of an extra level of cohesion. And because of that, your group is a limited number of times per day is able to just essentially give each other inspiration. In other words, give each other advantage on certain roles as a sign of you being drawn together with this clear common purpose, whether it's you work for the ancient being I mentioned, or a religious order, or an academy, or a military group, a criminal syndicate, whatever you pick. That is going to draw you together as you figure out not only what does our patron want of us, but what is our relationship with them? Because we point out in the book, you might not necessarily be on great terms with your patron, because in a way they could be that boss you love, or they could be that boss where it's like, oh my goodness, we just got another order.
From the big dragon on the mountain. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And the boss terrifies us, but we've got to do it.
The perks.
Or your patron could be someone your group has great fondness for, a almost a family connection to them, warmth, caring. Your group gets to explore what that relationship means. And then for your DM, it gives a powerful storytelling tool, because we think of this as much of a DM tool as it is for players. Because if a DM has ever struggled a little bit for how do I bring this group of adventurers together? They have such disparate backgrounds. How do I give them a common purpose? I might be struggling as I create this campaign to really come up with a through line in terms of the theme. The group patron can help a DM address those campaign design issues. Because if the group of players is like, yep, we want to work for a sovereign, and then the DM will figure out, okay, this might be this queen, or that king, or this duke, or that duchess. That suddenly could, depending on the campaign setting that the DM is using, that could end up like writing half the campaign for the DM. Like, well, just as a consequence of them working for this person, and I as the DM knowing what that person is involved in, half the campaign just unfolded on its own. So again, powerful tool also for dungeon masters.
One of my favorite illustrations in the book is of one of the patrons, and it's a merfolk king.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is glorious he has a crown of fish orbiting his head as he looks at you with a wonderfully inscrutable look. It's and the artist captured it perfectly of, is he happy with us? Is he unhappy? We're not sure. but he is our sovereign, and we will embark on this mission that he has set for us.
Well, speaking of our sovereigns, I'm going to talk DMs, because obviously you touched on it a little bit there. This does kind of open up new possibilities for DMs. I think Tasha's Cauldron for Everything has got a lot to offer. So, what can DMs look forward to and adventurers prepare themselves for?
So, in addition to the sidekick rules that we've mentioned, the storytelling opportunities that DMs can discover in the group patrons, we also have guidance for DMs on running what the community often refers to as a session zero. We have talked about this in D&D materials over the years, but we realized we had not given it its due in a 5th edition book. So Tasha's Cauldron has a section specifically on running that session before your first session, when you're creating characters, coming up with a story, setting ground rules in terms of what makes your group comfortable or uncomfortable, so that you can, before play even starts, make sure you're setting your group up for having a happy, collaborative time. We also, for DMs, give you guidelines on parlaying with monsters. This is a little bonbon of a section. Make no mistake, we are not presenting a heavy rule system for parlaying with monsters. This is actually us presenting a set of delightful tables that a DM can choose from or roll on to figure out what a particular type of monster might especially desire. And then if the players are able to provide that thing that the monster desires, they might be able to dispel a conflict before it even starts. And so we provide some guidelines on figuring out what is it that a monster desires. And then if you provide it, you might be able to turn what might have been a conflict into a delightful conversation. We also, for DMs, have a whole new set of rules for magical environments, and you will get to discover here what happens when you're in a region, for instance, that has been saturated with magic from the far realm, and we give you rules for dealing with that. What if you're in a massive realm that's haunted, or that is a mirror zone where suddenly things in mirrors in this particular region have come to life? All of that here is for DMs. We also have a section for DMs filled with puzzles designed by puzzle designer Elisa Teague that DMs can take and introduce to any campaign to really present a different type of gameplay. A lot of D&D groups are used to lots of role play, combat, exploration. Not every group, though, has tested their hands or their minds at solving puzzles, and we wanted to provide a really easy way for DMs to introduce puzzle solving to D&D groups. And so the puzzle section of this book is all about doing exactly that. Two other big things for DMs. There's a lot here. There are new spells in the book, which are both for dungeon masters and for players. And I always like to remind players of that. When you see that awesome new spell and you're excited for your character to cast it, remember the DM's NPCs are also now going to be able to cast this spell. So you might have to watch out. And then we also have a bunch of new magic items and new artifacts. Some of the artifacts in this book are going to be campaign defining for some of the DMs who decide to introduce those artifacts into their campaigns. And that includes Baba Yaga's Mortar and Pestle, Igwil's Demonomicon, the Crook of Rao, the Mighty Servant of Luco, a lot of classic artifacts from D&D's history, as well as some new ones are here in this book.
One of my favorite parts of the magic item chapter is the magic spellbooks.
Yes.
If players are lucky enough to get their hands on.
Yeah, one of the things that we endeavored to do in the new magic items is to include new spellcasting focuses that are magic items for the game's spellcasters, and that includes a whole set of different magic spell books that wizards can get their hands on. And in addition to having spells in those books, which is one of the things wizards want most, wizards are always hungry for more spells, those books can themselves be used as a spellcasting focus and give the wizard new powers. This, finally, when it comes to magic items, this book also has the magic tattoos that appeared in Unearthed Arcana, and people will be able to not only see those tattoos on their characters, but again, reminder to players, NPCs might start showing up with these magic tattoos.
That's a hard item to steal if it's on an NPC.
Yes.
I mean, it depends if you're a cannibal. I can think of ways around it. You know, I think I could do it. So obviously you mentioned puzzle. This is something I'm really excited about. I love puzzles. So how do you make sure that, you know, because I feel like you've got D&D brains, you know, when you've been working on D&D as long as you have, you know, that's how your brain works. My brain's on a lower level. Am I also going to be able to make it through these puzzles, or is this just the end of every campaign for me now?
No, absolutely, because the way the puzzle system is designed, it presents each puzzle as a thing that you can just drop into your game. But there's also a section in each puzzle called hint checks, which is a system by which the DM can help the players overcome an obstacle and get a little bit of information. They make an ability check, and the text tells the DM what the characters learn if that ability check succeeds. And so every puzzle has a number of these hints, and the DM can let them trickle out. It's a good system to help the players feel like they are actually solving the puzzle, but not getting lost in it.
Yeah, because puzzles have always been a fascinating part of D&D in that they are a play experience that test the player, whereas most of the things in D&D, like combat, for instance, or a social interaction where you're using your skills, test the character. And so we wanted to preserve that core experience of puzzles, which is it's actually something for the player to solve, but we wanted to make it so that each player could essentially turn to their character and say, help.
Exactly. Your intelligence 18 wizard should be able to solve an anagram, whereas you, the player, might struggle with that, and that's cool.
Yeah. So in a way, you get to come to each of these puzzles with two minds, yours and your characters.
I did mention that my character's a barbarian, right? I just want to throw that out there. So, I don't know if that's worse than just having one mind, but...
If all else fails, you have your axe. That's a good puzzle solver, too.
Yes.
Thank you. So when we're coming up with kind of items and spells, obviously there's loads of kind of great new bits and pieces in this. Love the tattoos. Very excited about those. What are they how do you approach that process? Are you thinking of, okay, there are elements that or like problems we need to solve, or is it something you're kind of thinking where you think, oh, there's something great I would love to do or see, and that's where it comes from?
So our process for a book like this, when it comes to spells and magic items and even rules for the DM, it's actually very similar to how we approach subclasses. We look for territory we haven't explored yet, and then start doing initial forays into that territory to see, is there something here? And so an example of that in the magic items are all of these magic spellcasting focuses. We have a couple of those in the Dungeon Master's Guide, but we realize with those couple of options, we're not serving the full range of spellcasters in the game, and we really could create a really nice, flavorful set of magic spellcasting focus options for our characters. And so that was, that's something we wanted to do. The tattoos we wanted to do because magic tattoos have appeared in D&D at different times. We realized we haven't done it yet in 5th edition. This book also has some psionic themed subclasses, and often in D&D, for whatever reason, tattoos have often shown up in things that also have psionic. So we thought this is a natural combo. And then also sometimes we are wanting to explore better play experiences. A great example of this type of design are the new summoning spells. This book includes a suite of new summoning spells, which people got a preview of in Unearthed Arcana. And these are not only meant to provide a fun new option, but they're also an example of us exploring what we think is a more elegant, enjoyable way to engage with summoning then frankly the summoning spells we provide in the player's handbook. Those spells still have a place, and we actually make sure in designing these new options that they can coexist with the player's handbook spells. That's why they don't do the same thing. The player's handbook conjuring options allow you a fair amount of liberty to figure out what it is you're going to summon, but that also has a fair amount of overhead for the players and the DMs, because they're going to have to go rifle through the monster manual to find those stat blocks and whatnot. So there is an at the table weight to those spells, and we wanted to explore a type of summoning that would basically be speedier, easier to engage with, something that players and DMs knew, like, yep, you can just call out that creature right away and have it engage without there being a pause as we all go for looking at our monster books to see, what thing do we want to summon. And so these new summoning spells are all about giving you a stat block right in the spell and giving you a few customization options. You choose those and away you go. For the people who still want to be able to go into their monster manual and choose from a big list, you can still do that using the conjuring spells that are in the player's handbook.
Fantastic. Well, we're right into the last few minutes of this panel. So what I wanted to do was ask you really quickly, like one sentence or left for each of you, what are you most excited about that we're going to see in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything?
It is difficult for me to choose because this has been my baby for almost 2 years, and I love so much that is in it. And so I will boil my answer down to this. The thing I'm most excited about is people getting their hands on the options that just collectively, this toy box of new things they will get to experience in their character, in their campaign. That's what I'm excited about. So really, I'm thinking of it all as this just big cauldron, and I'm excited for them to dive into that cauldron itself and to have all of the material commented on by Tasha, the amazing wizard who is the point of view character throughout the book.
I was going to say, I'm excited about bringing Tasha back into the fore and making her a central character in our ongoing D&D story. I'm also excited about playing a option from this book in my Saturday game at D&D Celebration. So I'll be playing an Artificer subclass, but I won't tell you which one. It's a secret.
Very smooth. Well, thank you so much for joining me. I feel like I got most of my questions in, so I'm very, very happy. I hope that everybody watching loved that, because there's so much we could tell you, but we got as much as we could in there. Don't forget, obviously, that you can pick up Icewind Dale right now. Go out and get it. What are you doing? And of course, you can already pre-order Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, so that it will be in your hands on November 17th, and you can dive into everything that we have discussed here. But Chris, Jeremy, and Milo, thank you so much for joining me today. And next up, we have got How We Roll, more fantastic live play for you. So we'll be right back after this.
Do you own a VR headset and are interested in asymmetric VR games? We at Full Bean Studio have the game for you! Come try out Operation Armstrong! Sneak around our lunar facilities while your friends keep you hidden from enemy robots. Hopefully. Don't own a VR headset? Find a friend with one and then go play Operation Armstrong. You can direct them through the facilities. Tell them to go left, go right, duck, perform a U-turn where safe, or any combination of senseless noise till they pass out from motion sickness.
You gave me those directions, guys!
Then log in with your smartphone or other device and become the hacker you always wanted to be. Open doors, close doors, distract enemies, crack locks, turn off alarms when your clumsy agent inevitably triggers them. Don't have any friends with VR headsets? Check out our community Discord where you can join other community members or us devs while we play Operation Armstrong. Also feel free to drop by if you just want to talk game dev, VR, or how the weather is in Australia. Don't forget about our Operation Armstrong level editor. Make entirely custom maps to share over your Steam Workshop and screw your friends over. Alright, enough talk. Let's play.
Hello, welcome to this walkthrough of Operation Armstrong. Up here we've got the TV screen, this is where our agent is. We've got a mobile screen where I'll be doing all my hacking, and we've got the VR view where Halen is sneaking about. So let's get right into it. Let's go. Alright, so we're going up to door 4. I'm going to open that, get round behind the obstacle there. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, yep. You're good, keep moving, go into the vent.
Oh no, he was a fast turner.
What? How do you... Okay, go straight there. Just go into the next vent.
Ooh.
I've got the lockdown. Or I'll mess up the lockdown. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna open door 10, releasing the crawler into the level. If you want to get round to that next next pillar across. I'm choosing when I open this door.
Yep.
Yep. Just stay there. It should kind of just wander right next to you. Why not? Just stay. Just. Okay.
Is he coming around?
Leaving you. Go.
Jesus. Alright. What's the code?
Okay. Door 9 is yellow, blue, red. Oh, don't go yet.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, alright.
Close that door in his face. I'm just gonna open door 10 as well, so the crawler.
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is you're going to need some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue, which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand, and you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material. The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half. Using the dry fitting that I just did, I know how to guide it up. I'm going to put the two parts together. I'm going to press firmly for about 10 seconds. Let's go to the next one. We're simply going to clean. We're going to take our glue. We're going to run around the edge. We're going to continue this for each different part until we wind up with a fully assembled Thanos. And as you move through the different parts of the miniature, you'll start to see the character come together in fantastic fashion. All of it is the joy of the miniatures hobby itself. Once your character is assembled, the last step is to attach them to their base so that they are ready for the painting table. And there you go, guys. A completed Thanos, the Mad Titan miniature, all put together. And that, PAX Online people, is a quick tutorial on how to assemble your own hobby miniatures, starting with our Mad Titan, Thanos. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be sure to check out more content coming your way during PAX Online, and we will see you on the next one.
In Boyfriend Dungeon, you spend a summer in Verona Beach, California, fighting monsters for money. Except the swords you find in the dungeon can also transform into beautiful men, women, and non-binary people you can befriend or date. You try to get as far as you can in the dungeon each time, but dying's okay, because you can level up too. You need to get stronger to go further. To do that, you'll need a closer relationship with your weapon. You spend the game alternating between fighting in the dungeon and hanging out with your weapons around town. I personally get bored if there's only fighting, but also I get restless if there's too much reading, so we wanted to make a mix of the two. Here, I'm dating Sunder the Talwar, and when we spend enough time together, we'll discover new abilities we can use in combat. Each weapon has a different set of upgrades to find, with choices to make along the way. Different weapons have different preferences for where they want to go on dates, how they want to flirt, and what kinds of gifts they want to receive. They might give you a gift too. There's a variety of different kinds of people/weapons to date in Boyfriend Dungeon, so it's up to you who you want to wield and level up your love. But watch out, there's someone out there kidnapping weapons. We're getting closer to finishing Boyfriend Dungeon now, and we hope people will love it as much as we do. If that sounds like your kind of game, wishlist Boyfriend Dungeon on Steam now.
Whether you're diving into Dungeons & Dragons for the first time, embarking on an epic campaign of Cyberpunk Red, or just looking for a fun one-shot to pass an evening with friends, running an RPG is a lot of fun, and being GM is an exciting responsibility. If you're new to the wonderful world of role-playing though, it can be hard to know where to start. Should you use a pre-made adventure? How much planning should you do? Should you learn the rulebook inside out before your first session? And what do you do if something's just not gelling with your players? Panic not, because the Dicebreaker team is here to offer some timeless advice on how to run a role-playing session you and your players will remember for a long time to come, with minimal worry and as much of the hard work taken off your shoulders as possible. We've also asked some friends from around the world of RPGs, from designers to content creators and fans, to recall their own favourite memories of role-playing, in order to help spark some inspiration in you, or just give you a laugh. So sit back, relax, and have that notebook at the ready, as we run through 13 top tips on running an amazing RPG session.
Running an RPG is an amazing experience and it's lots of fun, but it can also be exhausting, both physically and mentally. It involves hours of improvising, talking, reacting, and calculating numbers, all while trying to weave an interesting story for your group. And there's also the matter of being prepared for a session, whether you fly by the seat of your dragon-scaled pants, or spend hours coming up with the perfect name for every single inhabitant of the town of Far Off in the Kingdom of Fantasylandia. Whatever that is. With all of these plates to spin, it's easy to start off feeling a little bit cold, like you spent so much time preparing for the session and building the world, you forgot to enter that world yourself. So to alleviate that problem and get yourself psyched up for the hours ahead, it's worth taking a few minutes to get your head in the game, quite literally. Before I run live shows for the Oxventure, for example, I often take myself off for a few minutes to listen to some thematically appropriate music, maybe some Wardruna or Heilung, in order to get ready, and you might prefer to flip through your notes, or slip on a costume, or just spend a minute lining up your pencils, your dice, your notes, your snacks, or whatever it is. But whatever it is you use, it really is worth taking the time to make sure you're in the mood to hit the ground running when the session actually starts.
Hey folks, my name's Colin. One of my favorite tabletop memories comes from my own game, the cyberpunk Carly Rae Jepsen inspired Heist Boy Problems. This session, the team snuck into the MoMA in New York to retrieve the Vault of Songs from the upper floors. They used a gala for the grand new exhibit as cover. The exhibit was on tractors. Tractors in this world aren't tractors. They are actually mechs. So the getaway driver decided to take one for a spin and commandeered it to kind of smash through the upper floors to get to the vault. The arms manufacturer who they were heisting from, in retaliation, turned on the lesser-known security feature of the MoMA, which turned it into a rocket and launched it into space and directly crashed it into the moon. The team escaped barely without the songs, and would find out from their mysterious benefactor, who is a AI version of Carly Rae Jepsen, that they would then have to travel to the moon, dive into the depths of the MoMA, and retrieve the songs.
Particularly if you're writing your own scenarios and campaigns from scratch rather than running a ready-made adventure from a supplement or sourcebook, it can feel like you need to come up with pages and pages of completely original ideas. It can sometimes feel deflating to realize you've just copied a storyline, location, or a character from your favorite TV show, movie, or book. You might feel like you're just ripping someone off, or your players will be left bored by something they've seen before. The reality is that borrowing is one of the most powerful tools for coming up with something exciting and interesting to keep your group hooked. After all, those characters, plot beats, and places are memorable for a reason. No one expects you to come up with the equivalent of several feature-length movies or hundreds of pages worth of brilliantly original material week after week. You're only human after all. While simply recreating your favorite story by itself might be a bit on the nose, picking and choosing ideas from multiple places and smashing them together can create something that's fresh and exciting. How about the swift sword fights of historical samurai tales taking to the far-flung future and gleaming technology of sci-fi? Oh wait, that's just Star Wars. You get what I'm trying to say though. Many of the most popular stories are just old ideas remixed into a new form, so there's no reason you can't do the same. As the old saying goes, good GMs borrow, great GMs steal.
It's easy to forget when watching a veteran player effortlessly come up with ideas on the fly and tell stories that leave you in awe, but like any skill, learning to be a good GM takes practice. A lot of practice. One of the best ways to approach being a GM is to think back on scenarios, campaigns and moments you've enjoyed yourself as a player in an RPG. Consider what made those moments stand out and draw inspiration from them. Having said that, if you've never played an RPG before on either side of the GM screen, there's no reason you can't dive right in. After all, everyone has to start somewhere. One option is to run ready-made adventures and campaigns until you're ready to write your own, taking some of the work off your hands and letting you build your confidence on 1 or 2 things at a time instead of feeling overwhelmed. The biggest thing to remember is that you're always learning, so don't sweat any small mistakes, having to check the rulebook, retcon story beats, or just taking a minute here or there to get your notes in order. Another thing to keep in mind is if you watch actual play series such as Critical Role, Oxventure, or even Dicebreaker's own Dungeon Breaker, the players are often people who have a wealth of experience from playing in a professional environment regularly, and in some cases they're even professional actors. On top of that, many series are edited to remove rules, slip-ups, shortened silences or other such blips to make the viewing experience as smooth as possible. Don't pressure yourself to try and recreate that experience in your own games. Just as you wouldn't expect your players to be able to instantly recall the smallest of rules and details, or at least you shouldn't, your group won't expect you to be a walking rulebook and one-person lore bible from the word go. You're only human, and learning as you go is part of the fun. A handful of sessions in with the basic rules under your belt and the sketch of your world and story, you'll wonder why you ever worried.
One of the best things about role-playing games is their flexibility. There's a rule system to suit every story and every person. From complex simulations of historical combat, where you can calculate the exact air resistance of an arrow, to light and breezy rule sets, where improvisation and narrative takes precedence over number crunching. Finding the perfect balance of rules and setting is key. Do you want to tell a detective story where the players can investigate clues to crack a case? Then Gumshoe might be the system for you. Prefer an intense action heist movie where chaos reigns and disaster is abound? Fiasco will do that for you in the space of an evening. Gritty sci-fi survival? Cyberpunk. Nightmarish cosmic horror? Call of Cthulhu. How about an upbeat romp for a colourful land that the whole family can enjoy? Tales of Equestria is sure to put a smile on your face, whether you're a My Little Pony fan or not. Of course, you might be invested in a particular world, whether it's the fantasy settings of D&D and Pathfinder, or the tabletop adaptations of pop culture bastion, such as Star Trek, Lord of the Rings, and more. If there's a particular system that takes your fancy, you can always bend it to fit the stories you want to tell. There's nothing stopping you bringing the political intrigue of a Cold War spy story to a sword and sorcery world in one campaign, before switching it to a more straightforward hack-and-slash dungeon crawler in the next. Once you've decided on the game that you want to play, knowing the tone and atmosphere you want to capture is crucial. It will lead you to whichever corners of the world best suit your story. Of course, there's nothing to say that players might lead you in a different direction entirely.
Hello! So, my favorite RPG moment. Oh my god, there's a few. So, just in case one does not fill up your 30 to 60 second time slot, I'll do 2. First one is, I was playing Vampire the Masquerade, and it was one of my earlier RPG experiences. So my character started out as a normal journalist. She toured the world, she went to Japan, that's where she got embraced, life-changing experiences. In the course of the character's time, my GM had a habit of using celebrities, photos, magazine clippings for the NPCs. As a result, when my character finally met the Bruja Primogen to go through the ritual that she needed to so she can elevate herself within the clan, come to find out that the Bruja Primogen for New York City was the actor Udo Kier. And if you're unfamiliar with this particular actor, he is a very well-known character actor in a lot of B-grade films. And I adore this actor. Because a lot of the films he does is pretty cheesy, but pretty fun. So, if you're not familiar with him, he was, I believe, the head vampire in the first Blade movie, which was kind of fitting. So I really liked his ability to incorporate well-known characters that we knew from regular TV movies into our games, and it really enhanced our experience playing them. So that was a lot of fun. Second experience was playing the Star Wars RPG, where my team decided that we were going to merge a lot of Marvel characters and transcribe them over to the Star Wars RPG format. So you can only imagine the menagerie of folks that we had there. My character in particular was modeled off of Cassandra Cain, the later on persona known as Batgirl. So for her, she was raised by the Sith and became a wandering Jedi on her own. But the really cool thing about her character was the GM had decided that she would be the first Jedi to have the purple lightsaber, which later on, because our story was a prequel, would be later on passed down in generations to Mace Windu. So I thought that was a really kick-ass moment as well, because I love Mace Windu, and so for my character to be connected to that character in some kind of, fan canon story arc was really, really awesome. I really enjoyed that as well. So I hope these were moments that actually fit into your time scheduling, and that you guys also think are cool as well. So thank you very much, and happy to participate. Bye!
Now this one might be a slight point of contention for some GMs, but we're going to throw this out there. You shouldn't go overboard with planning. A couple pages of loose notes is often more than enough to hold a session together, and leaves enough room to improvise based on the player's actions without coming up with everything on the spot. That's not to say that you shouldn't plan at all. You should have some idea of where the party is headed, what they might find along the way, but detailing every last encounter and event runs the risk of railroading your players onto a different track from the one that they want to take, making it an awkward and even unenjoyable experience for them as you butt heads. On the other hand, writing pages and pages of notes only to chuck most of them away because they just don't fit anymore can be a bit dispiriting, even if you keep some handy for later sessions. As GM, you're there to nudge the players in the direction of the story you want to tell, but you're also there to support their decisions and tell the story that the group want to tell together. Think of the notes as the lines that the players colour between with their decisions and characters. Presenting an already completed drawing leaves them nothing to do, and removes their agency in the world. Naturally, you might find that making more notes when you're first getting started makes you feel a bit more comfortable. And there might be certain stories or events that require more detail to flesh them out properly. But at the end of the day, it's down to how much you plan. Don't just be surprised if some of your work ends up on the cutting room floor, and be okay with it landing there.
Okay, we'll admit, we just told you not to plan, and now I'm here to tell you to plan a little bit, but stick with me, it's sage advice. Mostly. Generally speaking, you'll want to have an idea of where things begin and where things are going to end up, and that could be over the course of a single session, an arc of a few different scenarios, or an entire campaign. Generally speaking, it helps to have an idea of where things are headed for your sake as much as the players. And again, that doesn't mean you have to have a rigid plan and stick to it no matter what your players do. For example, if they've just assassinated the kingdom's beloved ruler, having a parade thrown in their honour at the end of the session just because you'd planned to have one before they got all regicide won't really make much sense. But if you know the party, for example, will be asked to track down a wanted fugitive in the first session, and they'll eventually have a confrontation with them in the 5th session, it puts you in the right frame of mind to start planning the action of each session in a way that feels natural, rather than making it up as you go along. The good thing about knowing where characters are going to end up, but not necessarily how they're going to get there, is you can react to the things they choose to do in a way that makes their progress through the world more meaningful. Instead of painstakingly tracking our hypothetical fugitive for 5 sessions, for example, the players might just decide to find out where that fugitive grew up, burn down the village, and wait for them to arrive seeking vengeance. Either way is a valid tactic in terms of making that confrontation happen, so as long as you know there'll be a confrontation, it shouldn't really make a difference to you which path the players take to get there. Let the plan come from the players, in other words, and you can focus on gently steering them in the right direction. Don't sweat the little details, just bear in mind that having a notion of where you'd like things to end up is a pretty good idea.
Hello, I'm Amanda Hammond and I'm the editorial director for Kobold Press. I'm going to share one of my favorite moments from a Pathfinder game I'm running right now for several industry friends. In that game, Alexander Sandgroom, our director of operations over at Kobold Press, had been playing a character who could only be described as a hobo. His first scene involved him skulking around in filthy rags, shoveling soup into what became known as his soup pocket. He was literally called Rag Heap. So, the PCs were press ganged into a pirate crew, and there were signs that pirate crew was involved in devil worship. Then, an NPC named Sandara, who had claimed to be a worshipper of the Pirate Queen goddess, revealed her association with a rival devil and attempted to recruit the PCs. That's when Ragheap revealed himself. He dropped his magical disguise to show a beautiful nobleman's outfit and a prominent holy symbol of the Pirate Queen. "She doesn't want you here," he shouted at Sandara in this booming voice that no one had heard before. Turns out he was an inquisitor of the Pirate Queen the entire time, and rooting out devil worship was his entire mission. His real name was Vincenzo Latticina. You could hear a pin drop when that reveal happened, until finally one of the other players said, "I did not see that coming." Of course they defeated Sandara, but after the session, some of the other players, including James Jacobs, Pathfinder creative director, and Jason Keeley, a Starfinder developer, messaged me to say how fun and unexpected that moment was. It was really fun for me as a GM too. Stunning jaded professionals who've worked in the industry for a decade? Always a good moment.
Nobody wants a role-playing experience so chaotic that your story falls to pieces in minutes, but at the same time, railroading is one of the cardinal sins of role-playing. Forcing your players back onto your pre-planned story beats or limiting what they can do because you hadn't accounted for it runs the risk of discouraging their creativity and will inevitably lead to dissatisfied players. Seeing where your players take their creativity without seizing the reins entirely is one of the most satisfying things you can experience as a GM. As the person with almost all the answers, having just a few curveballs thrown your way can be thrilling, not to mention allowing you to have your own little kernels of surprise. Many of the most memorable moments in RPGs come from the unexpected. Someone kicking down the door when you expect them to pick the lock, befriending a dinosaur instead of running for their lives or immediately drawing their weapons. That doesn't mean the GM can't contribute and guide the party, but it should be a constant cycle of inspiration as you react to the player's ideas by throwing in your own into the mix. Considering GMing as having the same yes and rule as improv comedy, while some things may simply be impossible, encouraging and supporting your players is the most important responsibility as a GM. After all, there's a reason that things are more exciting when they don't quite go to plan.
We've all been there. You've had an amazing idea for something and now you want to show it off to the rest of the group. It might be a brilliant twist on a well-known monster or enemy type. Perhaps it's the NPC the party has been crying out for in order to spice things up a bit, or maybe it's a thrilling subplot presenting a mystery Sherlock Holmes himself would be proud to solve. It's easy and fun to pour your heart into fresh ideas for role-playing sessions, but all the same, sometimes those things just don't work out. Perhaps the fight preceding the big boss encounter took more out of the characters than you anticipated, and including that new enemy type would be cruel and unfair. Maybe that new NPC rubs the party up the wrong way and actually they don't really want to go adventuring with them. Or maybe the players miss the clues to the mystery or just straight up don't fancy chasing them down. Whatever the reason, if something isn't working, learn to let it go. As exciting as the idea might be, there's just no sense forcing your players through something that either doesn't work, doesn't make sense, or, worst of all, actively detracts from the fun of role-playing. And it can be disappointing having an idea fall flat, of course it can, but that's not to say you can't revive it in a different campaign, a different group, or even with the same players and characters just a bit further down the line when you judge the time to be right. A plan that goes unused, in other words, is not necessarily a plan wasted. I mean, heck, if the players didn't like the NPC that much and they remember them as an unpleasant individual, why not bring them back as a villain later on down the line? That'll teach you not to bring me adventuring, they'll sneer, drawing a sword, and looking petulant. In all seriousness, cutting something short, reworking it to better suit the circumstances, or just dropping it entirely is, 9 times out of 10, better than overdoing something or forcing everybody to do it just because you wrote it down on a page. Try not to be precious about your darlings. It doesn't necessarily mean they're bad ideas, it just means that they're not the right idea for right now.
So I have a lot of favorite RPG moments, but I think one of the ones that stands out to me the most is a live action online game that I played a while ago by Avon Woodwinder, and it's called As We Know It. In the game, you're all survivors from an alien invasion and you are playing in a closet. You are literally going into a closet or a dark room and you're just texting on your phone. And the GM is someone who's texting from from outside the closet space, and they're just like, sending you messages, trying to connect you with other survivors. And it created this really terrifying and intense experience. Like, it was just so intense and it was so well done. So yeah, even to this day, I would say that it's like one of my favorite games.
If you don't know the rule of cool, it goes something like this. If it's cool, allow it. Now, what you consider cool can be a bit subjective, except socks and sandals, which are universally uncool. And the rule of cool doesn't just mean that every character in your RPG needs to wear sunglasses, walk away slowly from explosions, and be able to shred a guitar behind their head. Although, admittedly, doing all 3 of those together would be pretty cool. What the rule of cool generally means in RPGs is to put the player experience first. If you're caught in a decision between playing completely by the rules and allowing a player to pull something off that's going to energize the table like a bolt of lightning, even if it means bending the rules a bit, consider the GM the lighting rod. Like giving the players room to veer off the rails, this doesn't mean allowing anything and everything to happen. Taking down a stone-skinned giant with a feather is unlikely, no matter how ticklish it might be. And a 7-foot barbarian probably won't be able to hide behind a standard-sized vase, no matter how hard they try. If everyone's able to do incredible things all the time, the impact of those moments will be eroded. But applying a little suspension of disbelief, allowing players to at least attempt an impossible task with even a minuscule chance of succeeding, and taking a little liberty with the letter of the rules can make for unforgettable moments. Remember rolling that 20 and landing that arrow dead on target from a mile away? Of course you do. We all do.
There's a reason that the GM normally rolls their dice behind the screen. What you roll isn't meant to be the be-all and end-all of what happens. It's a relatively fair way of deciding the outcome of something in most cases, but sometimes a twist of fate can bring a session to a screaming halt. So what do you do if something you just rolled will kill the mood? Lie about it. If combat's dragging on and the party's struggling to deal with the big bad and barely making a dent in their huge pool of health, then have the next half-decent damage roll or especially inventive attack finish them off. If your own damage roll would turn a player's character into the blood and guts equivalent of Huss, knock it down a few points and allow the party to rush to their aid. If a failed perception roll would leave the group spending a frustrating 20 minutes searching for clues, give them a hint that they wouldn't have got if they stuck exactly to the rules. On the other hand, if the main monster of a dungeon is likely to be off in the space of a few rounds, maybe bump up their hit points a little, step up their attacks, or even have them take on a surprise second form when their health hits 0. Like a video game boss. Like deploying the rule of cool, this is a GM power that should be used sparingly. You don't want fights to feel like a cakewalk, or the danger of exploring a dungeon to be laughed at by a seemingly invincible party. There are rules for a reason after all, and things are generally balanced to allow for a fair challenge. But a little fudging of rolls never hurt anyone. In fact, it can make the game much better.
Hey everybody, I'm Stuart Wellington from the Flophouse Podcast. The role-playing game story I'd like to share today is from a recent campaign of Apocalypse World, where I've been running a large group of friends through the game. We've been playing at our friend Steve and Val's apartment, and Steve has been playing the Hard Holder named Dazed, which is what he names all of his role-playing game characters. Now, Dazed the Hard Holder is kind of like a post-apocalyptic mayor. And over the course of the campaign, he made a bunch of enemies, and a group of PCs and NPCs got together and ousted him from his position. Now, Dazed had to go on a soul-seeking journey after that, and it kind of ended when a bunch of raiders shot him in the face. Now, before the next session, I sat down with Steve and talked about the future of Dazed, and he decided to change his character's playbook from Hardholder over to a thing called the Faceless, which is a hulking brute who wears a mask like Jason Voorhees. Now, he decided to also change Dazed's name to Durzo, which was new to everybody, and he played him kind of like Heath Ledger's the Joker if he subsisted only on Monster Energy drink and, I don't know, cocaine. Now, Durzo introduced himself by, of course, saying, "I'm Durzo!" And the look on Val's face was one of such extreme displeasure, and all she could say was, "I hate this." And you know what? That's the best role-playing game character I've ever seen. Now, that is Durzo's mask. Cheers, everybody!
Role-playing games may deal with fictional worlds and characters a lot of the time, but they can have a very real effect on the actual people playing them. Before your game begins, while you're playing, and afterwards, you should ensure that everyone is comfortable around the table. Just as they are in real life, safety, comfort, and consent are absolutely key when role-playing. There are a number of excellent safety tools available for free to help you ensure that nothing runs the risk of hurting or upsetting anyone in your group. Among the most popular tools are the X card, a simple card with an X that anyone can touch to skip the current scene or topic, and lines and veils, which lay out certain things that shouldn't be included in any session, and those that can be included to some degree, but should be handled with appropriate sensitivity. These tools, among many others, are simple but important ways of making sure that everyone is able to enjoy the experience. It goes without saying that you should respect everyone at your table and ensure that all players treat each other with the same respect and kindness. People should always come before your game, your world, or your story. No ifs, no buts.
Unlike many other tabletop games, role-playing games are less about achieving victory, scoring the most points, or trying to be the best at something. Those things can be a part of an RPG. Everyone wants the party to eventually complete their quest in one way or another, unless you're playing something deliberately tilted toward disaster like Fiasco or Call of Cthulhu. But the thread that runs through everything is the story. While some groups may play certain RPGs for their crunchy combat, most will be playing to tell a memorable story with friends. And as GM, you're there to make sure that that story is the very best that it can be. As we've mentioned throughout this video, do whatever will tell the best story for your group, even if that means bending or breaking the rules, cheating behind the screen, or going completely off-piste from what you originally planned. You're not an audiobook or a rulebook in a human suit, you're a GM. Use the rules, your own notes and direction from the players to come up with the most exciting, interesting, and unforgettable story that you can together. At the end of the day, it's less a game than a collaborative storytelling exercise. In years to come, you won't remember if you got the calculation for armor class and wisdom saving throws exactly right, but you will remember that time that the group took down a fearsome foe and taught their way out of, or more often into, a lot of danger.
Hi, I'm Mike Mason, Call of Cthulhu Creative Director at Chaosium. Many years ago, I was a player in the very first edition of Masks of Nyarlathotep. And during that campaign, one of my companions was a character called Jimmy, played by my good friend Dave. Jimmy liked to collect all of the mythos tomes and all of the player handouts and all the information we gathered during the course of the campaign. which is very useful. He looked after it all, and whenever we had a question, we just asked him, and he would look it up and tell us the answer. So it came as a bit of a shock one day when Jimmy wasn't there. And Dave declared that Jimmy had run off in the middle of the night with all of our information and all of the Mythos tomes to go and become a hermit in the middle of nowhere where he could study all this information for the rest of his life, leaving us all somewhat in the lurch with no access to any of the information that we needed for the rest of the campaign. Despite that, we did muddle through, but we did come to a bit of a messy end when we discovered this glowing green rock on this ship. And we thought it'd be really good to stow away on the ship so we could then steal the rock or kind of destroy it, because we thought it was some sort of magical thing. Little did we know that a few hours later we'd all die from radiation poisoning because the rock was full of radiation, putting pretty much an end to that particular chapter in the campaign. As you can tell, we really didn't do very well in that particular run through of the campaign, we learnt some hard lessons, as in never give all your books to one of the characters so they can run away with it all. But such things you learn as you play.
It might seem a bit ironic to say this at the end of a video full of tips on how to do something, but there's no right way to play an RPG. Every RPG is different, and every group and GM is different. As long as your group has a fun time together and everyone feels happy and satisfied when you wrap up for the day, you're doing things right. Like the rules in a rulebook. Follow our advice as much as it makes sense for you and your group. Tweak things to suit the way you play, and ignore anything that just doesn't work rather than feeling you have to do something in a particular way. After all, it's your game. Experiment, try some things and see what works. With every session, you and your group will learn what fits best with the people around the table and build your confidence as players and a GM. Even when something doesn't go quite as planned, embrace it. You look back on it one day, laugh, maybe, and see how far you've come. The only right way to play is a way that you'll all enjoy. Remember that and you'll be fine.
There we have it. 13 tips to make your next RPG session, and everyone after that, the very best it can be. Thanks to all our guests for their fantastic stories. Be sure to check out their games, content, and follow them on social media for more role-playing advice and inspiration. And if you're after more advice on playing role-playing games, or just wondering what to play next, you can find us on Dicebreaker.com, youtube.com/Dicebreaker, or follow us on Twitter @JoinDicebreaker. We even have our own Dungeons & Dragons series, Dungeon Breaker, if you're interested in seeing how we play and having a few laughs along the way. But until we meet again, happy role-playing, and have a lovely day.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Love Dies, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we wanted to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp, Creative Director of Atomic Mass Games, back at you again with some painting and some fun for PAX. I hope you're all having a good time. I know we are. So, of course, painting miniatures, you got to paint the face, right? It's an old adage, you got to paint the face, you got to paint the base. So, I want to talk about painting faces. And we're going to do a very cool, very quick face paint with not quite washes, but we're gonna have fun and we're gonna let's just get to it. So let's try it out. So as you can see, I got a Black Widow here. Now I left the arms off so that because her arms on the miniature come straight out and gets in the way of the camera. And the next step I want to do, and this is what I normally do, is I take some of my base color, that base skin tone, and I mix a little red into it. I usually find like a nice brickish red, and I thin this down with a little bit of water, but this just adds that nice warmth that we like to see in faces. Now any skin tone you do, you want to follow a lot of the same rules I'm going to be talking about here. So even if I were to go darker, I would still add a red undertone. If I was going to go lighter, like a very light pale skin, I would still add a bit of a red undertone. There's no one recipe to painting skin. Now I'm going to mix some water, and I just got a little palette over here. And this time I'm going to use a forest green, like a nice olive. I'm going to mix that once again into the base color that I chose. Now while I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to take the green and the red without the base tone, mix them together, and I'm going to make like a really nice brown. Just a nice red brown. If you don't feel it's dark enough, you can add a little red, you can add a little green. Nice. So all that did was define those deep recesses. But now I want to define the top. So I'm going to take a little bit of my off-white. I like good off-whites. I don't like pure whites typically, unless I'm highlighting white. So I'll take off-white, mix it into my base tone, and I'm just going to pick out some highlights. Right there where the hair part meets, tip of the nose, just under the lip where the chin is, just to give it a little highlight. This just defines the face much better. and sharpens all those features. And once again, I'm just using the tip of the brush. Let me see if I can focus in just a little bit. There we go. So very quickly, I was able to achieve a great face to get on the tabletop and just to get playing. So hopefully that was helpful and informative and something that you can practice and try at home and get your miniature painted up and get it on the tabletop. So thanks for joining me, and we'll catch you later. Keep having fun at PAX, and we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Lovedeyes, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we wanted to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp, creative director of Atomic Mass Games, back at you again with some painting and some fun for PAX. I hope you're all having a good time. I know we are. So, of course, painting miniatures, you got to paint the face, right? It's an old adage, you got to paint the face, you got to paint the base. So, I want to talk about painting faces. And we're going to do a very cool, very quick face paint with not quite washes, but we're gonna have fun and we're gonna let's just get to it. So let's try it out. So as you can see, I got a Black Widow here. Now I left the arms off so that because her arms on the miniature come straight out and gets in the way of the camera. And the next step I want to do, and this is what I normally do, is I take some of my base color, that base skin tone, and I mix a little red into it. I usually find like a nice brickish red, and I thin this down with a little bit of water, but this just adds that nice warmth that we like to see in faces. Now any skin tone you do, you want to follow a lot of the same rules I'm going to be talking about here. So even if I were to go darker, I would still add a red undertone. If I was going to go lighter, like a very light pale skin, I would still add a bit of a red undertone. There's no one recipe to painting skin. Now I'm going to mix some water, and I just got a little palette over here. And this time I'm going to use a forest green, like a nice olive. I'm going to mix that once again into the base color that I chose. Now while I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to take the green and the red without the base tone, mix them together, and I'm going to make like a really nice brown. Just a nice red brown. If you don't feel it's dark enough, you can add a little red, you can add a little green. Nice. So all that did was define those deep recesses. But now I want to define the top. So I'm going to take a little bit of my off-white. I like good off-whites. I don't like pure whites typically, unless I'm highlighting white. So I'm going to take off-white, mix it into my base tone, and I'm just going to pick out some highlights. Right there where the hair part meets, tip of the nose, just under the lip where the chin is, just to give it a little highlight. And this just defines the face much better and sharpens all those features. And once again, I'm just using the tip of the brush. Let me see if I can focus in just a little bit. There we go. So very quickly, I was able to achieve a great face to get on the tabletop and just to get playing. So hopefully that was helpful and informative and something that you can practice and try at home and get your miniature painted up and get it on the tabletop. So thanks for joining me, and we'll catch you later. Keep having fun at PAX, and we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
There we go. All right. Hi, I'm Kelly Baptista, and I'm going to be leading us all on a discussion today with our three panelists through quality assurance, not just a stepping stone. We'll be discussing the idea today that quality assurance, also known as QA, is not just a stepping stone into tech or games, and we're here to showcase three great stories of success and development in the field. We've got Jessica Taylor here with us, Melissa Russell, and Sam Harrell. I'm going to go ahead and let them introduce themselves because we'd like to hear each of their very interesting and unique stories behind how they got into this field. And I think let's start with Sam. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you found yourself as a QA lead?
So my name's Sam Harrell, and I was raised in North Carolina, Hosky, North Carolina, actually. And I went to school at NC State, and I decided to major in computer science under their engineering department. Worked as an intern for 2 summers with Microsoft, and then I got a full-time position at Microsoft. Worked there for 6 years, left, worked for the government for 2 years, moved back to Seattle, and worked for Microsoft again for a total of 19 years. And then I decided I wanted to do something different. The majority of my time was spent in QA. I did do some dev work. I did do some ops work as well. But what I enjoyed the most was QA. And I got into QA by fluke of my internship because I wanted to be a dev. And my QA manager told me at the time, the best devs at Microsoft started out as SDATs and testers, and they wrote better code. And so I was always writing code was an art for me at the time. So therefore I wanted to be the best at my art. So I took the path, and I found that it was very interesting, and there's way more sets of problems to solve in the QA space, as well, making sure things are working well and making customers happy. So.
Cool. And just for the audience, could you explain what an SDET is?
SDAT is called a software design engineering test. Basically a developer, someone at the same level as a developer that chooses to focus on tests. You write automation, you build harnesses, you get into the code just like the devs do and search for problems, and you may do performance work as well. So you have to really understand as equal much as devs do.
Cool. And then could you elaborate a little bit on how that is super important for a company?
It's super important because most developers want to work on customer-facing stuff. And so to find someone who finds joy in finding the bugs and making sure the quality is there and making sure removing all the little things that could potentially bother customers and make them happy is super important, because in the era when I started out, everything was put in a box. You got a CD in a box, and it cost money to press those CDs. Then it cost money to put them in the box and ship them out to people. And when there was a bug to where you have to recall all of that, it cost money to get it all the way back. So it was super important then. Now the era is, can you build tools to detect things in the space that we're in now, where everything's in the cloud?
Thanks. All right, so who would like to go next? I think we'll pick Melissa.
I know, put on the hot seat. Well, I'm Melissa. I'm up in the Seattle area. My pronouns are she, her, and they, them. I got into QA on accident. I was working as a office manager at a veterinary office, and I wanted to get into game dev. So I was teaching myself programming, and I was trying to do everything I could at home. I answered a Craigslist advertisement asking for baby devs, and they called me while I was out shopping, asking if I could start on Monday, and I was like, yeah, let's get into it. And so my interview process was, have you seen computers before, and do you know anything about Marvel Comics? And that was great. I just went in, and it was like I knew more about computers than they had given me credit for, and I ended up, I think within a week, I ended up being the lead on that project. And yeah, it was a very interesting learning experience. I got to take my office manager skills and structure like what we needed to do in the day and what our expectations were. And then I got to talk to the developers and be like, what do you need me to do? What do you need out of QA? And it was very much learning on the fly. What is this? What is expected out of me? What kind of tools do we have? How many people do I need to do this? And yeah, it was a very interesting, I really wanted to get into programming, but it was really cool to get in there and see a little bit of everything. It was just, you got to touch art, you got to touch the management, the milestones, you got to see how the designers worked, how things were argued and sent back and forth, and how you landed on what went into games and what didn't go into games, and how things got decided to get cut. And you know, occasionally I did get to do scripting, and you know, occasionally I got to do websites, and occasionally I got to do customer-facing things. So it was just a little bit of everything, and I kind of fell in love with it and have stayed with it.
Thank you. Looks like it's your turn, Jessica.
Hi, my name is Jessica Taylor. I am, like everyone else here, QA lead. I similarly, I guess, accidentally ended up in QA. I got a degree in computer science, and my last year I was interviewing for a developer position at Microsoft, and it went poorly. I made the mistake of telling the developer that I was in the process of taking an algorithms class, and then he decided to drill me on a bunch of algorithms, and it went really poorly. So the email I got back was, we don't think you're strong enough for a developer position, but we'd be willing, if you think you're smart enough, to interview you for an SDEV position. And in my hubris, I said, of course I'm smart enough. And so I got hired as an SDET, and I did that for a year and a half before I got laid off. And then I ended up taking a position at Starbucks, where I was for 4 years. I wasn't super into test at the time, just because the team I was hired onto originally at Microsoft and all that kind of stuff worked on stuff that I wasn't really interested in and I didn't know a lot about. They hired me on to do networking stuff for Windows to make sure that you know, your Wi-Fi chip basically was connecting and all that kind of stuff. And I took 0 classes on Wi-Fi and networking. So it just didn't really click for me. At Starbucks though, I ended up actually really clicking with it. It got to the point where I was more familiar with the entire ecosystem of the Starbucks system than most of the developers I was working with at the time. Because a lot of the times by finding bugs and figuring out what caused it to happen and figuring out what the fix actually was, ended up being like, oh, I know that this system is actually hooked up into this other system that this team works on, but that one doesn't, and I know how it works, so people have to come to me to figure out why their stuff isn't working anymore. And I really felt like I meshed with that a lot. I really felt like I enjoyed being more of a knowledgeable on like the system as a whole and like why this and why that. And a lot of the times when you're developing, like, you know, you get very integrated on this is your feature, this is what you're doing, you need to make sure that this thing works. But with, you know, test, like you have to have more information there because it's the only way that you're going to figure out, oh, I went and I made this change on my account, but then it ended up messing up something completely different. And I won't look for that if I don't know that those are connected in some way. So I ended up at Niantic because my original dream in the first place is that I wanted to get into games anyways. And I figured that a developer role was my gateway to get there. And actually it worked out significantly better going on the QA SDET route for me. Basically, I saw a job posting one day and I was like, I'll go for it. Like, I don't expect anything, but they called me back and I was like, oh, okay. So no, I think it's been really great. I love being like kind of a subject matter expert from a different perspective. I love needing to be the kind of person that can figure out how things break, why things break, and provide solutions before anyone's even opened up the code, kind of a thing, and unblock people when things are going wrong. But yeah, I mean, that's basically kind of the long short of it. It wasn't on purpose, but I think it ended up being the right choice.
Thank you for that. Okay, so now that we've gotten to know a little bit about how each of you came into this QA journey, what has been the biggest challenge so far for each of you in your career? And I think we'll start with Melissa this time.
I think the biggest challenge that I've encountered in QA and in game dev has been the lack of a formal education. Like I said, I responded to a Craigslist ad, and then I went in and I was just on the job, and I was kind of learning on the fly and applying things that I'd learned through other jobs and through experience and through Google searches. And I was a really good QA tester. Like, I was teaching other people how to do it, and I was on multiple projects, and everybody was like, hey, why don't you continue to do this? What do you want out of this? And whenever I would apply, whenever I would aspire to do something better, the instant reaction I would get was, well, you didn't go to school for a comp sci degree, so you're clearly not experienced enough to do the job you're already doing. So it's always been like a weird feedback loop of, I'm already doing this. Like, I can tell you what he does, I can tell you what she does, I can tell you what they do, but for some reason I don't have it on paper. So that's always been the weird. I have to find the networking in order to talk to people and prove that I am doing what I already do in order to go anywhere, in order to get anything, versus apparently being able to say, hey, I went to school at this school and I can just get this job that I want. So that's been a little frustrating for me.
I can imagine. All right, let's go with Sam next. What has been the biggest challenge for you so far in your career?
Because I choose QA route, that I am not a true dev. I do not understand, or I cannot attain levels that devs are. And yeah, and that's been since I came into the industry back in '98. And then they're always surprised that once it gets down to it, that I understand, I know, I can fix, I can extrapolate, I can extend everything they do, and then make sure it's of high quality. So it's just going through those rigors of constantly having to prove yourself every time you encounter a new dev, unless you're just in. So I move around a lot in different groups and stuff like that. So when you go to a new company or a new thing, it's kind of like the dev's like, oh yeah, it's another QA person. And then they realize like, oh, you actually understand code, which the relationship gets better at that point. But they're like, until they make that assessment of, wow, you actually can code and you actually know these and these algorithms and you're speaking code to me, then they kind of shun you a little bit, right? They figure like you just won't understand. And I was like, oh no, I understand. And I also know how to translate so that I don't have to repeat this over and over again. And then they're a little more trusting. So the biggest thing is gaining the trust of my fellow developers off tops.
I see. Melissa and Jessica, it looks like you both have been agreeing with what Sam's been saying. Is there some things you could say to elaborate on that? Because it looks like you both had a similar experience.
Sure, I can definitely elaborate on that. I mean, it definitely ties into, like I was saying about my original journey anyways, right? Where I had this interview where they were like, oh, well, you know, not smart enough to reach this bar, but we think you can meet this bar where you also still write code and do code things, where they're treated kind of differently, even at that level. But there's definitely been a lot of moments in my life, right, where it's like, you'll go to a dev and you'll be like, oh, this thing is broken. Like, especially when you're just starting, right? Like Sam was saying, you're not familiar with the way the whole thing works yet. You wouldn't be expected to. It's like your first month on the job or whatever. And, you know, you'll go to someone and be like, hey, this is broken. And they'll be like, okay, just give it to me. And they won't tell you why it was broken or like give you any indication. Like, unless you poke them sometimes, it's like, hey, could you tell me why it's broken? Like, because that'll help me in the future. And then when I know that, and if it's something that I can fix on my own, like maybe my configuration was just bad, I don't have to come to you every time, but there's just this assumption that I won't get it, or like, just, it's easier for me to just fix it for you than increase your knowledge because you won't get it, right? There's definitely like some of that where it does take time. It's like you have to prove yourself sometimes, depending on the dev. Definitely not everyone is like that, for sure, by any means. But a lot of the times, just because there's like not much understanding or learning between what a QA is capable of, a lot of the times there's just this thought of like, oh, like this is someone that we pulled off the street and said, just poke at this and see if it works. I don't know, right? And that's not the case, right? Like there's a lot of experience and learning and stuff that's in there, but it can be like a challenge, right? Like showing I have the chops for this. Believe in me, please. Like,
Yeah, so it sounds like that's a misunderstanding that Melissa and Sam have felt as well. Is there something you'd like to tell us about that as well, or have you had that experience in your career?
Yeah, there's a very big perception of you were in QA because you couldn't make it anywhere else, and that's a complete falsehood. And I'm not sure where that started. I mean, I can't imagine, I can't remember anybody posting on Craigslist, hey, we need 6 Unity devs this week, come on in. But I don't know what kind of quality bar you're setting if that's what you're expecting out of QA, because you are the quality bar at quality assurance. So your expectations for your product is going to be based on what kind of professionals you're bringing in to help finish up and polish your product. So for the pure and simple fact that you as a developer or you as somebody in software would think that the people you are hiring are not as smart as the rest of the people you are hiring is kind of like, it's putting yourself down at that point. And it's something that you run into a lot where people are like, well, you're just QA. And it's like, but I work with you, I'm a colleague, I'm also on this project, like everybody's invested in this, and I don't understand why we can't work together and trust each other.
And some of the irony of it all, most QA loops include devs. So you get devs that are like, you know, that interview you and take you through loops. And so you have to do all the stuff like you would do in a dev loop, but then you get this extra piece of, hey, so now do you know how to break all this stuff that you wrote? And then you're sitting there and you're like, okay, so I just got tested like a dev would. So why wouldn't I be on the same level as a dev? You know, and it's those things. Or there's the reverse that happens. You go to a dev and you start speaking QA language and trying to help them understand why this is a bug, why the customer will be a problem, and extrapolate for them how many times this happens and why this piece of code here, and you could even point them to a line of code and they'll still doubt you. And even though with all the evidence, there's some like that, but like Jessica said, there's not, some of them are say thank you. There's quite a few out there that will say thank you and be like, oh, okay, go ahead, check that in. Or they'll be like, oh, yeah, well, I'll look at it later. I don't think that's what it is. And then they'll come back and tell you that's exactly what it is. But they thought of it, not you.
Do you think there's anything, or what in your experience could be done to kind of, fix this misunderstanding that QA is not necessarily on the same level?
I think it starts in schools. I literally tried after 2 summers to go back to my school at NC State and get a QA class, because it's a chapter in a book when you're on the computer science level, when you're doing computer science and you're getting a degree in programming, and it's only a chapter, and be like, oh yeah, and you test it. But they don't go into techniques or the types of tests or all the things that are required. But then you get out in the industry and they feel that they can take anybody who's a dev, because you've shown that you're of a certain level of intelligence, and just throw them in and they'll be a good QA. And I don't think that is true. With it, there are some learnings you have to learn. There's some unlearnings you have to learn from being a dev, because the bugs hide in places where you don't normally would look, right? Like Jessica was saying earlier, that, hey, I changed this did everything it was supposed to, but 3 parts of the system down, it blew up something else because it didn't expect me to put in another ampersand or something like that. So, little things like that, harmless things that you don't think is a problem up front, but causes catastrophes and take down whole networks later. So you have to start thinking about those things. And that's a totally different mindset.
Yeah, I mean, to add to exactly what Sam's saying, I had one class in college for testing. And I know for a lot of students, even myself at the time, like we took it and was like, writing tests for your code is the most boring thing. I hate writing comments. I hate writing tests. I hate that 30% of my grade on this project is whether or not I wrote enough unit tests. But what I remember my orientation day for my SDET role, and they put a whole bunch of us into a room, everyone's first day or whatever, and they were like, so who here has any experience in testing things? And I was the only person who raised my hand. So I was the only person who had even just a class, like a single half semester class on testing things that they had hired on for this role. And it was just kind of like mind boggling, because like they gave us some exercises to do of like, here's a thing, how would you come up with test cases for it? And I was like, oh, well, okay, so we should write up these big old circles. And I'm writing up all this crap that I remember from my test class. And everyone's like, what are you doing? Like, why are you? I'm like, oh, well, this is the test matrix. And they're like, what? What are you, why would you do that? And like, I definitely do think that, yeah, there's a lot of perception change that could happen just at that point, right? Like, you haven't started your career yet, but like, we're not treating this like it's a thing you can even do or that you would want to do, right?
I'm going to take it a slightly different direction. I think it's a systemic thing in tech where we don't value and we don't hire people based on soft skills or empathy. QA would be a lot better if communication would start a little bit higher up. And even in QA, I've seen people who are professional QA testers that get hung up on like specific localization strings or timestamp issues or weird hacks that you would do as a QA person, and they will completely overlook something simple in a first user experience based on somebody who has never played your game before. I've encountered that a lot in a lot of different like packaged, we're going to do this kind of game, but it's just going to have this kind of skin on it, where they assume the developers, the entire QA team, everybody from the head down will assume that this is how your market looks and this is who's going to be coming into it and this is the knowledge set that they'll have going into it. And a lot of the really big bugs that come into it are just a matter of people not asking who else is looking at it or like what kind of personalities. So I think just having a little bit of empathy and a little bit more diversity in your trying to aim for a little more inclusiveness would make it a lot better for a lot of QAs and the development company as a whole.
Well, thank you all for your thoughts on that. I'd like to jump into your thoughts on QA as a career. And we kind of touched on that a little bit. I think Sam has been in QA the longest of everybody, so we can go ahead and start there. So what are your thoughts on QA as a career?
I think it's a beautiful career. I actually switched to dev and then came back to QA. I felt like I had more problems or had to be more creative as QA. I had my better experiences and felt more creative doing QA work. What is also interesting in the industry now, in tech industry, I haven't seen it in gaming yet, but I'm still very much a baby in gaming. They're starting to have devs do testing as well, right? Their own testing. And there's a large backlash against it, right? Like devs are not really pure devs are not really happy about it. While SDATs are like, hey, I've been doing this all along. Like, great, welcome to my world. You know? So it's also, so I hope schools will start to invest more into quality assurance and showing that there is a path into it. That, you know, just being a great dev doesn't necessarily make you a good QA, but I think as Melissa pointed out also, you know, there's a mindset behind it. There's having empathy, there's ability to think, yeah, I know how I feel about this and I know what we're saying, but is that true? Like, what are the numbers? And a lot of QA are starting to head into data science as well, because those numbers help drive what they're actually saying, right? And there's the proof, there's the quality, and hold the quality bar and help make more intelligent decisions. So I find that QA is more expansive in what you're doing. You're a little more holistic in essence. So there's many paths you can do starting out in QA.
Cool. Well, thank you. Jessica or Melissa, would you like to elaborate on that? Thoughts on QA as a career?
I can elaborate. I think what's usually missing from that decision point is knowing what the real difference is, because it is a very different mindset. There is, if you're more very specifically analytical and you're very good with numbers and logic problems, I think developer is probably more along your path. But if you're more along the lines of I'm not sure exactly, like there's a very different way to think about a piece of code in terms of, does it do exactly the thing I want it to do versus what are the ways this could go wrong? And like, I've seen it before because I've interviewed developers for SDET positions before. And you know, you ask them, hey, write code that will do X, Y, and Z. And they do it really fast and it's great and it works. And then you're like, okay, now come up with test cases for this. And they're like, well, you know, I would test the highest possible number and the lowest possible number. And it's like, okay, that's great. But what about 5? And they're like, why would I test 5? And I'm like, well, it does different stuff in your code for 5 or 4. Those are different test cases, right? Like so it's kind of more of like a mapping problem, I guess. I'm not exactly sure what the right word to put to it is, but it is a very different thought process, right? So you're solving different puzzles, right? One of them is just like get to the answer as fast as possible, and one of them is like, how many different ways can I do this thing? Like if you've ever watched like, you know, a speed run of like a game or something like that, the things that they're doing in that are the things that they find. That's a QA mindset. That's like, can I push my face into this exact corner of this wall and get through to the other end, right? Which is not, the developer's like, I made the wall is there, I push my face up against it, in general, it's there, right? And then the QA is just like, but there's this pixel. Like, that's kind of the deal, right? So there isn't a right answer between one or the other, but there's probably one that you will like significantly more, or that fits the way that your mind works, because they are really different.
Yeah, I think QA in itself is kind of a broad and beautiful discipline in that there is no one way to describe what it is. There's no one set of expectations out of it. So it's kind of unfair to say I did QA as a career, because it's going to change depending on what project you're with, what group you're with, what team you're on, what kind of software you're doing, what kind of level you're at. It can be everything from I want to take the toaster apart and put it back together and make it do toast again, to I want to take it apart and then it's going to be it's going to sync up with Alexa when I'm done with it, or it's going to turn into a Nerf gun. Like you can do all sorts of things as QA, and there's really no limitation. You can be a sound QA, you can be a client QA, you can be the playtest experience, you can be the speedrunner QA. There are many different facets and disciplines of QA. And
you can be a PM too.
You can be a what?
You could be a PM.
You could be a project manager. You could, yeah. There's my favorites are like the QA people who end up going into like speedrunning. Yeah, they'll go in and they'll be like, I'm going to go do the videos for marketing because I know exactly how to do this in under 3 minutes without cutting the footage. And I'm going to do, and it's just like, all right, you just went completely into like film production in your brand of QA. Like, is that what you want to do? Is that, so it's very interesting. And I think QA touches so many different pieces that it can be seen as an entry-level gateway into the industry. But realize if you're getting into QA is going to be its own discipline. And if what you really want to do is production, or if you really want to be a dev, don't spend time in QA. Like go pursue that. That's going to do more value to you to go work on an art portfolio and then apply for art positions than it will be to spend time in QA and learn all the QA pieces and then have a QA resume that is going to be looked at as QA when you want to go do a different position. So QA is just fascinating as the type of personality that wants to go in and take apart the puzzle and then sort the pieces by shape and color or edges first, or it's going to be the sorting personality that likes to go through and document things and see how things break, versus the other pieces that may be more creative, trying to draw things or art things or trying to code things or trying to come up with more efficient ways to do things. So it's just figure out what you're looking for before you decide that that's the career that you want, or that's going to be the gateway that you're trying to get into.
And my last comment, if you like breaking things and understanding how it works and you still want to code and create, you can do that. You can create frameworks for people to automate tests. Nothing best to see that you're sitting back, you press a button and you get to test all these things and make the UI go crazy and do all sorts of stuff. And you can actually find bugs that you wouldn't normally find by somebody just human clicking.
So I think this is the first time we've sort of touched on QA not just being a stepping stone. And it sounds like from what Melissa just said that there are plenty of tracks and paths you can go on within it, and all of them sound very well-rounded. Is that something you found, Sam, in your long career?
I am very well-rounded. I started out tracking bugs, just opening bugs. And then when I started doing is looking at the bugs in a spreadsheet, and I'm like, hey, this one particular area seems to have a lot of bugs of this level. What's wrong with this code here? And then I started learning devs. Certain devs have certain flaws that they tend to put in code. And so once you know somebody wrote some code, then you can I know exactly where to go to find the most egregious bugs that we would care about. And then I worked with partners that helped show them how to use some of the APIs that I was testing, because I had the most knowledge base of it. It helped them fix their errors or, work around bugs we had until we fixed them and stuff like that. So you do get to be very well-rounded. You can have a plethora of things that you find interesting. You can almost make QA what you want it. It just depends on how much you really want to drive. You can find, because what happens is sometimes in some positions I've had, I ended up picking all the things up that I knew were important, but nobody wanted to do. Right. And I added value and quality and increased quality through applying those things and showing that these metrics or the stuff I'm doing is actually important and makes for a better product. So yeah, you get a lot more flexibility. You're not just sitting there doing code all the time. You can do code for periods, and you can go and run data sheets and models for the longest time, right? And you can learn a lot of different things. So I would say it's probably one of the more well-rounded industries. And like I also say, you be a PM. I actually drove a dev team through the bugs I opened, or showing them these are the most impactful bugs that are impact users, and we'll get better quality from doing this.
Any other thoughts on that? Or shall we move on?
Sure, I can add to that. Because yeah, what Sam's saying is very true. Like my title in general hasn't been too different over time, but like there was a portion of time at Microsoft where I was doing data science. I was building graphs for them when they started taking a lot of telemetry and showing them like, here's where most of our null reference exceptions and stuff like that. So I wasn't testing so much as just like grabbing data and being like, I don't have to test this, but the data shows you that this is a big chunk of our pie. And then like, I think at Starbucks, like I wrote at least a handful of different tools that we would just use for testing to make testing easier for ourselves and for our manual QA. I think they still use those tools. Like it was something that I just built because people were pinging me a lot saying, hey, I need coupons on this account. And I'm like, I don't want to keep doing this every time. Like, so I'm just going to write you this tool and you let me know if it breaks and I will fix it. But here you go, right? And it was something like that the devs weren't going to have time to do, but I did, right? I also had like a side project where I was showing, I ended up doing like this model of the Earth, showing like our basically our incoming orders via our mobile app, like over time. And so it would show these little graphs on like the globe as it like over time, and they'd grow in Europe, and then you'd see them go down and then go up in America and stuff. Like, is like most people would be like, that's not testing anything, right? Like, what did you gain from that? And it's like, well, we gained knowledge, right? We know that at this time, like this is where, you know, we're seeing big spikes in errors at 4 a.m. What's active in 4 a.m. Europe, like stuff like that, right? Things that like, if someone had asked me, hey, you think you're going to do some 3D modeling? I was like, no, I did anyways, right? So there's definitely been a lot of opportunity for just weird gimmicky projects because like you just touch so many things. You know how to get this data, you know where it is, like all this kind of stuff. So there's a lot of variety basically up for grabs in that kind of career track.
Well, thank you all for the awesome thoughts on that. So lastly, I think I'd like to hear all of your thoughts on where you see quality assurance as a whole in 5 to 10 years. And that can be your career, the entire industry, etc. I'll let you go for it. Melissa, why don't we start with you this time?
I think quality assurance will probably be a little more technical as we go on. I think it's going to turn into more automation testing. It needs to have more soft skills in people actually sitting down and playing the games, and that's kind of where we're at in the gaming industry now. It's a lot of hands-on ad hoc testing from people, but there are so many different scenarios that happen that it needs to have more automation skills, there's a lot of room to grow. There's the industry is growing, the technology is growing. We're seeing just leaps and bounds in different technological advances, and trying to make sure that that's a good experience for everyone is going to be a continuously evolving creature. So that's going to be something that, you know, if you have the opportunity to learn, continue to learn, pick up new skills that you wouldn't normally pick up, because they will surprise you. You know, I didn't think mobile testing would ever be my thing, because who would have a phone? Why would you be using Google on your cell phone? And now I do mobile game dev. So there's that, and then you start looking at weird things as a QA tester. I keep looking at like fitness trackers, and I'm like, how would you test that? How would you look at that? And that turns into like conversations about how did that come about? Where is that going? So you can definitely just continue to learn, and it will definitely surprise me within next year, let alone 5 years to 10 years. I would like to see it turn into a little more of an inclusive environment where you're brought in higher up in the engineering field, so that considerations for users and end users are a little more considered before it gets down to being QA, having to throw everything at the wall and see what happens and what needs to be considered.
Jessica, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I pretty much agree, or rather, like, that's kind of where I hope things are going to go. I do think that a lot of places have been struggling to be convinced that things like automation are a worthy thing to invest in. I totally understand that it does take a lot of time and resources to get going, but like the time save, once it's there, is just astronomical. Like, if you don't have to have someone verify every time that login works, and they don't have to spend their time doing that anymore, because a computer can do it at 3 a.m. instead, like that's huge time save for everybody. So those are definitely the things I want to see. I also definitely agree on, like, I think you'll hear, if you start studying software in any way, shape, or form, you'll start hearing about different development cycle types. And the one that you'll hear as the big no-no is waterfall, which is where you plan something, you develop it, and then literally the last thing you do is test it. And then you ship it out the door. And even though it's a big no-no, everybody does it. So I really hope that, like, as an industry, we're really pushing to get more into like the continuous development cycle, which is more of like I make a very small change as a developer, and then QA gets it pretty much immediately and is like, yeah, that change did what you want it to, instead of being like, big feature, you don't see that big feature until it's done. And then we hand you that big feature, and then you go, I don't even know how to work with this. Like, how many things does this touch? I don't know, because it's huge. Like, if you only gave me this chunk of it at first, I could fully vet that in a day and be like, it's good, but now that it's part of this whole thing, like, like, oh gosh, no, I don't like that. So these are the things that, like, are definitely have been talked about for a while. I remember, again, like, so school was almost a decade ago now. So, like, I remember that being what I was told in school, and then I'm still kind of like, I thought you said this was going to happen. Like, I'm just, so, like, these are definitely more of like, I do think we are still making steps in that direction as an industry. I just hope that we continue to, and that, you know, incremental improvements over time, continuous development of development, basically, is where we're kind of going.
Sam, I think we have time for a quick thought from you, if you'd like to expand on that at all.
Quick thought for me, coming from non-gaming, I think they have a large value for QA because of there's a sense of automation, and a lot of the OSs have automation built into it, or the ability to automate. There's a sense that QA can move a lot faster, and then we get trapped up in areas like Jessica was saying, that they give you something at the last minute that's rather large with no details about it. And then you're supposed to test it and be like, well, you can use automation. Well, it still takes time to think about it and make sure you cover things. So I hope the planning part gets better, and there's more respect for QA in the planning part, knowing that quality does matter, not just saying it, but actually showing it through making sure there's time for it. Also, moving into gaming, I think gaming will expand as it starts doing automation. There's a few frameworks I'm seeing, and this will be my first foray into automating games on a mobile device. So I have a lot of brains I can come with, but it's still a different beast. So I think that there will be growth there in automation and advancement in gaming QA as more and more people come from a tech industry and start thinking about stuff like people like me. More and more come over and bring over ideas, but then also curve it with, okay, we have gaming and we may be 10 light years behind right now, but with people thinking about the problem, it will actually advance and move forward.
Cool. Well, last question for all of you. If folks would like to find you on social media, how can they do that? Feel free to pass if you'd like.
I will say that I just don't social media. So good luck finding me there, I guess.
Melissa?
You can get a hold of me on Twitter at VirusQ, VIRUSQ. That is my personal Twitter, so it is full of anime and video games, but occasionally I will drop something about the industry.
Sam?
If you're looking for me, good old-fashioned LinkedIn. Sam G. Harrell on LinkedIn is where you can find me, and it's pretty much boring, but I'm willing to talk to anybody. So if you message me, I'll, give advice, talk, point you in the right direction of people that I know and stuff like that.
All right. And like Jessica, I also do not social media. So I wanted to thank all three of you for talking and giving us some really great advice and insight on QA as a whole. We'll be hosting a Q&A session in Discord, and the link will be provided shortly. So thanks everybody for joining, and we'll talk to you next time.
Hi, my name is Morgan Cross, co-founder of the video game company Alderaan Games, based in Victoria, Australia. Please join me for a 3-minute pitch on our upcoming game, Path of Titans. Grab a PAX online demo key now at pathoftitans.com/PAX online. Enter the Mesozoic era and play as one of 18+ species to explore, survive, and thrive in our MMO sandbox world. Path of Titans will be both single-player and multiplayer, weaving together quests and abilities to enrich the interactions with both NPC dinosaurs and live players on our up to 200-player servers. Play on any internet-connected screen at any time with a single unified account that allows seamless transition between Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and in the near future, console and cloud gaming services. Now let's jump into the demo and I'll show off our hard work. Here is our character creation screen where you can create multiple dinosaurs for the official MMO questing game mode and additional dinosaurs for private single-player and multiplayer servers. As a private host, you will have the option of hosting your own servers or renting them through our server partners. The PAX online demo comes with access to 5 unique dinosaurs with 3 different variations per dino and customizable skins with thousands of possible color variations. A total of 30 unique dinosaurs are planned for the full game. You'll enter the world of Pandura, our first full 64 square kilometer map representing the Jurassic Morrison Formation in Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. This world is full of lakes, streams, mountain ranges, caves and other hiding places, natural resources to discover, and in the near future, AI NPC dinosaurs and critters to excite the inner dinosaur fan in us all. Path of Titans is cross-platform, cross-party, and cross-play with both keyboard and mouse and controller support on all platforms. With up to 200 players per server, our extensive emote system and cross-platform voice chat will make socializing with other players a breeze, allowing you to easily join herds and packs to take on quests together. We've also built in our own Waystone mechanic, which allows people to bring their friends to them upon rejoining servers, letting you hop straight into the action. Interactions within the world will fulfill the circle of life, from building a nest and raising offspring to claiming home caves and grouping up for either herbivore migrations or predator hunting packs. The game will extend beyond the terrestrial, with swimming, gliding, and flying species joining the fray in 2021. Path of Titans is a true sandbox, allowing you to freely jump between all 30 species and explore each of their unique abilities, combat maneuvers, and quests. You can also simply enjoy hours of unstructured play as a dinosaur adventures across both the official and modding community maps. For more info and instant access to our demo for our PAX Online virtual booth, head over to pathoftitans.com. You can also find all of our social media links there as well. And a special thanks to Creative Victoria and the PAX team for the support.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp here from Atomic Mass Games, makers of Marvel Crisis Protocol. And we're going to do a little painting, hang out with you here and enjoy PAX Online. So one of the things I love about painting miniatures is putting a little glow on them, and get a lot of questions about that. So we're going to talk about how to add a little glow to your miniature to make it pop on the tabletop. So let's just go ahead and get started and see what we can come up with here. Switch it over to my handy cam, and I've got Ultron. And I thought it would be kind of cool. I'm gonna do like blue glow on him. And you can use the same sort of process that I'm gonna do for blue with pretty much any color you want. What I do is I paint an off-white. Now I don't use a pure white. I use like a very yellow. And then the color of my choice, I thin down with a little bit of water, and I just carefully paint over the off-white. Now what the off-white does is it kind of gives a nice light foundation to work from for your glows. Now if I want this to be hot red glow, I'd use like yellow at this stage. I would put a yellow in there, and then I'll talk about each step as we go along. I'm gonna let this dry. All right, once that's dry, I'm gonna switch to an ink. Now inks are very thin, very highly pigmented paints, and I'm gonna use a turquoise. And if I was doing, say I was doing hot fire, this is where I'd add my reds. If I was doing green, I'd probably start with a yellow and then add like a really dark green. Purple, I'd probably start with pink and then go with the purple ink. Like I said, any color you want, you can use the same philosophy. Kind of paint the base white, add a light color that's kind of your main body color, then add a dark ink. I'm going to put a little bit of my base blue. This is a very light blue, nice soft blue. But I'm going to put a little bit of that white in there. I'm going to sharpen my brush. I sharpen my brush by just twisting it. Just put a little line right where we want the glow to really read. Very quick, very simple. Just to give that heat, because things radiate heat from the center. The low point. And the hotter it gets, the whiter it gets. Just reframe it just like that. Now we got a nice, simple, quick glow on our ultra. So remember, you can use that technique, you can use that same philosophy on any type of glow you want. You can do red glow, yellow glow, green glows are always fun to do. I like a good green glow, and blue glows. Just lay down a nice white foundation, put in your main color, use a little ink. Might be something new to you, but it's a really fun thing to play with. Really pigmented, real powerful. And do the dark outline, and just put that little bit of hotness right back in the center. So I hope you found that enjoyable and informative, and keep enjoying PAX, and until next time, we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you. Manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
Hi, my name is Morgan Cross, co-founder of the video game company Alderaan Games, based in Victoria, Australia. Please join me for a 3-minute pitch on our upcoming game, Path of Titans. Grab a PAX online demo key now at pathoftitans.com/PAX online. Enter the Mesozoic era and play as one of 18+ species to explore, survive, and thrive in our MMO sandbox world. Path of Titans will be both single-player and multiplayer, weaving together quests and abilities to enrich the interactions with both NPC dinosaurs and live players on our up to 200-player servers. Play on any internet-connected screen at any time with a single unified account that allows seamless transition between Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and in the near future, console and cloud gaming services. Now let's jump into the demo and I'll show off our hard work. Here is our character creation screen where you can create multiple dinosaurs for the official MMO questing game mode and additional dinosaurs for private single-player and multiplayer servers. As a private host, you will have the option of hosting your own servers or renting them through our server partners. The PAX online demo comes with access to 5 unique dinosaurs with 3 different variations per dino and customizable skins with thousands of possible color variations. A total of 30 unique dinosaurs are planned for the full game. You'll enter the world of Pandura, our first full 64 square kilometer map representing the Jurassic Morrison Formation in Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. This world is full of lakes, streams, mountain ranges, caves and other hiding places, natural resources to discover, and in the near future, AI NPC dinosaurs and critters to excite the inner dinosaur fan in us all. Path of Titans is cross-platform, cross-party, and cross-play with both keyboard and mouse and controller support on all platforms. With up to 200 players per server, our extensive emote system and cross-platform voice chat will make socializing with other players a breeze, allowing you to easily join herds and packs to take on quests together. We've also built in our own Waystone mechanic, which allows people to bring their friends to them upon rejoining servers, letting you hop straight into the action. Interactions within the world will fulfill the circle of life, from building a nest and raising offspring to claiming home caves and grouping up for either herbivore migrations or predator hunting packs. The game will extend beyond the terrestrial, with swimming, gliding, and flying species joining the fray in 2021. Path of Titans is a true sandbox, allowing you to freely jump between all 30 species and explore each of their unique abilities, combat maneuvers, and quests. You can also simply enjoy hours of unstructured play as a dinosaur adventures across both the official and modding community maps. For more info and instant access to our demo for our PAX Online virtual booth, head over to pathoftitans.com. You can also find all of our social media links there as well. And a special thanks to Creative Victoria and the PAX team for the support.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp here from Atomic Mass Games, makers of Marvel Crisis Protocol. And we're going to do a little painting, hang out with you here and enjoy PAX Online. So one of the things I love about painting miniatures is putting a little glow on them, and get a lot of questions about that. So we're going to talk about how to add a little glow to your miniature to make it pop on the tabletop. So let's just go ahead and get started and see what we can come up with here. Switch it over to my handy cam, and I've got Ultron. And I thought it would be kind of cool. I want to do like blue glow on him. And you can use the same sort of process that I'm going to do for blue with pretty much any color you want. What I do is I paint an off-white. Now I don't use a pure white. I use like a very yellow. And then the color of my choice, I thin down with a little bit of water. And I just carefully paint over the off-white. Now what the off-white does is it kind of gives a nice light foundation to work from for your glows. Now if I want this to be hot red glow, I'd use like yellow at this stage. I would put a yellow in there, and then I'll talk about each step as we go along. I'm going to let this dry. All right, once that's dry, I'm going to switch to an ink. Now inks are very thin, very highly pigmented paints, and I'm going to use a turquoise. And if I was doing, say I was doing hot fire, this is where I'd add my reds. If I was doing green, I'd probably start with a yellow and then add like a really dark green.
What's up, PAX? I am super excited to be here. My name is Rob Kovacs, and also known as 88-Bit. We are back for round 2. Thank you all who've come back the second time. The first show, we had some audio issues, and PAX has been incredibly understanding and generous to reschedule this concert for right now. And I'm going to play a lot of video game music, all video game music, mostly from the NES era, but I'll mix it up a little bit. So thank you for being here. Sit back, enjoy the concert, grab a drink, whatever you want. And I'm going to start off with a banger. This is Bloody Tears from Castlevania 2. And that's it. Bloody Tears from Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest. Hopefully everything's sounding okay. I'm not getting any notifications that it's not. And it looks okay on my end. So thank you again for being here. That's the first one. Again, I'm going to do a bunch of NES stuff. Everything I'm going to play is all original transcriptions and arrangements. And as far as NES goes, I try to do note for note arrangements. Try to get every note, and then maybe sometimes even add a little bit more to it. Something else fun, just to make things a little more interesting visually. There are 6 Nintendo peripherals or Nintendo accessories scattered about the image. So throughout the concert, see if you can find all 6. All right, the next one I'm going to do is by a composer named David Wise, famous for games like Battletoads, Donkey Kong Country. This is one of his earlier games. This is RC Pro-Am, the whole soundtrack. The whole thing is about a minute and a half, but RC Pro-Am, the whole soundtrack, composed by David Wise. That was it. Short and sweet. All right. So a lot of what I like to do is lesser known games like that one. Although that's a fairly popular NES game. But we all know the Zelda and Mario's and games like that. But there's about 680 some other NES games, not including the Famicom only games, that all have soundtracks and all written by real people. So one game that I'm going to do next is Adventures of Lolo, the shirt that I'm wearing here. And I also wear this the very first time I was ever introduced to the PAX community, which was accompanying an amazing musician and performer named Mega Ran. I jumped on stage with him back in PAX 2019, PAX South, and played the first song with him and was wearing this shirt. So this is my first PAX main stage performance, so I thought I'd wear it again. And of course, I have to play the music. So I'm going to play the whole soundtrack for Adventures of Lolo. If you ever played the game, it is a puzzler, action puzzler, very clever, very fun. But you hear one song the whole game, unless you actually pursue through the whole thing and you get to the end, and then you hear this pretty amazing ending theme that just plays at the end of the game. So here is the whole soundtrack for Adventures of Lolo, especially with the ending theme at the end. is The Adventures of Lolo complete soundtrack. That's a Hal Laboratories game who also made Kirby, and that last song really is a different composer but similar. It has a very Kirby feel to me. All right, the next game is another full soundtrack from a very frustrating game. One of my favorite games as a kid, and I specifically love the music. This is called Marble Madness, composed by Brad Fuller and Hal Cannon. Originally for an arcade cabinet by Atari, and one of the first games to use a DX7 type chip. Really incredible soundtrack. There's no other video game soundtrack like this one. It was also ported to a bunch of different consoles, like the NES, which had a much more limited sound chip. Really only 3 voices you could work with, plus a noise channel, and plus a sample channel that wasn't always used. And the person who had to take the original soundtrack and put it on the NES was also David Wise. So I'm going to play an arrangement based on the NES soundtrack, but takes a little bit from the arcade as well, especially level 5, the Silly Race. If you know that music, my version is mostly based on the arcade original. I hope you enjoy this. This is Marble Madness, the whole soundtrack. There it is, Marble Madness, the whole soundtrack. That 6th level is just so fun, and unfortunately, most people never have even heard it because the game is so hard. All right, I'm going to change it up a little bit. I'm going to do something non-NES, something more modern. So I'm also a composer, and I'm composing a soundtrack for a game that's currently available in early access on Steam. It is a VR game called Straylight. We call it's a VR platformer where you are in space and you kind of propel and fling yourself around space trying to get through this obstacle course. And it's all in VR. It's super fun. A lot of it's space-like, I should say. There's gravity, but you're basically floating around. So no ground, no walls, no motion sickness either, if you're familiar with VR. So I'm going to play you a song from that. The game is called Straylight. This is basically level 2. All the music is all synthesizers. So again, I've arranged my own piece for piano for this concert. So enjoy this. I hope this is level 2 from Straylight. That's it. Again, that's a game called Straylight. You can play that game. There's a free demo. It's on Steam. Just check out StrayLight. Shout out to anyone on the team who's watching right now on PAX. All right, back to some NES stuff. What would a video game concert be without some Final Fantasy? I had a great privilege of playing with a group called Distant Worlds, who does orchestral arrangements of Final Fantasy music, and really fell in love with the music from that experience. So I've been working on arranging the whole soundtrack for Final Fantasy I, the very original, composed, of course, by Nobuo Uematsu. Themes from that very first game are still used in almost all the other Final Fantasies that have come afterwards since. So this is going to be most of the soundtrack for Final Fantasy I. I still have a few more cues to arrange, but most of it is here. So let's get right into it. Final Fantasy I. There you go. That's it. The Final Fantasy soundtrack. Most of it. Of course, composed by Nobuo Uematsu. How are we doing on time? All right. Good. I've got a couple more. Only 2 more left for you. The next one is really what originally started out as this 88-bit project. I just wanted to do Mega Man 2 music. I started with Airman and put a video up that a long time ago, and then was like, all right, I'm gonna do the rest of them. And then they are so hard, so I'm still working on the whole soundtrack for Mega Man 2. But I'm gonna play you selections from Mega Man 2. You'll hear a lot of the intro themes, the stage select, game start, and then we've got Metal Man, Heat Man, Airman, and the boss theme and the ending theme, and then a little bit of the credits. So, okay. Mega Man 2, composed by Takashi Tateishi. Mega Man 2. Again, composed by Takashi Tateishi and a little bit by Manami Matsume. Okay, I've got one more for you. It's just another thank you to PAX for having me perform for you all today. Thank you all for being here. Of course, the 6 NES things. So if you haven't found them, I'm going to point them out. There is Mega Man 2 right here. That was hiding there the whole time. There is a Nintendo controller under my feet right here. There's that down there. Can't really see it, but it's in the the piano part right down there. There is a Game Boy, a gigantic Game Boy right. How do I point to that? Right there. Behind me spinning is I don't know if you can see it very well, but it is an Advantage, an NES Advantage is spinning in there. Behind my head is the Power Glove. And then the last thing, there is a, behind me, right there is the Zapper gun, right in that little cubby hole there. Is that all 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, that's all 6. Thank you for playing along. I don't have a prize, but hope you enjoyed that. Please follow me if you enjoy what I'm doing. Please follow me on social media. You can check me out on Twitter or Instagram at 88bitmusic or my website, 88bitmusic.com. I do have merch if you want to support me in any way and buy some merch at 88bitmusic.com/merch. T-shirts, keychains, and stickers, all featuring my logo here. An NES controller with piano keys in it. And what else? If you really like what I'm doing, I have a Patreon page, which really is the lifeblood of this project. Again, I'm trying to arrange tons of NES games and help shed light on lesser-known NES soundtracks. So you can join the Patreon for as low as $2 a month. You get MP3s of everything I record, sheet music of what I record, all kinds of other bonus perks. Plus, the community's just been great. So again, thank you all for coming and watching. I'm going to hang out in the Discord after this. And okay, the last piece. What would a video game concert be without 2 moments of Final Fantasy? So the last piece I'm going to end up with is another Final Fantasy from Final Fantasy VII, the main theme, of course, again, composed by Nobuo Uematsu. Here we go, Final Fantasy VII, main theme. Thank you all so much for watching. I can't see the chat at the moment, but I assume you're watching. I'm going to jump in the PAX Discord if anyone has any questions in about a few minutes here. So thank you all again so much. Thank you again to PAX. That is my time. Please reach out to me or follow me on any of the social media or on youtube.com/88bit. That's another spot. So thank you again, everyone. I'm going to end the stream. Enjoy.
So hey, wouldn't it be cool to make a game about shadow puppets?
As in like dim lights, paper cutouts, janky movements with rods kind of shadow puppets?
Yeah, it can be about this little girl getting into trouble with all sorts of interesting characters that she meets.
Oh, and she could visit other legendary shadow puppet stories. Go to really cool places like Indonesia, China, and Turkey.
Right. But she'd also need a cool game mechanic to go with that.
Oh, what kind of mechanic?
Well, as shadow puppets, I was thinking about using a light source.
What, as in to light your way around?
Yeah, but more than that. See, the shadows are physical platforms.
Oh, you mean like I can walk on them and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. The light cast shadows, which are physical platforms which you can use to solve puzzles and traverse the world.
And she would only use this newfound power to do good deeds.
Yeah, not a troublesome child at all.
Well, it sounds cool. I'd like to check it out.
Yeah, me too. I hope other people think this is a cool and unique idea.
When would I get to see it?
It'd be later this month, September 29th.
Evelyn, I keep running out of HP. How do I keep my health up? From Unconscious in the Underdark. Unconscious, thank you so much for your question. I'm so happy to try to help. I've really been working on my mentorship skills now that I'm taking care of the new C-Team recruits. But I have to admit, I wasn't sure what HP was. I asked my totally platonic friend Paulton what HP was, and he laughed at me, but he said it has something to do with, like, not dying? So I assume it means happy and healthy peace feelings. Well, I definitely have lots of those because I am a servant of the Morning Lord, Lathander. Have you heard about Lathander? If not, let me know because I would love to tell you about him. But anyway, you said you keep running out of HP. Well, I can't honestly say that's something that happens too much to me as a 12th level paladin. Well, theoretically, if it was hard for me to keep my happy, healthy PCs up, I would probably invest time in some good, old-fashioned adventurer self-care. Having sworn the oath of the ancients myself, I like to go looking for rejuvenation in nature, especially in the morning. Oh, when was the last time you watched a sunrise? Oh, that's what you need for sure. The sunset this morning was amazing. The Morning Lord really outdid himself. I mean, if that's even possible. Which it isn't, but just every morning I think it is because it's so gosh darn beautiful. And okay, yeah, but the sunset this morning was amazing. Oh, but you know how love is like a flower, like a sunflower. Oh, one time my professional acquaintance and pen pal Omen once sent me a pressed sunflower in a letter, and I thought about how love, like sunflowers, always bears fruit or seeds. And from those seeds grows new life, and new life is just like the dawn, like Lathander, the Morning Lord. Isn't that amazing? Everything comes back to Lathander. Lathander.
Experience the essence of role-playing by being a game detective in a cyberpunk world.
Hello, my name is Krzysztof Wojdyła and I am a PR specialist at Unsure Studios. I would love to share more details about our game, Game Deck. Game Deck is a single-player, non-combat, cyberpunk isometric RPG based on a book series under the same name, written by Marcin Przybyłek. As a private detective, Game Deck, players are solving crimes committed inside virtual worlds. Every decision player makes will have consequences, alter the character traits, and impact the game's course. We are currently knee-deep in production, and a lot can change before the game's release. We are using Unreal Engine 4, and the scheduled release window is Q4 2020. We've recently announced the Nintendo Switch version of the game coming in 2021. Game Deck emulates the nature of tabletop RPG by focusing on multiple, choice-dependent character building scenarios. The game adapts to the player playstyle. We want to celebrate the creativity and individuality of our players and offer them as many options for each quest as possible, as well as use those in-game decisions to engineer the character of the player's avatar. Let's take a quick look at the game setting. Once again, our primary reference is a game deck verse, the word created by Marcin Przybyłek in Warsaw City, the 22nd century. The world natural environment has mutated and become hostile to humanity, and humans are forced to live in the cities fortified from an aggressive ecosystem outside. But in the fight for resources, the trapped population is divided into the haves or have-nots. Many chose to escape into Virtualia, virtual games that enable them to forget the world's horrors and fulfill their fantasies, however dark they may be. The idea of virtual worlds in game deck allows us to create various settings for our cases. For example, players will explore the recreation of the Wild West farm stylized as a free-to-play game called Harvest Time, or a dark and kinky world filled with intrigues and not entirely appropriate activities, twisted and perverted. Thanks to our successful Kickstarter campaign, we will add the world based on a 7 The Days Long Gone game made by Fool's Theory and AMGN Pro, or a Cthulhu Virtualium based on Lovecraft's novels. So, how the gameplay look like? As you can see in the video, the player gets a case to solve and heads to virtual reality using couches. Inside the game, the player needs to interact with NPCs and other player characters to interrogate them and gather information. Exploration is a huge part of game deck. Clues can be found anywhere in the game world. Access to a dialogue option depends on the player's previous choices and acquired knowledge. The Codex is a holistic map that links NPCs, companies, locations, and other case-relevant objects. It contains a deduction field mechanic where a player can unscramble facts and evidence to conclude a case. An essential part of a deduction in game deck is the absence of a fail state. Instead, case revelations present moral dilemmas. Players can base their conclusions on personal ethics, lawful integrity, or a sense of poetic justice. A game deck will remain neutral to their choice. However, the character within it will respond to the player decisions according to their own ethical and personal beliefs. The character will be crafted through a series of questions at the beginning of the game. It will allow the game to choose the most relevant aspects and backgrounds for a character. Those will have an influence on the early steps of your investigations but are not set in stone. Players will be able to choose their own playstyle and further define the detective using aspects and professions. It's entirely up to you how the story will unfold. Remember, you are the sum of your choices.
Get some!
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for The Art of Motion, Performing and Acting for Games and Film. We're so happy that you could join us, and we hope that this panel is beneficial to you because we are all happy to have you here. So before we get started, let's meet our awesome panelists. So I'm going to be the moderator for your panel. My name is Carmen Aspernes. I'm a game writer, and I'm going to toss it to Marta.
Oh, hi. First one up. Hi, everyone. I'm Marta Svitek. I'm an actress. I also work in visual effects when I'm not acting. So I kind of live both behind the computer and kind of in front of the camera. So it's always a fun time. That's me. Who's next? Tom?
Hi, I'm Tom Keegan. I am a performance director. I've been working in the field since 1998 in games specifically. I've done many narrative games. I do the Wolfenstein games. I've done several Star Wars games, Resident Evil 2 and others, and love working with performers.
Awesome. Bobby?
Hey, I'm Bobby, animation director and animation and cinematic director at Insomniac Games. We did Spider-Man for PS4, and it was pretty fun, and people like it. So, I don't know.
Awesome. Zushi?
Hi guys, I'm Zsuzsanna Rácz. I'm from Hungary, and I'm a mocap performer and an actress in Hungary, and I also mocap first assistant in Geek Pictures. And we've done a lot of stuff, and for example, you can recognize me from the Witcher Night to Remember trailer because I played that Brusa in it. And that's all for now.
Awesome. Nosh?
Hey everybody, I'm Noshir. You can call me Nosh. I'm an actor who happens to do a lot of performance capture and voiceover work in video games. Glad to be here.
And Mark?
Hi, I'm Mark Moriso. I've got a lot of experience doing motion capture from the technical side as an animator and motion editor on different game projects. And I've worked with a few guys on this panel here before. And, you know, I'm just interested in trying to translate a performer's performance onto a character's body.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for being here. So our first question is, how did you all get started and find a way into performance capture / video games? So why don't we throw this one to Tom first?
I was the in-house performance director at Vivendi Games in the early 2000s, and we had a license for American Idol, but as a dance game. And so the company said, oh, we need to hire a choreographer and we need to have bits of dance put together that a player can add on. And I had a background in movement and dance, and I knew some choreographers. And they said, okay, we're going to do this thing called motion capture. So go down to House of Moves. And I went to do the recording, and I got in there, and my background is in theater and movement and acting and stage, and doing it, I just said, oh my God, this is for me. This is for me. So I do a lot of voiceover in games as well, but I've been specializing in performance capture.
Awesome. What about you, Mark? How did you get started?
I went to school for 3D animation. I thought I wanted to be like a 3D animator for video games. And I got a project where I had to do a lot of animation, and then someone just kind of threw out the word motion capture, and I said, "What's that?" And I ended up just kind of figuring out motion capture technology because there was a stage nearby that allowed me to come and just train on there, and actually had to teach myself a lot of things because there weren't any classes or anything for that at the time. And at one point I just said, you know what, I want to do this for a living. And so I actually reached out to a company that did like previs and motion capture as a service out here in Los Angeles. And I just said, I kind of just said, I want to work there and you're going to let me work there. And they said, okay. And so I flew out and started working on my first project, which was Resident Evil 6, right on set, on stage. And it was fantastic. So my story is a little weird and lucky. It's not the same route that a lot of people end up taking.
That's awesome. What about you, Susanna?
Yeah, so the first job, it was the crew, and they called me for a casting, but I didn't know what was the job exactly, because that time I didn't know what motion capture was it. So yeah, and they chose me for all three characters in the cutscenes, and after that they started to call me also at Digic Pictures to work. So from then, it was 8 years ago, from then I work for them mostly.
That's really cool. What about you, Bobby?
It was 20 years ago, going into, the PlayStation 2 was going to come out, and I was hired to work on a sports game called Knockout Kings. And I'm not sporty, not really into sports. But I was a young animator, and the lead animator there at the time was this guy, Jason Greenberg, who is a director at Infinity Ward now. And he brought me to a mocap stage, and there was a professional boxer there, and back then we would get in the suits a lot, so we would pretend to be his trainer. And this guy gave us a whole suite of like boxing moves, and I basically started being trained on how to make gameplay with motion capture. And then that turned into making narrative sequences and cinematography, and over the last 20 years we really tried to get better at doing that. So yeah, just kind of one thing led to the next.
That's incredible. Noosh, how about you?
Well, I started in New York with theater, came out to LA for TV and film, and I booked a guest star on a Disney XD show that required that my role be a martial artist. So I got to do all my own combat and stunts, and the stunt coordinator was like, "Hey, do you want to be a stunt guy?" And I was like, "No, I am not. I am not cool enough to be a stunt guy, but I'm an avid gamer, and I'd love to get into motion capture because I know that's a thing." And he introduced me to a friend of his. So the stunt coordinator was Mitch Gould, and he introduced me to Dan Southworth, who ended up bringing me in kind of last minute to do combat stuff for a project that would turn out to be the Order 1886. And from that, I got to meet Jackie Shriver, now Jackie Sladek, and she was kind enough to kind of just bring me in for all kinds of other projects, and that led to PCAP work and eventually to voiceover and all that stuff. So I've been very fortunate.
How about you, Marta?
Can you hear me okay? Yeah, okay. It was really random. Basically, I was working for a startup. I didn't go to drama school or anything like that. I went to business school. And I was working for a startup here in London, and we would get about £100 a month to spend on any kind of course. This was like a little personal development budget that they would have, because that's so, fashionable with tech startups next to the bean bags. But yeah, so I was like, well, I've just gotten back into acting. I was part of a bunch of immersive theater productions. My zombie game was on point. And I was also really, I've always been a gamer. And so I was like, oh, maybe I can learn a little bit more about, motion capture. I was aware that it was a thing. So I Googled, I found an introduction to motion capture course, and I went to try it out. It was only one day. And I was like, oh my God, this is it. I love this. And I got into it, I think just through sheer determination and everything, just absorbing everything to do with the medium, with performing for it. It wasn't like one of those things where I just got the role and then continued. It was a much slower burn, but enjoy the journey.
Yeah, varied experience all across the board. Thank you all so much for sharing that. So our next question is, what inspired you to become a performance capture performer? Susanna, do you want to start?
Well, I think it's not a really great question for me, because I didn't know what motion capture was. So I think I skipped this question because, from now on I do this, and before that I didn't know what was it. So yeah, I skip.
How about you, Nosh?
Well, I've always been an avid gamer, and I think one of the first games I remember seeing where it was clearly performance capture was Star Wars Force Unleashed, and I just thought that was such a cool thing, and the idea that you can, play like essentially all the games that we'd play as children and get paid for it and get to run around in a Lycra onesie was just like the most crazy thing I'd ever heard of. I didn't start off as an actor, and I kind of came into acting by accident, but that was kind of the perfect blend for me of combining my love for games with my love for theater. Because essentially I found that performance capture was a really expensive high-tech version of black box theater. And I've kind of been doing it ever since, so.
Except that it pays.
Exactly.
That is a nice bonus. So our next question is leaning more towards the business side of things. Do you need to live in a specific city or specific cities to do performance capture? Mark, do you want to start?
So it's very obvious that there are hubs in which this kind of work takes place, and specifically pre-COVID time period. So you got California, Vancouver. There are some budding areas up north in the Washington area, Chicago, New York, and some in Florida with some of the bigger game studios with for like professional sports and stuff like that. But now, post-COVID, now people are looking at solutions and doing this anywhere. So now you have a lot more mocap and performance capture setups that are smaller, more mobile, and that's becoming more of a priority just to different developers and different individual groups. So now it's not, and of course there's London and Centroid and all these other places.
Montreal.
Montreal. I've never been to Montreal. So yeah, there's mocap performance captures happening a lot more places now than there ever had been prior to COVID. COVID's really forced people to just say, you know what, maybe we can't go to LA or we can't go to Vancouver, Montreal, wherever else. So I'm seeing a lot more versatility and location now than ever before.
I would like to add add to that answer, which is even pre-COVID, the cities where they do motion capture don't necessarily purely correspond to cities that are big film and TV hubs. There are actually motion capture studios in various places that don't necessarily have a big film industry. So it's worth doing your research for where the studios actually are. Post-COVID, I happen through work to also have one of the inertial suits, and it's so varied now that I've actually done some work in this room. In one of those, an inertial suit basically has sensors in it. It's powered, doesn't need the cameras around it. But it's literally anywhere it'll work these days to keep the projects moving.
Awesome, thank you. Our next question is, how do you get a performance capture audition? How about Tom? Would you like to start?
Yeah, I work with casting directors normally who set most of it up for me, although I sometimes add people in that I know, voice over agents also, but generally I work with a casting director named Emily Schweber and another Lisa Zambetti, and they'll put it out on something called Breakdown, which is the normal kind of casting route here in Los Angeles, and the main ones, Los Angeles, New York. In London, I've done a lot of auditions in London. It's through agents also. Spotlight. I worked with Dan Hubbard over there and Amy Hubbard. Generally, the more high-profile projects want really better actors. So, people always ask me what is the main thing I should study for, and I'm sure we can get into this more, but it really depends on what kind of performance capture actor you are. For what I do mostly, number one is your acting. So I always encourage people, really work on your acting. Number two is usually the voice, then motion, along with that, of course, your physicality. But there are other, kinds of motion capture jobs as well: creatures, stunts, pure movement, walk cycles, things like that. So, it really depends on what your specialty is, what kind of roles you're going for, where you get auditions. If there's a motion capture studio, like Marta said, in small cities outside of major hubs where there are game studios, a lot of times that game company may hire local actors, local movement people, local stunt people for motion capture work. So it's really making an alliance, getting a contact with whoever at that studio is responsible for bringing in talent and booking talent.
Awesome, thank you. And that kind of leads into our next question, which is, are there performance capture specific demos? So in other words, is there a specific demo you should have to be a performance capture artist? What about Bobby? Would you want to take that one?
It's kind of how just Tom described it. For more stunt related stuff, you kind of got to look at what kind of game you're making, and what you're going to hope for is to see a stunt person and actor, because they kind of have to do both things on a day, that has that skill set or can fake it well on the spot. We've been doing it for a long time, so we have a list of wonderful people like Nashir that you can count on to solve these problems with you in a day. Sometimes we end up, looking at reels. Sometimes we go through YouTube. Honestly, if there's some really specific thing, we found someone who's doing it in their backyard for some reason. We're interested.
Like parkour, that's a good one.
But usually it's a stable of people that are working in this industry. At this point, they've been on a lot of games. They have a lot of experience. They have a reputation. We do have casting directors, and we'll take a long shot on someone making phone vids of themselves doing something rad, like if we happen to see them and it works out. So it's really kind of it can go either way, but it usually goes with, I'm gonna hire Nashir.
Nashir, do you want to speak a bit about what you put in a performance capture demo?
I'm happy to, and I hope I don't speak out of turn or upset anybody with what I'm about to say. First of all, I don't have a PCAP demo, and I've found that a lot of places kind of market this idea of like, we'll build you a PCAP demo where you run around in your Lycra onesie and assassinate people from behind and do all these ninja rolls and stuff. and all of that is great. And like Bobby and Tom have said, there are specific types of performance where it is purely a physical thing. Can you defy gravity or can you not? However, I have found that I'm going to speak as a performance actor versus a stuntman. I'm glad that I'm an actor who can move, but I think, without like stroking my ego too much, I think one of the reasons that I've managed to work as much as I have is because even if I am doing combat or movement-based stuff, I'm bringing character and emotion to what I'm doing. I'm not just running around trying to show my physical badassery. So to that end, what I've found in speaking to a lot of video game casting directors is it's not so important that there be a reel of you running around in a mocap suit. What is important is, do you have a reel showing that you can act? Like, can you connect with the viewer and make them feel something? Can you feel something and in your performance bring that across the screen to me? Because if you can't do that, it really doesn't matter. There are a ton of incredibly talented stunt actors out there who would love to get into motion capture. But I think the reason that there are people like South Austin and these other performers who can do all of it is because they're not only incredible movers, they are very gifted actors. So I would just encourage folks to not put too much onus on the physical side of things, because you've got a whole slew of pro stunt guys who are ready to bend the laws of physics in ways that you didn't even think you could. But no one can be you. And so learning to bring your truest self to your performance and putting that in a demo is going to be, in my estimation, what gets you hired.
I just want to slightly throw a spanner in the works there from a European perspective, simply because I 100% agree with what Nosh just said. That said, in Europe, it's an odd thing because we don't have such a strict delineation between actor and stuntman. And we have this middle ground called SPACT, or special action, which is kind of where also I live. I'm quite a physical actor. I love my swords and lightsabers and fisticuffs and all that kind of stuff. And I love being able to, express that while bringing character to those movements, just like Nosh said. So I do have a performance capture reel, but it's kind of split into, hey, look, first of all, I can act. And then second part is, look, I can also move. The acting is definitely the more important thing. And to be honest, I wouldn't have even brought this reel up because to me it was more of a, hey, I happen to have enough footage from the volume. Let's make something of it. I wasn't out there trying to get it, but I happened to, just last week I was in Paris where I got booked off of my performance capture reel, which was very odd. But they were also looking for somebody who acts and has that, who can act and bring gravity to this character, but also can handle what was actually an intensely physical role. But it was very crucial that there were deep character moments that broke through the physical strain. And believe me, in literally 100 degrees in a suit, there was real strain. But yeah.
That sounds intense.
Yeah, and let me just say, Marta, I agree with everything you're saying, 100%. And yeah, I do have like a movement or action reel that is like my gun work and some of my combat stuff. But like you said, I think the acting is what gets you hired. If there's a specific requirement physically, then that other part of that demo is helpful. But
yeah, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's. Oh, I was just gonna say, in Europe, it kind of just they're still looking for people who can do both. Essentially, it's also because
that's everything. I mean, you need to know a stable of problem solvers, like all people who can do all different kinds of things. And that's one of the things that's wonderful about someone like Nashir is he can we've had him play children, we've had him play old people. He has been boss fights. He has danced like a drunken college student, and he can give that to you. And I tell our production manager Carla, if we're gonna have a big day and I need a lot of people, I mean, that's like, so we need to pack the right Swiss Army knife for the day, you know? So I'll tell her, like, I need all the crayons. I'm going to need all the colors. And so that means I might need some people who are just very physical. Some people who, you know, if they run and flip in the air, they fly. They defy gravity. Like Siri Booker is a great example. Like the kid can fly. You know, and then there might be other things where I need someone to be funny, or I need someone to ad lib like maybe 3-4 hours of civilian stuff. And like, to me, like, I think of Kevin Dorman, like right off the bat, you know, like, man, can that guy just ad lib fun stuff all day long for you? And like, that just makes your job easy when you're like, action, awesome, cut. So that's kind of how you want your day to go. You want it to be, you know, as fun as possible, and you solve the problems together. And communicate. It should be a good time, in my opinion, if you're working with the right people and you can afford to have enough of them there to solve all your problems that day. But yes and yes, and so yeah, sometimes we look at reels. Sometimes you don't need one anymore because you're awesome. It's all good. There's no wrong answers in life. Like, well, there
I think, like what Marta said, is an important note. You rarely get booked right off the reel because there's too much writing on it. You bring in a performer. You want to know, how are they to work with? Are they reliable? And like Bobby said, we pull people that are reliable. We know they're pleasant to work with. They show up on time. You know, it's amazing how that basic stuff really counts. But I think that the reel is a great backup. It shows more of what you can do as a performer. At the end of the day, for a lot of what I do, it's the audition. It comes down, you still have to come in and audition, unless I really know you well, but mostly it's not just one person that gets to decide. Since games is such a team thing, a lot of times you see somebody you like, you want to bring them in, but you have somebody who doesn't know them, and you have to go, hey, look at their reel. I've worked with this woman, I've worked with this guy, you know, and they're an animation director, or they're somebody, or they're facial. And they say, oh, do you have anything with their face on it? Sure, right here. Here's their reel. It's easy to find. It's easy to find them. The actor needs a location. Do they have a website? Are they, you know, is there like an airport where I can find them when I need them and I need to land and I need to have their materials at hand? I think it's very important. And also to the specificity of what you do. What do you mainly want to do? On a lot of really big games, we do not allow principal performers to do any stunts, because if they get hurt, if they twist their ankle, if their calves are sore, and the next day they have to do 7 dramatic scenes, we're screwed, right? And so you are strictly, we oftentimes will have a stunt double doing the scene literally right next to them or behind them in the exact same timing. They're doing the face, the voice, they're even doing the body, and the stunt double, like in Jedi Fallen Order, we had Misty Lee doing the Ninth Sister, and we had TJ Storm standing right behind her. They were like a team of doing things exactly in sync. And TJ is huge and carries himself in a massive way, and Misty's an incredible performer. So it was the mix of those two things happening in real time that was like two performers, two very different skills.
Just a quick note for Nosh. At our company, they mostly work with stunt guys who are wonderful performers also. So, and they are on the top. So we've never found anybody else from any theater or anybody from the film industry, simple actors who were just good at as the stunt guys. So we prefer them. Yeah, so it's a good note.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. That's the good segue into our next question, which is, what is a performance capture audition like? So could you all speak a bit about what actually happens during an audition? Mark, I see you getting excited over there. Could you share a little bit about your insight?
Sure. And so I come from a space. I was working with Jason Greenberg on like the Call of Duty franchises and stuff like that. So our audition process was probably different from, you know, maybe the type of audition process that maybe some other like directors or actors are probably used to. So because Call of Duty is a very established franchise, a very established look, feel, sound, everything, really when we pulled people in for auditions for both Infinite Warfare and Modern Warfare, a lot of this audition was like, okay, how do you carry yourself? Like, because we know all of our characters are going to be just outfitted head to toe with gear and weapons. They're going to be carrying about 40 pounds worth of weapons on them. So in audition, sometimes we stack gear on the performer and then give them replica weapons that would work like the real weapons. And we say, you know, like, hey, just be you. Show us you with all of that gear on, and just look. Give us a presence. You know, like what you think this character is. And it's like, and that was like the first test was hand them a gun and see how they stand. And if that was pretty much, if you can get through that door, then we'll look at the rest of the audition, which involved line work, dialogue, some physicality depending on the character and depending on the game. But we actually had a lot of people doing physical stuff during the auditions, but mostly it had aspects that were very classic. I'll call them classical, like, you know, doing dialogue at a table and things like that. But because we know the brand so well, we had very specific tasks that we wanted to see the actors do, and we wanted to see how they presented themselves as that character when we tasked them with doing that, because they're going to be doing it for 12 hours a day for 2 years straight, and we need to make sure, you know, that they're up for the task and they're the right one for the task. So our casting audition process was similar to that, as opposed to like a table read type of feel thing to it.
Awesome.
We're doing right now. We're doing all of our auditions online on Zoom, which is an interesting challenge. Normally my auditions, we do what's called a slate, where we'll have the performer say their name, and then we'll see them stand in profile, full body shot. Because a lot of times we're looking for very different kinds of body. We might be looking for a very large person, a very tall person, a small person, super fit. You know, it just really depends. And then I'll ask them to do a character walk because number one, the animators want to see, can they actually walk? What is the rig going to look like when put on this frame? And then also I want to see them walk in character. I want to see how they're going to physicalize. I can't tell you how many people blow it right there because they don't take it seriously. They just schlump around. Think about, that's why I say in character, like think about this character. If they're, like Mark said, the military character with a lot of stuff around, they're not going to just kind of like, you know, schlump around back and forth like, oh, just show my body. No. Then usually I'll do 2 scenes with an adjustment, and then a lot of times I will end with an audio test, which is a couple of battle cries, battle shouts, because in performance capture you have all these different departments for a lot of times that you have to satisfy and that are going to look and that are going to weigh in. You have animation, you have narrative, and you have audio, and they have to be satisfied that the performer can handle all of those, particularly if you have a good narrative actor, and they might be even physical, but they're going to have to do a lot of battle shouts in the booth, and they can't do it. They can lose, you know, not get the job for that very reason.
I just wanted to add that during my first audition, I had never been so extremely aware of what my arms are or are not doing. I've never felt so aware. It was really awkward.
Yeah, Tom nailed it. Just, you know, basic motion. If you're doing combat stuff, we want people who have some experience doing that or look natural doing that. Yeah, there's ours for more major parts. They might look just like a Hollywood audition or a theater audition, because you're going to kind of come into the space and use props. Sometimes we'll really look at your base locomotion and your voiceover ability, because as it turns out, I mean, you might be in 4 or 5 scenes in a video game, but you might have 4,000 lines of dialogue that happen over gameplay. And sometimes people forget that once you remove how cute you are from the equation, is your voice great? You know, do people feel what you're doing? And that snags up a lot of people. So we try to do our research and narrow it down. But yeah, people come in and audition, and there's usually two full scenes to do, and then maybe a voiceover test. And that gets us to the process of narrowing it down.
Can I add one thing?
No.
So I've actually also had the chance to be like a reader for some performance capture auditions, and so if it's a live in-person audition, oftentimes as a reader, what I was asked to do is because a lot of these folks are coming from on camera, right? And in on camera, the focal point is set. But in performance capture, that camera can be anywhere. And often that camera is the player, which means that the camera is literally wherever the player deigns to go. So I would do things like in the middle of the scene, be talking about something and take a crouch or walk around, like force the other actor to physically be present, not to force them to do artificial or kind of like hokey things to mocap their audition up, but to see, can you physically engage with me and stay present in the scene, but live in it, you know, in 3 dimensions versus just kind of like planting your feet and delivering your acting exposition. And that ability to find the internal performance reason why you, for example, crouch down next to this person or go look out the window, I think separates the really fantastic performance capture artist from the person who wants to show you that they can do mocap, if that makes sense.
I agree.
Yes. But I wanted to highlight something that both Tom and Bobby said, though, on the vocal part. Obviously, it depends on what you're trying to focus on as a mocap performer. Do you just want to do more in-game animation, locomotion, stunt work, where the face and voice don't really come into play? That's one thing, and that's a whole other set of skills. But if you're doing performance capture, do not underestimate voice, especially in video games. Film, again, could be slightly, but you will never scream as much as you will scream consistently in a video game. And so when you have the time, especially now, I've been dedicating a lot of time to actually training in vocal extremes because I don't speak to as many people. So even I'm more silent than ever. So it's so important for you to get some education to how to push your voice to an extreme, to scream and keep it healthy and safe, and to be able to, like Tom said, you could blow your audition because you're going to those places in such a way that anybody in the room can hear. You're not going to be able to keep that up for 3 days straight.
Incredible insight. Thank you all so much. Our next question is, what is the hardest part for you about your job? Susanna, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. I think, you know, in our studio, it's a little bit different because usually they work with the same 4 people or a little bit more. So for us, the hardest thing is, I think, that we get the lines on the spot. So usually, if it's a longer scene, I mean, with a lot of lines or something, they can send it over to us before the shoot. But if it's just a few sentences and for example 10 sentences, we have to learn it on the spot while they are calibrating us and putting on the markers and stuff like that. So I think, and we also get any info of the character on the spot. So I think for us this is the hardest part to. Because you have to learn quickly, you have to find out how would you like to do the character quickly, how does it work, you have to watch if you can, if you have any info about how the character looks like, you have to try to match your movement to it. And for example, in Hungary, as I see other actors, for them, the hardest part is controlling their body. Because in Hungary, the educational system is not using on stage and on anywhere how to use your body. So you have to really learn to control your hand, as Marta said, and not to do anything like rolling from your one leg to another, and be consistent with it. So yeah, I think this is the hardest part.
Awesome. What about some of the rest of you? How about Mark? What's the hardest part of your job?
Honestly, bro, that answer changes every week, and it's going to change at every job I'm working at. What I can say, when I worked with like Tom on Battlefield 4, the hardest part of my job at that point was just trying to make sure that Tom had all the set pieces that he needed for the sets for the actors to interact with, because we had some pretty extensive set builds just to work those scenes out, and they had to be kind of performance safe, to a degree stunt safe, mocap effective, which means you have to be able to see through it, and Tom needs to be able to tell the actors to do what they need to do. So all those aspects, all those pieces need to be in there. And I just always have these nightmares, these dreams about this car that we had to build. It was so intricate. It was so large. I remember
that car. Yeah,
it's fantastic.
An IKEA stool as the steering wheel.
Yes. And the hardest, I'm never really resentful of the hardest part of my job at any given moment, because for me, kind of like what Bobby was talking about, mocap is purely problem solving. That's all it really is. And I enjoy problem solving. So, if I'm building this set out and Tom just has nothing to say about it because it just works so perfectly, great. Then I've done my job because there's no complaints. These days now I'm dealing with water, and that's just a challenge in itself. So it's always, the problems are always going to change, and you ask me next week, it's going to be a different answer.
Yeah, there's just no end to the problem.
No, there's never an end.
It's everything. Like, you need to know before the shoot day, every person that's going to be in what you need to shoot, what they're going to touch. Does it need to be markered? All the sets have to be delivered. We need to be able to mock those up. Got to make maps for everything, because time's a factor. Maybe I got 25 minutes to build this set, so that means I got to hand two people, like, here's my maps. They're going to stand here. They need to get on that. And while you build that, I'm going to go over here and talk to this person about this. And it's popping all day, and you can't let up. And because you're only going to get, on a small title, you might get 8, 12 shoots. On one with a budget, you might get 80. But either way, it's not enough. So you plan all that stuff. You do your best on the day. You tell everyone what they need to know. You wait to see what they bring to it. You edit on the fly and try to make the best thing and harvest all the best ideas. And then it's not even done. It's not like you're going to wait for the negative. Like, it's animation, so it has to be processed onto the rigs, and that's going to ruin it. And then It needs to go into a format that can go into a video game and be rendered in real time, and it's going to have 1,000 bugs. And by the way, this industry is really collaborative, so everyone's going to say everything. They're going to change it and noodle it and change
All true.
And yeah, so
all true.
It's just absolutely relentless. So which part is the hard part? All of it, every day for like 20 straight years. Like, but it's a good time. So yeah.
I think, for me, the hardest, it's challenging, but it's a great challenge. And one of the reasons I love working in games is finding out what the team wants and translating that to the actors. That's why I'm like actor whisperer. That's really kind of my title. But I have evolved a kind of process, and when it doesn't happen, just down the line. But I do a thing called workshop, where me and my producer, we meet with the writers and the team, and we go through scripts really on. We comb through the scripts, we ask a question, we flush out things dramatically that aren't clear. Next phase is we do what we call blocking rehearsals, where we might have members of the team, we might use ourselves, we might have local actors, and we'll do a kind of early staging for blocking of what the scene might look like. And right then and there we find out this scene isn't going to work at all, or this scene is way too long, or this is a repeat. This is now the second repeat of the same scene again. We've got to change this up. And so that by the time we get to the actual shoot, the one that's going to go in the game, it's like a garden. We've really turned over the soil. Everything is ready. We know, we've tried out. I've heard film directors say the reason we rehearse, the reason we do so much planning down to the moment is so that we can improvise when we're shooting. And I think that really is the ultimate truth.
Powerful insight. Thank you so much. Our next question is... Okay, our next question is, how is performance capture work different from on-camera work? So Marta, would you like to start?
Me? Yeah, sure. So I think, one thing I'd like to highlight first is one thing Nosh said, which is the camera in motion capture in digital environment can literally be anywhere. Wherever the gamer chooses to look at you, whatever angle. And so you need to be very much aware of that. At the same time, these ultra close-ups like this, they more or less, they do exist in games, cinematics and things like that, but they are very rare. And so therein is the first big difference, which is you have a much wider viewpoint, much more, I guess, you have a 360 environment that it has to sell. Your performance has to sell from every single angle, no matter how close or how far the player or that camera is. Whereas in movies, you can cheat a lot of things very easily because of framing. You can do certain things out of frame. You can convey very, very detailed emotion with just your eyes, just a big close up. You don't, at least at this point in time, you don't really get that luxury in motion capture. And that's why understanding your body, as pretty much everybody on this panel has said, understanding physicality, the physicality of the character is so, so important, because you can never afford not to do that with your entire being in motion capture. Whereas in film, you have other challenges in film. I'm not saying like, oh, mocap is so hard and film is so difficult. Both have their challenges. With film, for example, it is about how well you emote, how well you can work the camera, and that is an art in itself. But those, to me, from my perspective, are the biggest differences. But at the end of the day, it's still all acting. If you're a good actor, you'll be able to act in both. If you're an actor that's aware of their bodies, you will be able to get a good final result. Always serve the character.
And also, I think the big difference is you can also, in film, you can also cheat with editing. And maybe it's just because we usually do just cinematics, but for example, the scenes are in full from beginning to the end, because in cinematics and in motion capture, it's not that easy to edit and because of the framing and everything. So you have to start from the first line, then you have to finish it, and you shouldn't stop in the middle. That, oh my god, I fucked up, I'm sorry, or something like that. But because it won't work. So I think that's also a big difference.
We actually like to shoot in continuity, like a scene as like a play, just because it tends to ground the actors to each other and make continuity when editing. Because on the titles I work on, we do edit some games. I haven't worked on a game that doesn't have camera cuts in a long time, but they exist. So some people just won't have it. Some teams actually do bring in a virtual camera now, so the actors know how it's being framed up. But that's just a choice, because you can, obviously I'm an animator, and animating the camera exactly how I want it later to me is less hassle than also choreographing a camera person on the day and worried about what it looks like. We can just have these people do this naturally and then figure out how to cover it later. I think that's the fundamental difference between film, is they have to know how they're covering it on the day. Whereas all I have to worry about is, do I believe this performance? Do I believe that they are using this space how they should? And then I can go later and figure out, do I want to close up on this, or is it better as a wide? Like that's a huge luxury that I have in this industry, So Nosh was going to say something.
So I guess if an actor is used to working on camera, the camera reset, the time it takes to move from position to position and all that other stuff in mocap doesn't happen, because the camera is digital. So you're not going to like run a part of a scene and then have a cut and go to your trailer and go hang out while they take like 40 minutes or an hour to set that up. That's going to go, there is no downtime. And that also means that, especially if you're in a physical performance, there's no camera reset. So sometimes that means that you'll do the same scene 15 times in a row with minimal gap, right? And so it behooves the performer to have the physical stamina to be able to do that, for example. Another interesting thing about performance capture versus on camera, you have this HMC on your face. So you're wearing this helmet with this camera pointing right at your schnoz in the most unflattering way possible, and it's like hanging like a foot or more off of your face. That means, for example, if I'm supposed to be using like a rifle or anything with an optic or anything like that, and I bring my gun up to my face, if I get like full cheek weld, which is what I should be doing, that optic is now like smack in the middle of that HMC, and they have to cut because I just ruined the take. Similarly, this, anything like that can ruin the take because they need that continuous facial capture. So that is different. And the only other thing I'll say is, on camera, those sets are for the, you hope, are actually there. So if Marta bangs into a room and she's doing like dynamic entry and hunting for me somewhere in the house, and I'm actually hiding in the house, the wall isn't there. We'll get maybe like 2 posts, right? And possibly a piece of tape or a ribbon or something to demarcate where that is, but there's no actual wall there. And a lot of on-camera folks, they'll literally, like, I can't tell you how many times we've had a cut because a rather inexperienced performance capture artist will look through the wall at what's happening on the other side because they haven't kind of solidified it in their imagination that this wall is solid and completely, this wall is there. You can't see Marta on the other side of that. In cases like that, you have to learn to use, so if I can't see her, I can hear her. And how does that change my performance? Because I'm not tracking with her eyes anymore. I'm now going to change my position and the way I hold my posture because now I'm listening for where she is, even though she's right there, you know? And those kinds of things put a lot more onus on the imagination of the performer and kind of making that world as real as possible for you, because you don't have the time to kind of make those mental leaps in the moment if you're going to stay, you know, truly in the story.
Developing a really strong mind's eye is very, very useful. But I do want to make a note of film productions as well, that and virtual production. It is something that's not just useful for the mocap volume. It's very useful on a green screen set, having those same skills, green or blue screen, whatever, pick your color. It's something that's bleeding into a lot of big productions where it's games or movies or TV. Even TV now has budget for these very complex virtual sets. And even though you see those, you know, like what they did with The Mandalorian, where you have the real-time, it's so good. I know, it's so good. And that is such a big resource. Again, bringing it back into, oh, here's something, a visual reference everybody can have. I found it very useful actually to talk to anybody I'm in a scene with, and the director and obviously the team, about any details they can give about the environment, so we can actually all kind of be on the same page and see the same thing. It makes a big difference. But those are things you have to essentially worry about when you're on there. So, never be afraid to ask.
Yeah, we even do on much like coming up like Mandalorian and virtual productions where people can actually see the digital environment. God, I hope we can do mocap that way, or not need mocap because of it. That will just be incredible. But going back to the lowest of low tech, even capturing someone running forward or punching, just having someone stand in front of them so they can make eye contact will give you a better performance. There's like a first baby tip in getting attentive locomotion or attentive like aggro behaviors. Like someone angry is one thing, but someone angry at you is different, you know? Yeah, just little things like that, whether it's the environment or who they're supposed to be looking at, it's important to sort of communicate those ideas or make them as real as possible under the circumstances.
There definitely is a completely different process for the actor. I get in the suit usually every production, and, you know, for one more, I do my Alfred Hitchcock. I'm always struck by how you come in and you strip away. You put on this cat suit, you take off your clothes. Your costume is this neutral suit. You're wearing shoes, you know, bowling shoes. Your face is turned into a dot matrix. Your hair is put into a cap, and you cannot hide. You cannot hide behind a gesture, moving your hair, or the costume. I do a complete sound, breath, and movement warm-up at the beginning of every rehearsal and every performance capture day, because an actor, a performer, really needs to be anchored and focused inside and bring it out. You know, there are various levels of subtlety depending on the game, depending on the face, how well defined the face technology is going to be for this particular game. So you have to be able to scale the performance a lot. It may vary from game to game, but it has to come from inside, and then it has to be expressed physically and vocally. As opposed to on camera, where you spend a lot of time in makeup and hair, look beautiful, you're in a stunning set, you have an amazing costume on, and then you're just told, go, say the lines.
Incredible. Thank you all so much. We're just about out of time. Thank you for submitting all your questions. We couldn't get to them all, but if you have other questions, then feel free to post us in the chat. If we're available, we might be in the chat. You can always reach out to people on socials. But before we go, I'd like to go around, get final thoughts from everyone, and if there's stuff that you're working on that you'd like to plug or where people can find you, feel free to share that information as well. Tom, would you like to go first?
I'll just say it's so important to be adaptable. As I start to say, we're doing all our auditions on Zoom now because of COVID. There are very different protocols on the set. I read somewhere recently a quote that a person who is flexible is a person who is going to survive and thrive, and I think it's so true. You can find me on Instagram at Tom K Studios, TOMK Studios. Also on Facebook, Tom K Studios, and Tom K Studios at Gmail. And I also do training and classes as well. So keep in touch.
Awesome. How about you, Marta?
All right. Final thoughts is you shouldn't get into mocap because you're a mocap performer. It's acting. All of it is acting at its very core, whether you're physical, not physical. And you'll see, you know, the trends and archetypes of different characters. You might be closer to them. You might not. Doesn't mean there's no space. There isn't space in this industry for you. There absolutely is. But work on your acting first and then get into everything else. And I think it'll be a much more pleasant journey for you overall. And if you want to follow me, I'm on pretty much all the social medias at Mart Holio. Yes, for those of you who know Beavis and Butthead, that is that reference because I thought it was cool in college. That's it. That's all me.
Thank you. Susanna, what about you?
Yeah, I think I'll join Marta. So be a good actor and try to be better and better. And also know your body and learn your body to move, because I think this is also really, really important. So I think that's all. And yeah, you can find me on Twitter, which is Alphabet Green. And on Instagram, you can find me ju.rat, and it's zsu.racnz. Yeah, it's quite hard, but you can find me on Marta's followers, and yeah, that's all.
Awesome. And Mark?
Yo, yeah, final thought. I would say that regardless of what type of performer you are, spend the time, if you want to go to auditions for physical work or go to auditions for more acting work, you should also spend the time kind of training and learning more about what you're doing. A lot of times I get reels all the time, and like, oh, hey, can you put me in this shooter game, blah, blah, blah. And then they showed me a shooting reel that looks, you know, not the highest caliber, because they just haven't invested the time in their self to just get that skill to a level that they can portray it on screen or in mocap convincingly. So I'd say spend the time, learn the skill that you're looking for, whether it's technical, whether it's animation, whether it's a performance-based or whatever. Just learn it. And I can be found on Instagram at that mocap guy. And I don't know what's happening in the silent party, but I'm sure it's entertaining for some. Okay, but yeah, that's all I'd say.
Awesome. Thank you, Mark. What about you, Bobby?
Yeah, you know, you guys have said it all. I mean, become an actor. This is just acting. How you capture it is not necessarily relevant. There is this. I don't think this action thing's going away. So if you can get good at weapon handling, gun handling, falling down, flipping, you're going to get more work. You know, it might be different kinds of work, might not be the work you expected to do with your life, but bills come and work is cool. So I would round out your skills. I mean, take voiceover just as seriously as like, can you reload a rifle? Because it's going to come up and it's going to be the reason you get called back for a lot of video game work. I mean, you might not be into guns, you don't have to be, but it's acting. Like, can you act like you are a super soldier from the future? Yes, and that's fun. That's a good time, you know.
Thank you. And Nosh.
Motion capture and the technology in motion capture has a way of allowing a level of scrutiny that I think, as others have said here, you can hide from in other mediums. And I think the really interesting thing is that motion capture allows you to play almost any role. What becomes most important isn't that you can be somebody else, but that you are able and willing to be honestly yourself. And that's the bad as much, if not more, than the good. And if you can learn to tap into that, right, and not be self-conscious about it, you'll go far.
So beautifully said. Thank you all so much. Thank you again to our amazing panelists. Thank you for joining us. I'm at C. Askernes on Twitter and Instagram. And thank you. Enjoy your PAX. We'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Guys.
Bye.
Awesome.
Good luck. Take care.
Trick Shot is a fast-paced, skate-trick, multiplayer shooter where players dodge bullets and take out opponents as they skate ramps, grind, parkour, complete tricks, and kills for the most points to win. Contestants select between hover skates or hoverboards. You can score points by doing tricks or taking out opponents, or a balance of both. Complete tricks to fill your trick meter. It boosts your overall speed and damage, making you a more deadly opponent. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. You can carry as many weapons as you can find. Knock opponents off their feet by tackling. Use dash to bridge gaps and gain on enemies. Or you can slide into boomboxes to launch them at your opponents. When you're holding a weapon, each air trick will give you a small amount of ammo. Each ground trick gives you a small armor boost. When you kill an opponent, the score they lose from death adds directly to your combo score. Jump towards the wall to start a wall run. Grinding will continuously give you health boosts. Actions add points to your combo score, and kills will add to your score multiplier.
Trick points are based on selecting basic, advanced, or pro tricks. From fast and easy to slow and hard. Pick the air, ground, or grind trick right for you. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. This is Trick Shot.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you, manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new.
Well, hello! Welcome to Geek Trivia, or Geek Endangerment. In no way affiliated with Jeopardy. The same rules with slight deviations. It's our own thing, copyright pending. This is hosted by Geeks Like Us, GLU. GLU is a community-based media company that works to foster unapologetic enthusiasm and help people to turn their passion into careers. We have a lot of geeky professionals who work to create the community, and we provide a lot of entertaining and educating content through our Twitch channel and through our Discord. And we are hosting this in partnership with Geek Therapy Training. Geek Therapy Training teaches mental health professionals how to use geek culture to help people with their well-being, clinically or otherwise. It's a great place. They have advanced trainings for a number of things. Check them out. And we're really, really excited today. So we are going to be doing some trivia, and I'm going to explain that in a second. But first, I'll introduce myself, and then I want my amazing, amazing contestants to introduce themselves. So I am Dr. Ryan Kelly. I'm a psychologist, and I am co-founder of Geeks Like Us. And if we can start with Dr. Megan Cannell, if you can introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Dr. Megan Connell. I'm a psychologist in North Carolina, practicing virtually also in Washington and Virginia, and I'm the other co-founder of Geeks Like Us.
Hooray! Perfect. And then if we could go to Leah.
Hi there.
Leah Hughes.
My name is Leah, Dr. Leah Hughes. I work in industry. I'm an insights researcher at Riot Games. I also help support some of the work with Geeks Like Us. I've streamed with them before, and obviously just support the awesome work that they're doing. Also, my headphones are a little strange, so I'm also, I don't know, some kind of like angelic figure this evening. So you're welcome for that.
You're always...
Better not give you bonus points.
Come on now. You're always...
Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect. And we have, I believe I'm going to pronounce this perfectly, Dr. Antoni Biane.
Yes, it is shallow yet pedantic. I am one of the doctors on this show today, and I help run Geek Therapy Training, and I'm also a massive Geeks and gonna beat Ryan. I'm just gonna. That's what I got. That's all I got.
You're gonna beat the host of the show.
I'm gonna beat the host of the show.
Apparently the host got blurry and he's back. You're gonna beat me because I'm gonna have 0 points.
You know what? This is a great
know
day
what?
already.
Set the bar low.
He could be in the negative.
Oh,
That
he
is
could.
possible
Be
in
in the
the endangerment.
Little known fact about Tony: his beard, the coarsity of his beard, equates the strongest of steel wool.
It does. It has been known to shave mountains.
So let me explain the rules for tonight because we want you guys to be involved. So although they will be competing with each other, you guys can help them. Below their names, you see some Discord channels there. Oh, that's it. There we go. You see some Discord channels. Those go directly to the contestants. What they're going to do is they are going to have 5 seconds to answer these categories on their own. If they do, they get full points. If they answer it wrong, they lose full points. After 5 seconds, they can look to their Discord channel. And if you guys give them, I like the marketing, though Tony's doing nothing. If you help them and they get the answer, they will get half points. If they get it wrong, they will lose half points. Now, when you are choosing who to back, here are a few things to consider. One, the marketing that they're doing right now, and two, we are doing giveaways. So if you join Dr. Anthony Bean and he believes you were very helpful or whatever criterion it is for him to say you get his stuff, you get a signed copy of Psychology of Zelda and Psychology of Final Fantasy, both books that he edited, and they will be signed by him. If you join Dr. Leah Hughes, then you will get $25 to Jim Hammer and Sons. Jim Hammer and Sons is a sponsor of GLU. They create like the Decks of Wonder, the Decks of Sunder, recently releasing Grimoire. They're an amazing group. You should check them out again, Jim Hammer and Sons. And if you join Dr. Megan Cannell, then you can get both of the Little Game Master books signed and with a personalized illustration by Randall Hansen, the author and illustrator. As well, whoever is in the winning Discord channel will also have free access to GLU's Minecraft Realm. So those are the rules. Contestants, do you have any questions?
What are all the answers?
How are you today, Ryan? How are you?
Oh my God, thank you.
You're welcome.
Don't ask him that. Don't get him started.
On a spectrum from Creed to Nickelback, I'm 3 doors down. Thank you very much. All right. I don't know why.
What about 9 Days
like
Grace?
Green Door? That's like Green Day, right?
3 doors down. 3 doors down. This is just an awful. Unless you like them, in which case they're great. All right, so I'll stop there. So our categories tonight, we have Sci-Fi Junkie. That is anything sci-fi. That could be video games, books, or movies. We have Anime and Tunes, so largely anime, but could also be anything that involves cartoon or hand-drawn animation. We have Grandma's Basement. Grandma's Basement is going to be video game related, largely classic. Tabletop Tidbits is anything tabletop. And Swords and Sorcery is famous spells and famous swords from Geek IPs. And then, that game is a picture of a cropped picture of a game, and they have to guess it. There will be a final, I almost said it. There will be a final endangerment question at the end. Precariousness, perhaps? A final precariousness question. That then they can bet their points and kind of see where we're going, and we will be keeping points. Are you guys ready?
Can we ever be ready?
Oh man, here we go. All right.
What an existential
Wait,
question.
I have a pre-question.
Oh,
so
please.
is Animaniacs anime?
No.
It is a tune, though.
But it is a tune.
It is a tune. It is a tune.
We don't need to get into the philosophical debate about the distinction between animes and cartoons. I feel like that should be threaded somewhere in the GLU Discord. That's been there
somewhere
for
else.
sure.
We'll devote 8 hours to that
completely in the
our
GLU
after channel. 8 hours in our after channel. Now, do people have people in their Discord? I want to make sure it's fair and we at least got a few people.
Oh, mine is very,
we have
very
the
active.
best people in our
Yes.
You
Discord.
have the best people?
I have a few people in mine. So
Okay. All right, so people are feeling pretty good, and I'm all alone. Let's go. All right.
Typical Friday night for Ryan.
All right,
alone,
here we
talking to nobody. All right, let's see. All right, here we go. So I am going to actually let Dr. Megan Cannell. Hey, high five to your right, Megan. Bam.
Boom.
And we both have COVID. All right, you get to choose. What category?
I am fascinated by this category, so I'm going to be starting with that game for 100.
Oh, that game for 100.
Oh, wait. Let me just clarify for the audience.
That's gonna be a ding.
How is it that we're going to indicate that we're ready? We didn't specify.
You are right. Okay, so here's the deal. You just have to make any sound. It could be a buzz. It could be a it could be a caw. I just need to hear a sound.
Okay,
and it needs to be somewhat identifying. So Tony, if you go, I got it, it's not gonna help me. And Megan, if you're like, I've got an itchy beard, I'm not gonna also know, and I'm confused. Okay? So just make a sound that will help me the best.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Ready.
All right. You said that game for 100?
Yes.
All right, here we go. That game for 100. Okay, what do you got?
What is Valorant?
What is a Valorant? What?
What?
Has what?
I don't know why I did that, but I'm just gonna play it. Okay.
Bonus points if you can name what ability that is by what agent.
Ooh.
I may or may not work for the company that produced this game.
So she does work for Riot. But you know what?
So,
that one was a little
we were gonna let her have that one.
Thank you guys.
When I was making this, I wasn't gonna use any, and because I didn't want it to be biased. And then I was like, it's biased that I'm not using it because it's like the most popular game. So I was like, okay,
that's fair.
I gotta have at least one.
Let me just enjoy this one moment I'll have of victory. If we could all just screenshot this and then just end it here. We're
Exactly.
And sudden Final Jeopardy.
My immediate thought was like, oh, this is gonna be pictures of like the boxes of board games and video games. Nope, screenshots. Got it now.
And all of a sudden, Megan and I just lost points.
Right. At one point, we'll need to do a screenshot. We'll have to think of a pose, and later we'll do a screenshot. All right,
also,
you have the board.
Ryan, just a heads up.
Yep.
Throughout this entire tournament, my sound will be the sound of Stain. That's...
For those who don't know, that is the sound that Stain from My Hero Academia makes when he does his little blood tongue.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Let's do this.
All right.
Let's
All right,
go
what,
with
you on the board.
Anime and tunes for 200.
Anime and tunes for 200s. This 8th highest grossing anime film. That was Leia.
What is Princess Mononoke?
What is Princess Mononoke? That's correct. Okay, let's see if that.
I don't know if I've ever
Hooray.
actually seen that anime before. Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh! I thought you were serious for a second, and then I saw that you were showing your tattoo, and I was like, wait a second, I just was gaslit.
Oh my God, I feel sort of bad for Leia's
Psychological
not gonna be able to
warfare
help
of this game. That's what's going down.
Very good. You still have the board.
Okay, let's go.
I'm gonna stop real fast. It is not too late to join. You can still join. All right, go ahead, Leia.
All right, let's go for Swords and Sorcery 100.
Swords and Sorcery 100. As a young wizard, this
Holy
crap. I think it was Megan, I think. But
what is Alohomora? Alohomora.
Okay, very good. I didn't say anything, which means you had a chance to correct it, and you did. It is, in fact, Alohomora. I like to think there's that one wizard who can never get it right because he's so phonetic. He's like, Alohomora. No, tough time at the school. Right. All right. Very nice.
I get points.
Look at that. That's so
I got Nan.
You got Nan.
Oh, no, that was.
That's 100. If you want to give me 200,
You'll be
I
fine
would
with it.
completely be okay with that.
All right. Now, I promise you there are questions that I added in here that are hard. So, Discord, hang in there. You're not going to know all of them. It seems
I want to try Grandma's Basement for 300.
Grandma's Basement for 300. In Super Smash Bros. 64, this stage is known for unlocking Jigglypuff and intermittent Pokemon appearances, including this healing Pokemon. Boop, boop, boop. You can go to your Discord.
Interesting.
Okay.
What is Chansey?
Chansey is correct. Very nice. And you are also Nan at the beginning. But I think it figures itself out later, so you get 300 there.
I mean, I'm okay with being a Nan. It just means my points are just unknown. You guys will never know.
No, that's fair.
I
Okay.
don't think you'd be comfortable with that, Tony. You're too competitive.
Me competitive? No, come on.
All right. You got the board, buddy.
Let us do. We haven't done Sci-Fi Junkie for 200.
I love you. Here we go. Sci-Fi Junkie for 200. This 2007 sci-fi game takes place in an underwater utopian city circa 1960. Boop, boop, boop. Go to Discord.
Dude.
Bing, 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 bing.
That was me. That was me.
Okay.
I'm taking that one.
All right, Tony, what you got?
I remembered it, and then I was like the brain freeze for a second. What is BioShock?
That is BioShock. Yes. Did you have help on that one?
They were writing it as I was saying it.
Did you know their help?
Yes.
Well, it was.
No,
it
yes,
was
I did.
I did do the sound.
You did it, so give me the half points.
Yeah.
But yes.
Half points. Very, very nice. All right. Okay, you have the board.
I think we should do Grandma's Basement for 400.
Grandma's Basement for 400. Originally known as Jumpman and Mr. Needlemouse, these two later met up on a cross-console project under these names.
Bing, bing, bing.
Megan.
Who are Mario and Sonic?
That is correct.
Oh, that was good, Megan. Wow. I didn't even put Needle Mouse together. I didn't even put it together. I'm like, who the heck is this? This isn't like Q*bert.
I don't know if this is going to work.
Well done, Discord. I was a little slow on that one.
Yeah.
I'm wearing my Sonic outfit.
Nice.
Good for me. Oh, blur. And I'm gonna
Now you are out of focus.
And,
I knew Jumpman, and I was like, Needle Mouse. What is this?
Isn't it a strange name?
I am in the positives right now. This
All
is
right.
amazing.
Yay!
Megan, remember what you were telling yourself so you don't get.
Yeah, no, I.
tempted.
Swords and Sorcery for 200, please.
Swords and Sorcery for 200. Oh, and I will just remind you: do keep an eye on your Discords, even if you're getting them, just to know who's interacting. Because whoever's in the winning lead, everyone's gonna get some. Oh, you said 200, right?
Yes.
All right. Swords and Sorcery for 200. In the Star Wars universe, these are at the core of all lightsabers.
Bing, bing, bing.
Megan.
What are Kyber crystals?
What are Kyber crystals?
Couldn't remember the name of it. Son of a gun.
Can I tell you? I struggled so much with this question to understand what was deep cut and not. And I went by like 5 people because the original one was first off, this was in Anakin Skywalker's first lightsaber, but not his second. And it is an Ilium a Kyber crystal, not an Agatha Kyber crystal. And I had to go through many filters before they were like, Ryan, you're being pretentious. And I was like, got it. Got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Megan, you got that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You are around me so much. It's so good.
I have learned things.
Yeah, it makes me
You've learned things. I love it.
I have learned things.
For those who don't know, Dr. Cannell and I work together, and she has to deal with me every single day. She has to deal with me coming over being like, what's up? And then talking about stuff because I don't want to not be talking. That's why.
It's always fun to have a conversation with Dr. Ryan because we start over here, and then we kind of go here, and then we're like up here, and then jokes happen, and then sometimes we get back here, but usually not.
Usually not. Forget it and it dies.
It usually ends with him either licking Stephen or I.
That's fair. Something with my mouth on one of you guys. That's true. All right. Who has the board?
It's me. I'm
Megan,
gonna go
what we
with
got?
Tabletop Tidbits for 200.
Tabletop Tidbits for 200. By the way, I am fighting this urge so badly that Tabletop Tidbits for 200. Megan, show me the board. Like all of me.
I'm really glad you can do that. You know what? You get 2 questions with that voice. You get to have 2. Only 2.
Yeah.
Use
And
them
your
wisely.
wife is gonna hit you later.
She's gonna hate me. Can I do like Patrick Warburton? Can I do like tabletop tidbits for 200? Okay.
I'm just letting you know my Discord is
two.
telling you to do it. My Discord is going crazy right now. I'm saying he should do it. He needs to do it.
Patrick Warburton, well, for your Discord, tabletop tidbits for 200. And D&D, Dragonborn speak.
Ding ding. Ding 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 ding.
Ooh, Tony, what you got?
What is Draconic?
Draconic, yes. I am going to give an extra 100 points here for someone who can tell me the most common type of Draconic.
Common type?
There's a number of different types. And you can go to your Discord if you'd like, if your Discord knows it. I didn't know this until I made this question. So, I'm not going to be like Alex Trebek where I act like I knew it the whole time. I believe
this is not my response, but someone in my Discord said parcel tongue, and I just really appreciate that.
Yes, that's amazing.
I'm gonna go ahead and do a hard 100 ad parcel tongue because I just appreciate that. I think it's either
You like my parcel
glav
tongue
or
impression?
glaive. Glav or glaive. I don't know how it's pronounced. That's the most common Draconic apparently. All right. Tony, did you have that? Tony, you have
I
the word.
did. Let's do that game for 300.
Oh, that game. Oh, I should have used my voice. Oh, that's all right. Oh, that game for 300.
Ding a ding.
Ding a ding.
Oh, so close. What you got, Tony?
What is Stardew Valley?
Stardew Valley is correct.
I'm so
What
sorry,
is
Megan. I know that was going to be like one of the ones for you.
Yeah.
I love that game.
She does. That's one of Megan's favorite games.
It is. I actually kind of feel sad I took that one from her. I'm not
You
gonna
should
lie to
feel
you.
terrible about yourself. You should feel awful.
I've stolen a D&D one from her, and now Stardew Valley. I'm clearly going downhill tonight. Let's do anime and tunes for 300.
Anime and tunes for 300. This video game featuring hand-drawn cartoons holds the record for most boss battles in a run-and-gun game. Boop, boop, boop. You can go to your Discord.
Ding 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 ding.
I couldn't.
I think that was you. I think that was you.
Okay. T-Dog, what you got?
I'm gonna go with what is Cuphead?
Cuphead is correct. Yes.
And that was a Discord save.
Oh, that's right. So you don't get all those points. So you get.
I just want to gracefully and humbly call attention to my good sportsmanship there. Remember that, friends.
You, yeah. Yeah, I am a weird point keeper. You get 50 points for good.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, she's just gotten 150 for free points on this one. This is appropriate.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah. Someone is. Yeah.
They're gonna go to the rule book later, and I'm gonna be in shrubs. By the way, Discord, do I need to give you guys more time? Because I can do that as well if there is a delay.
You know, there's like I think somewhere between a 5 and 10 second delay between.
Then
Discord.
I am going to give more time for Discord then.
You know, one might say that these extra points come from the halo effect.
Oh!
Psychology joke!
And minus 150 points now.
No!
Is the halo effect where Didac fires on the flood the first time? Okay.
You have fun with that flex?
Did you just try to do a dad joke?
That was a gamer dad joke, actually. It's a very niche dad joke. Yep. All right. Anyway. All right. We'll get out of that one. So who... I already added the points, didn't I?
Yes.
I did. Okay, wow, I should not be the one in charge of this. All right.
No, you should probably not be. You've already given Liam 150
Ryan, you were
going
to give me an extra 200 points for no reason at all.
I think
Never
everyone
mind.
deserves an extra 5,000.
We'll let that go. We'll let it go.
You know what? You all get an extra 50 for honesty. Even though it doesn't affect the game at all. I'm going to reinforce you guys. Good behavior. You're going to be able to use those points to buy something nice later. Extra screen time, whatever you want. All right.
Yes.
Let's do Sci-Fi Junkie for 300.
Sci-Fi Junkie for a 300. In space, no one can hear you scream is the iconic tagline from this classic space horror. Boop, boop, boop. I'm gonna give 10 seconds to the Discord because I know we have a delay. And I'm gonna love whoever gets this right. Go ahead, Leah.
Is it alien? What is alien?
Alien is correct.
I thought it was that, but I also thought it was like 4 other ones.
Oh, maybe
just so
I
you
was
know.
going between Alien and 2001.
That has been the the one that's confused people. I'm gonna give you an extra 200 because it's one of my favorite movies. I'm just kidding. I'm not. I saw Tony's face.
Yay, we did it!
Mother. All right.
I was gonna be like, I am gonna be driving to North Carolina right now.
Yeah. I'll see you in 12 hours. All right.
Be ready.
Did you get that with you got the Discord help?
It was after
300.
the buzzer, but I hadn't looked at Discord, so if it's an after the buzzer point system.
After the buzzer, you got it.
Yeah.
I think you just gave her points.
Yeah.
More points. She went from
Oh,
500 to 950 bucks.
I am just
I see.
keeping
We
you on your
definitely
toes.
see what's happening here, Megan. I mean,
Just keeping
this
you on
is
your toes. Yep. What is happening with your points? My wallet has to deal with every day. So if you're having a hard time, be my wallet. Okay, be my wallet for one day.
All right,
you
let's
got?
go for anime and tunes for 100.
Anime and tunes for 100. I want to now start doing just whatever random voice I want. I think I'm going to start just being Goose. All right. But that one's a regular voice. Soka.
holy crap!
Wowzers.
Wow.
All right, go ahead, Leah.
What is Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Bing, bing, bing.
Wait, where
Can I
he
go
has
first?
been frozen?
Oh, see,
What's
this
the
is the
question?
problem. This is the problem. You don't get to
Oh, for
ask
this
the question.
many years? Oh no! Wait, what is?
Oh no, he.
So I didn't speak. With words.
Oh gosh, no, we are not doing this,
I didn't say
Ryan.
any
You
words.
minus her points this second.
So I thought if I didn't say this at the beginning, I think
You said,
I did, but I might have. But I
so
didn't
that
say
counts.
any other words. I
That's
just made a
okay.
phonic sound.
I am okay with that.
All right. We'll take off. But for future reference, I have to say words. Just for future reference.
O is a word.
Onomatopoeias are not going to be things that.
It's an OH.
Where the sound makes it. I guess it's a word. Yeah, but it's also a vowel. I don't know.
Wait, because I said the answer
didn't
though,
say-
I don't think we should give it to someone else.
I think we
don't-
should split up points between.
Oh,
Megan
no.
and I.
Yeah. It's not going to anyone else. Steve, Tony, I said O without an H.
You know what, you kid? You don't get to choose that. I heard it with an H.
I specifically said oh.
That's an AH now, or an AW.
Oh.
Now you're just throat singing.
Yeah, that's probably true. All right, who had it last?
I think it was Leah.
So it would have been me, but
You
since
still get
Mr.
it.
Fussy
You still get
Pants
it.
over here is all about the fairness,
Absolutely.
I will.
You have
yield.
gotten like 200 free points here.
What you got, Leia? What you got?
Let's go for anime and tunes for 400. We'll stick to the strengths here, or weaknesses.
Good. All right, anime tunes for 400. Here we go. Like an angry Mega Man, this quirky anime.
Ding, ding, ding.
Go ahead.
The anime is what is My Hero Academia? However, that is not the answer. That is, I said, however, that is not the answer.
Can't delay for your Discord.
Beep 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 beep.
Oh, what? You're gonna start doing rules? You're over here on my left screen, just so you know.
Rules.
This is totally unfair. All right, fine. You know what? Minus my points.
Do you know it? Do you have it right now without looking at your Discord?
No.
Okay. All right. Did somebody know?
Beep 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 beep.
Yeah,
All right,
it was Leah.
What do you got?
Who is Bakugo?
Bakugo.
Yep.
You got it. I will give. No, I'm getting weird. Okay.
Yeah. You're.
Sorry
you're
if you hear
kinda
my
getting
dog, by the way. I hope you can't hear my dog.
I did know that, but I had forgotten the name. That was bad.
Oh,
You
that's
did.
so frustrating. So it was like on the
It's-
tip of your tongue?
Yeah, it was one of those ones.
Oh, dude,
and
I hate that.
And so I'm like, it's My Hero Academia, and then I'm like, not.
Shoot. And you just
Oh
couldn't
crap!
remember
And then it just went like that.
That
Those are the
happened.
worst.
I hate that.
Yeah.
I hate that. Have you
Yeah.
ever been teaching? A lot of people here, by the way, a lot of contestants here have been teachers. Have you ever been teaching and just totally forgot what you're doing in like front of 200 people?
When a squirrel hits the window, yes.
Correct.
It's appropriate.
Oh my
I
God!
don't know
you
what you're
sit
talking
there.
about. I always have my together, just always.
I'm taking off 50 points. For
That's
the
a lot.
lying.
You know what? I'll take that. You've given me some freebies. 50 points.
Liar.
Hey, by the way, were there
You don't
a
know
lot
me?
of people who knew in your Discord channels? Were there a lot of people who knew Bakugo?
Yes.
We got one person who marked Bakugo, but it might have been because it was post answer.
I think
I have a lot.
Awesome.
my mod.
All right, Leia, you got the board. It's a really close game.
All right, let's see. We're gonna go with that game for 200.
Oh, that game for 200.
Oh, bing, bing, bing.
So I'm pretty sure I heard O before I heard Bing Bing. Leia, can you give me which one came first, O or Bing Bing?
I thought I heard like a breath and then a bang bang, and I don't know if the counts. So.
Okay, then I guess I'm gonna give it to Tony this time then.
God damn
I
it.
guess I'm gonna give it. Sorry, Meg. It's the breath I can't hear. Less time on breathing in.
What
All
is
right, Tony.
Untitled Goose Game?
Untitled Goose Game. Very good. That is correct. All right. Have you guys played Untitled Goose Game?
Yes.
Do you guys? What was the first PAX that was there? Was that 2 years ago? Was that West 2017?
It was at East, I think, before West.
I was there with you all to be sure, but I don't know which year it was.
Oh, it was okay. It was before West 2017.
I thought they were at East before West, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Man, I love that. And I remember it was like the showcase of the indie area. What? South maybe? I don't know. They all blend together. We do all.
That's true. Yeah.
Except Australia. I'd like to do Australia once. All right.
Sci-Fi Junkie 100.
Sci-Fi Junkie 100. The name of this fictional character.
Oh my god.
Boop, boop,
Bing,
boop.
bing, bing.
You can go to this. Okay, you're past the buzzer, but you can still have it if you want to take a shot.
I was saying bing before you went boop, boop, boop.
I boop booped and then I heard bing bing.
You booped then binged?
It's
I
okay.
booped and then you binged. Mhm.
And in that argument, the name fell out of my head, so just
beep, beep,
disregard me the 100.
What you got, Leia?
Who is Wash?
You're
If
gonna
you
have
need
to
the
give
full
me-
name, who is
I do.
Hoban Washburn?
Yes. Is that all right? So that is a Discord. Megan,
That
I
is
am
a
not gonna
Discord, for
take
sure.
you on that one because there was some weird stuff going on. But where is it? Leia gets half the points.
I'm down for the distraction, not deduction.
Let her have those 4 points. Just deduct them slowly from her before she knows.
4 points.
Those 4 points.
104. It is Hoban Washburn. Yep, you got it. All right.
All right.
You have the board.
Let's go with tabletop tidbits. Tabletop tidbits for 100.
Tabletop tidbits for 100. This land must be tapped to play this card.
I gotta look really closely.
Yeah.
Bing, bing,
You
bing.
actually don't need to look closely.
Bing,
What
bing,
you got?
bing. Bing, bing. What is
Yes.
swamp?
Swamp is correct. You just need to see the color. You got it, guys. What is a swamp? Megan, I'm proud of you.
Shows how much I play that unknown game to me.
I can see the skull now there too, and I was like,
I know. Well, here's what I love about being a geek. It's like I view it like being an athlete. I have a buddy. We played soccer together. He was better than me. He wound up playing at Chapel Hill. I played basketball at that guy. He's trash. And I'll be like, dude, how are you not good at basketball? He's like, I only ever play soccer. But that he's amazing at, right? I feel like I love that about geekdom too. Because I know people, like Megan and I have a friend who knows everything about all the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comics, shows, movies, background lore, interviews, everything. But then if you ask him the Game of Thrones, he's like, who's nearest? You're like, what? I love that about geek culture. It's like you can...
Depth versus breadth.
Yeah. It's about the passion, right? It's not about the do you know everything and the actually or oh you didn't know that. It's like the you know, you love something so dearly that you devote a big part of yourself to immerse yourself in it. And that's what's really cool. So I actually love that there are answers where people don't know it, but I know they know so much about, you know, this other thing. That's really cool. All right. Did I add
that? Was...
Yes, you did add the points
I
already.
did.
Look at that honesty.
Very
50
honest.
points for honesty.
50 points for honesty.
The host has 50 points. No one dropped down to 0.
Right, exactly. All right, Megs, you have the board.
Tabletop tidbits for 300.
All right. Tabletop tidbits. No, that was weird. I was going Warburton and then I went walking. My brain's confused. I don't know where I'm going. Cowbell. Okay, now I got it. And what was the number you said?
300.
300.
Tabletop tidbits. 300. Well, I just want to go to Patrick Warburton every day. According to
Ding,
the
ding, ding,
Pokédex-
ding.
Okay.
What is ground?
Ground is not correct on a planet of opposites on opposite day. From a liar, that is correct. Good job. You did it.
What?
This is something I'm just going to keep an eye on right now. But I just want to call out that I heard you ding before I actually saw the visual come up. I was like, damn, that is some confidence coming from Tony. So I hope that's not actually a delay. But yeah, I actually, he dinged before it even went blue. I am watching on Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So I read, this is Leah, this is how it went. I said, according to the Pokédex, and I just went ding. And I'm like, and then I read, this is Pikachu's only weakness, and I was like, thank God.
Thank the Lord. Well done. So that went to Tito.
And I could have had my young
T-Slick.
children answer this one for me.
Young children.
Can I call a friend? Is that the wrong game show?
And like my phone rings, I'm like, hello. Lee, I'm literally hosting. I can't tell you. It's Pikachu. Okay. Yes? It is Pikachu, yes. All right, who has the board?
Let's do that game for 400.
Oh, that game for 400. Boop, boop, boop. You go to your Discord if you'd like.
Bing, bing, bing.
Megan.
Fuck, the name just fell out of my... No, sorry. Oh, God, Dang it, Rocket. What is the Rocket League?
Ooh, I was about to call you. You got it. It was Rocket.
I was thinking that.
I was thinking it too, and I was like, please don't get it. Has anyone ever seen Ryan play this? He is like a freaking god in this game.
God, he's
I was
like
a grand champ. I was a grand champ for a while.
Like there literally has been like 6 of us versus him, and he's just like, oh hey guys, boop, and just boops it over us, and like comes back to his goal and then saves it.
Me at all.
And then he's like, oh by the way, I'm gonna just fly from my goal with the ball in the air where no one can get it, and then place it nice and gently like a baby going to sleep into your goal.
Swaddling a little baby.
I feel like after this, I want us all to just get together and play multiplayer games, each of them that one of us is really good at, so we can all, embrace the respect and skills of everyone else in this group.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to do that. But
that would
Chelsea,
be great.
after a while, I'm going to have nightmares about being killed by someone crouching. With that freaking... Anytime anybody crouches, I'm going to have like a stress response. For those who don't know, Leah is very, very good at Valorant.
I'm not bad.
No, I'm gonna just say it. She's good, and we call her the Berserker Lurker because she doesn't camp, she doesn't lurk, she moves around the whole place, but she's like very sneaky. You think you're fine, and then you're dead, and you don't know what happened.
I also main the Ares, which is an LMG gun, which is why Ryan was bringing up the lurky part because I just sit there and hold on 1 second.
We've got something going on.
Oh! Our Discord link's expired.
Oh.
Fascinating. Thank you for letting us know. Let me figure that out. Let me get that out real fast. Oh, actually, can I? Yeah, let me do that real fast. Megan, if you could do it too. I'm gonna do.
I'm gonna invite people to mine.
Can you just?
Anthony, if you could sing us like a little elevator waiting song, that would be really great.
What's the best way to get those Discord links to you? Just
No, we can't sing that one. It's
no, that's copyrighted. Copyrighted for Shred.
It's only if it's a dude.
Megan, are you?
You need to do what Vanilla Ice did with Queen's music,
wait.
where he's like, bum ba bum ba da dum
Megan,
bum
you
bum.
need to share it in Zoom if you can.
Yep, that's what I'm doing.
Are you sharing all of them?
I got mine. I'll get
Okay,
everybody
I'm
else's
gonna get
in
Leah if
just
you
a
can get
moment.
Tony.
Awesome. Thank you all so
Tony.
much.
Thank you for letting us know, guys. I'm getting
There we go.
So I think it's just the people that invite us in, because all of my people are still saying, "Hey, we're still here."
Yeah, I think it's just
there.
new
It's
people
just new
coming in.
people can't. Yeah, new people cannot
Okay.
join. So that's problematic.
Yeah.
Because I need all the help I can get.
That's the other one. We're going to give you just a minute. Our awesome help at PAX is going to give those Discords to you so you can help out our contestants.
Thank
are
you.
not
Thank you, PAX people.
anything. Just as a reminder, while our wonderful hosts are doing that, the winning team on Discord is going to have access to the GLU Minecraft realm. We will give you access to that. And for each group, whether they win or not, the contestant is going to choose somebody to give away their giveaway to. Give away their giveaway to for the giveaway.
For the giveaway. The giveaway.
The giveaway of the giveaways.
Give it away now. Oh, yeah, I forgot to say which. Megan, do you remember the order of which you put yours in?
Where we're taking a commercial
PAX
break.
help. She's going to tell you the order. So it's Megan, Tony, and the one I posted.
You only put to me. You did privately.
Leia. What?
We're doing a dance to keep
I did
everyone
it to you.
occupied.
No, I
Some
did it to
nice little
everybody.
Halo
Oh, I
fun.
did it to. You're right. I did it only to you.
Here, I got it.
All right, I sent it.
Oh, okay.
And then that last one is Leah, I believe, right?
We're
Yeah.
just.
Yeah.
One of our mods is telling us we're doing this the hard way. We could have just refreshed the link somehow.
Oh, wow. Good to know. Obviously, we don't think on our feet very well.
My cognitive resources are split, okay?
Right. Yeah, I'm like, Penny Arcade, should I break my computer? Or does it?
What if I just yell at it?
I don't work under pressure. Elevator music plays Doom Eternal. Need to keep it fresh. I love these comments in Discord.
Oh, God.
All right, and we will be letting know. We'll be coming back in.
Back from our commercial.
It won't be a new chat. You can stay in the Discord. You'll be fine. It's gonna go.
Oh, it's after the commercial. So is that where you walk up to one of us virtually and be like, "I heard this fun fact about you"?
Right. So your dad invented Post-its, Leah. Tell us.
I'll never live up to his expectations.
Mrs. Post-it was my mother. All right. Are we okay to go?
I think so.
All right. So I'm gonna get back into it. Okay.
All right. I think that left off with Dr. Megan.
Yeah.
That
Sure
was
did.
Dr. Megan. Where are we going, Dr. Megs?
Let's finish out our first category of that game for 500.
That game for 500. Here we go. Boop, boop, boop. You can go to your Discord. And I'm going to give that a long one because I know he's got some stuff going on.
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, what do you got, Tony?
What is Bloodborne?
Bloodborne is correct.
That was a Discord save.
That was a Discord
Nicely
save.
done.
Thanking the Discord team. It is in fact
Nicely done.
Bloodborne, and whoever answered that, you are dear to me because I'm a From Software fanboy. All right, T-Dog, you got it, man.
I really wanted to see what you'd put for Grandma's Basement for 100.
Grandma's all right. Here we go. You ready? We're going back in time, guys.
Oh boy.
Way back.
Uh-oh, it's the way
Maybe this
back
should have been the
machine.
500 question.
No. Here we go. In the NES and SNES,
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, what do you got?
Oh.
What is pizza?
Going to the judges. I need you to clarify that. I need you to clarify that a bit.
What is cheese pizza?
I'm gonna need you to clarify one more time. I feel like I'm doing a Wexler right now. Query.
I said, what is a type of pizza? It's pizza. It's literally like a pizza pie.
I think I'm gonna give it to you. It's a slice of pizza. Oh.
But that's not true because that's no, I will fight you on this one because
Did
the
I give it to you
NES
twice?
one.
I gave it to you twice.
Yes, you did.
Because the NES one has half slices, slices, and full pies.
That is true. You are right about that.
I'm gonna fight you
are
on
right
this
about that. I just agreed. No fighting needed. All right.
Now the
Sea-Dog,
adrenaline's already pumping.
I mean,
you got the board, brother.
12 hours. 12 hours.
Right. You got the board, brother.
Let's do Grandma's Basement for 500. I want to see what the hard ones.
500. In Zelda Breath of the Wild, this is the name of the elephant-shaped divine beast. Boop, boop, boop. And go to your Discords.
Beep, beep, beep.
Yes, was that Leia?
Yes. Who
What
is
you got?
Varuta?
Varuta is
Yeah,
correct.
that's right. Yes.
Varuta. Very
That was
good.
very nice. All right, you gave it to Megan, not Leah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it.
This is pretty darn close, guys. This is great.
Yeah.
I know. I'm
Proud of you all.
I'm proud of all of us, guys.
You guys are
We're
doing
not-
amazing. And the
we are
Discord,
not being
by the way,
terrible
is
tonight.
crushing it.
Discord
We
is
have
Yeah,
had
well
definitely
done.
crushing it. We haven't
Yeah,
had a
yeah.
single
Oh, for
one.
sure. I'm gonna actually give, if it's okay, a quick shout out to
Yeah.
Darth Paradox in the Discord.
Ooh.
Even when other people have answered, Darth is in there typing
Crushing
answers. And gotta say, you are crushing it, Darth. Thank you so much.
Jim Hammer's Sons is looking pretty good. All right, Leia, what you got?
Let's go for swords and sorcery for 300.
Swords and Sorcery 300. Speak the Sindarin word melon to open the doors of Durin. Equivalent to this word. Go ahead, Leah.
What is friend?
What is friend? That is correct.
Very nice, Leah. Wow, I am super.
Very good.
Speak friend and enter.
So you were so loud it actually my headphones automatically went and like muted you. So I'm like, oh,
yeah.
she buzzed in.
I
Yeah,
was
her limiter
really
kicked in.
excited. I knew that one.
Very good. You still have the board.
All right, let's go for. All right, let's knock out the easy ones. We go hard mode after this. What is Grandma's Basement for 200?
Grandma's Basement for 200. This popular secret code gave players 30 extra lives in the NES game Contra in 1988. You can go to Discord if you'd like.
Ding, 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 ding.
Megan,
What is the Konami code?
Konami code is correct.
Oh.
Very
I should have
good.
known that one. Son of a gun.
Extra points for what
go-
it is.
I actually was going to do that. Do you want to go for it?
I
Up, up,
I
down,
do.
down, A, B,
Unless
A,
it's
B,
Discord.
start, select.
Oh, well, Meg took it.
Oh.
Megan's like,
okay.
I am like, Megan's like, boom, we're doing this.
Very, very good, guys. Very good. Oh, it kind of looks like a chibi. All right, anyway. He's all happy. All right, Megan, you got the board.
Cool.
Good job.
Tabletop tidbits for 400.
All right, tabletop tidbits for 400. These American board game pioneers are credited with the creation of
Ding, ding, ding.
Megan,
Gary Gygax and David Anderson. Who are Gary Gygax and David Anderson?
so close. So close. We would normally not punish for a slight mispronunciation unless it changes the word, which that did.
Beep, beep, beep.
We're in Discord
Oh.
time. Yeah.
Who are Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson?
Dave Arneson.
Oh, shit.
I happen to
Sorry, I
know
keep
that Megan
swearing.
knows
I'm
that
sorry.
very well. Megan knows that very well, which is unfortunate. Let's see, that was...
I think Ryan's crying right now, Megan. You may have made him cry.
That's okay.
Megan knows more about D&D than
That's
anyone
okay.
else
That's
I
like
know.
when we were practicing the other day, and I didn't get the entirety of Dumbledore's middle name, and I truly went to bed
Felt pretty
sobbing
awful.
that night. I was looking at my portrait of Dumbledore, and I'm
She was all texting us she was texting us at 3 a.m. being like, "Is it tea you're looking for?"
I can see it in your eyes. Right, not Nickelback. Can they see that? No, I'll stop. We won't do that. All right. The person who just got it, I don't need to be reminded because I remember. I'm just delaying for Leah's sake because the person who got it right was, in fact, Leah. Right?
Yeah. Got it. You got it.
Hey! Good for me. What you got?
All right. We'll do swords and sorcery for 400.
Swords and sorcery for 400. Heartsbane, Oathkeeper, and Longclaw are all made with this spell-forged metal. Boop, boop, boop.
Bing,
Go
bing,
to
bing.
Discord. What
Bing,
you
bing,
got?
bing.
What you got?
I can say Valerien Steel from sorry,
You did not spell it correctly, but try to pronounce it.
Valerien Steel from Songs of Fire and Ice.
Valyrian Steel. Correct.
Valyrian Steel.
Valyrian
yeah.
Steel is
Get that.
correct.
Yeah.
Very nice. Valyrian Steel. Very good. Someone told me you guys wouldn't know
Sorry,
that.
I read the books but did not watch the show, so I had never really heard the name pronounced.
Fair. All right, you have the board, Megan.
Tabletop tidbits for 500. I got to try to come back.
Very good. Tabletop tidbits for 500. This railway-themed board game ends when one player has
Bing,
only
bing, bing,
two...
bing, 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 bing.
Go ahead.
What is Ticket to Ride?
Ticket to Ride indeed.
I love that
Very
game so
good.
much.
myself.
Hey,
I
I
love
have
it
not
too,
played
and I
that
like took
one.
a breath. I'm like, am I right about that? Am I gonna lose?
Like I was
500
gonna go Settlers on that one. And no one was gonna take it.
There are no trains in
There's no
Settlers.
trains in
There
Settlers of
is.
Catan,
There are
Tony.
lines. There are.
Those
I've
are
never played
roads.
Ticket to Ride.
You build roads with
There are
clay
roads
and
resources.
Gosh, there's so much hate coming on my way
Nice.
right now.
I'm gonna minus points if you don't knock it off. I will take points away. That's bad. That's a bad Lee and Megan. I have a squirt bottle. Where is it? Oh yeah. Tell me this is not a balanced board right now. Come on now.
It is
very
very
balanced.
balanced. You did an
I am
excellent
super
job of
impressed.
developing
All right.
those
Super
questions.
impressed with this.
All right, here we go. Megan, you have the board.
Swords and Sorcery, 500.
Swords and Sorcery for 500. This spirit sword was created to combat Soul Edge. Boop, boop, boop. And go to your Discord. Five more seconds.
Ding, ding, ding.
Beep, beep. Oh,
Okay, I heard
go
Tony
ahead.
first.
What is Soul Calibur?
Soul Calibur is correct. Very
Nice.
Good job, whoever did that.
Had a lot of them. I didn't. So honestly, I went on a limb on that one because I was like, it can't be the name of the game.
Soul Calibur is the other spirit sword. You got it. But then it does get corrupted. Well, I'm spoiling it because I know you're going to play through all of them. Right? Tony?
All
Yes.
six.
All
right?
of them tonight.
All of them tonight. Exactly. What is Soul Calibur? Very good.
So your little thing there looked like what is Soul, Caliber? No.
Tony, you have the board.
Sci-Fi Junkie 400.
The alien hegemony known as the Covenant mythologized and collected relics from this ancient species. Boop, boop, boop. You'll go to the next one. Go to the Discord rather. Sorry,
Bing, bing.
Megan.
What is Forerunner?
The Forerunners.
Oh,
that is
that's
correct.
That's my
Very
Discord
nice.
helped me.
Well done, Discord.
Well done.
Very good, man. This is so amazingly close right now.
I'm super impressed.
Oh, whoops. Forgot to do that later. All right, Megan, you have the board.
Sci-Fi Junkie for 500.
At the start of the first season of Star Trek and the start of 2009 Star Trek remake, this fictional character was the captain of the Enterprise. Boop, boop, boop. Go to your Discord.
Bing, bing.
What you got?
Who is Captain Pike?
Captain Pike is correct.
Yes, that's my
Yes.
Discord again. Hearts
If
to
you've
my
not
Discord.
Yeah, if you've not seen the pilot of Star Trek Season 1, go. It's quite terrible and amazing. It is quite bad, but also great. All right. You have the board, Mags. Well, it's one more. Here we go. You'll take that one, huh?
I'll take Tabletop Tidbits for 600.
Right. Here we go. Anime and Tunes for 500. In 1960, Fred Ladd introduced this anime to the US, marking the first anime to properly reach the States. Boop, boop, boop. Go to your Discord.
Bing, bing, bing.
Oh, Lord, I heard a girl. What girl went?
That was me.
That would have been
Yeah,
that was
All right,
Leah.
what you got?
Who is Astro Boy? What is Astro Boy?
Yep.
Well, who else? That is
Okay,
correct.
Just making sure. Just
Yep.
one
All right.
points for that.
Wow, this is so tight.
Oh
All right,
my
so now
goodness.
we're doing
Wow.
our final endangerment category. It is going to be songs from the ocarina, from Ocarina of Time. I am going to, hopefully, play it on this ocarina. Hope I don't need to redo it. And you guys need to send me your score now. So text me the score you want to do. You can do up to the points that you have. Okay, you can do none if you'd like. So if you just want to say, I don't want to do any, you can do that. Once I get those,
All right, send in the text.
you got me the text? All right. There will be 2 songs that you got to name. Are you guys ready?
Well, are we texting them to you?
I'm going to play both, and then you text me the answer. Yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure that's
Yep. We're good?
the correct
All right,
one.
here you go. Ready? Can you hear this? Can you hear that?
Yes, we can hear it.
Yes.
There you go. Just ignore the end. That's song 1. Okay, do I need to replay it, or was that all right?
Could you just do it one more time?
Yep.
All right. Sorry, trying to correct my typing. Okay.
Here's the next one. You ready? Give you guys 10 more seconds. I meant to say no Discord, but I see Discord having it. That's fine.
Oh, hold on. I just texted the first one. I thought we were supposed to do them both at the same time.
Perfect.
Could you play the second one more time?
About 5 minutes. So here we go. Here's the second one.
Wait. Okay. Okay.
Then 5 more seconds.
Hold on, I can't type that fast.
All right, bro.
Okay, I sent them both in 2 separate text messages.
Got it. Okay, we ready?
No,
Okay.
no.
Tony, bro.
Dude, it's not spelled right.
That's fine. I'll be
Okay.
All right. So, going to Megan. Megan, you said Song of Time and Bridge Song. And I love both those answers. And they make me smile. They are not correct. And you only bet 10 points. So you obviously know your limitations. And that's important as a human. All right. So very good. And I guess in the other thing that we are not emulating after it all, they get to say the answer. The answer was Zelda's Lullaby was the first one, and then Nocturne of Shadows was the second one.
Oh, I didn't type what is because I was trying to type really
It's
fast.
fine.
Is that okay? Okay.
Tony said Zelda Lullaby is the first.
I did yeah.
But then he did Soraya's song. Which I feel you, and he wagered 1950. Buddy, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You're down to 0. And Leia, Zelda's Lullaby and Nocturne of Shadows for 41 for all of her points. So she got 4,100. So I'll wrap this up. You guys were awesome. Leia is the winner.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Well done, Discord. You all came in clutch a few times.
Everybody in her Discord, we are going to give access to our GLU Minecraft server. But if I can get you each three to pick one person from your Discord that you are going to give your giveaway to, and say those names out here. Pick one person by your own criterion. Helpful, they're funny, whatever. It's your call.
Okay, so there are a lot of folks who are piping up in my Discord channel saying again that Darth really came in clutch. So I would say Darth Paradox, thank you so much for helping us out. Even when we were losing the question already, you threw in those answers. So well done, everybody.
Darth Paradox gets the Jim Hammer money. All right, Tony?
I am looking for her name because I've seen her a couple times. LP Jen.
LP Jen. Oh, I think she might have been in my VR panel. Very awesome. And Megan?
I'm gonna give it to JSEC. I had two members who were like really, really clutch. I also had Milklum.
Here's what we're gonna do. For people who are really close, we're probably still gonna give you something. Let's be honest.
Yeah, so
We're probably
Milklum, you're gonna get another prize too, some kind.
After we talk about it, you're probably all gonna get something from us. We feel like we just want to give you things. So just hang in there. We're probably gonna give you some stuff. What was the name?
It's J Psych.
J Psych. All right.
Yep.
Contestants, thank you so much. You were very awesome. I'm so impressed with your geek knowledge. Discord, you guys are amazing. We did not have a single question that went unanswered. That is really, really quite amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, check out Geeks Like Us. Our Twitch channel is there. We do this on Thursdays for GLU Happy Hour. We will have giveaways, and we have a lot of fun content we'd love for you to be a part of. The main thing about us is community, a place for y'all to hang out, anime watch parties, whatever, and geek therapy training. If you are at all interested in how therapists and so on use geek culture to improve people's lives, that is the place to go. Professional trainings and otherwise. Books as well. They have amazing books at Leyline. So thank you so much, guys. This has been a blast. Contestants, thank you so much. PAX, we love you. You guys stay healthy, stay safe, and we'll catch you another time.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
And thanks for the good energy, contestants.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, woo!
I'm missing my arm.
All right.
The Invisible Hand is a satire about the high-risk, high-reward casino capitalism in the financial industry. You are a trader, your job is simple. Make money, lots of money. The more you make, the happier your boss is, the richer you become, and the more you have to invest. The question is, how far are you willing to go? Our goal is to show how anything can be turned into a commodity, how these commodities are valued in our society, and what happens when they end up being perceived only through numbers on a computer. We want players to experience the conflict between the sanitized environment of modern workplaces and the hidden human costs of the economy that supports it, to realize the disconnect between the office microcosm and the outer world. We want the player to confront the corporate diffusion of responsibility, letting them choose whether or not to follow orders. They'll have to make this decision with limited information, beyond the promise of retribution, only to realize later what that implies. We've aimed to show the contrast between the contemporary glamorous representation of the financial industry when compared to the reality of the excesses of capitalism. We've also brought our personal experience of disillusion about biased meritocracy and the grey areas of work ethic to this market-driven dystopia. Do you have it in you to keep the cycle going? What's the price of your success? What is the value of your achievements? These are all questions players will be faced with in the invisible hand.
Hi, I'm KA, Community Manager at Milky Tea, an indie game development studio based in Liverpool, UK. I'm here to introduce you to our most recent game, Hyper Brawl Tournament. The universe's greatest heroes have been summoned to compete in a showdown for the ages to find the next protector of the universe. Smash, brawl, and score your way to victory in relentless, high adrenaline PvP arena battles from 1 to 4 players. What does all that mean? Let's take a look. Before each match, players must choose their perfect loadout from 12 unique heroes across 3 different hero types, as well as 8 unique weapons that all allow for different tactics and styles of play. Every match plays out in a best of 3, with each round lasting 90 seconds. Your objective is to outscore your opponent, and if there's no clear winner when the time is up, the match goes into sudden death, and the first goal wins. You've got a number of tools to help secure your victory, but it's all about how you use them. Your most basic move is your throw. This is fused with an ability called Hypercurve that gives you complete control over the ball, allowing you to change its course mid-air. You can also pass the ball directly to your player or AI teammate, which allows you to quickly move the ball from one flank to the other. You're also able to perform a dive, which is ideal for intercepting the ball. Next up is combat. Beyond being able to knock out opponents by throwing the ball at full force, you're also able to both punch and kick. The punch allows you to attack in place, which is handy for trying to steal the ball at its current location. The kick, however, allows you to travel across the arena as you dish out the damage. Hyper Brawl is an arena-based sports brawler that you can play either alone or with friends. For new players, we've got 3 different training modes. The Trials teach you the core mechanics, the Advanced Trials test your skills and everything you've learned, and Free Play lets you practice without constraints. In Arcade mode, you can jump into heart-pounding local multiplayer matches from 1 to 4 players. On top of that, the party system allows you to invite your friends into private matches that let you take your rivalries online. If you want to play alone, the single player campaign lets you build your own team to compete in league and cup tournaments to become the greatest team in the universe. If you're looking for a real challenge and want to show off your skills, you can take on the world in the online Blitz mode, where you face off against friends and strangers alike, build your win streak, and brawl to top the worldwide leaderboards. Hypercurve is one of the game's core mechanics, and it lets you control the ball mid-air. Using this ability, every match becomes considerably less predictable and allows you to score a goal from pretty much anywhere in the arena, especially if your opponent didn't see it coming. The Hypercurve can be used anytime you throw the ball and allows you to control the ball's trajectory and around obstacles and players alike. Think of it like a superpower that keeps your opponent on their toes. The more power you add to your throw, the less control you'll have over the Hypercurve itself, so you must carefully consider how and when to use it. At times where the match may not be going your way, you can channel the Hyperforce, which gives your heroes superhuman power and the ability to launch their rivals out of the arena to help ensure a last-minute comeback. To acquire this ability, your heroes need to take damage, either from being attacked by an opponent, hit by a weapon, or knocked out by the ball. Once a hero has taken sufficient damage, they're able to activate the Hyperforce at a time of their choosing. If you would like to learn more, head on over to hyperbrawl.com or check out our social media channels. We'll be sharing additional Hyper Brawl deep dives in the weeks to come, leading up to our launch this fall on Steam, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. See you in the arena.
Good evening and welcome. We are coming up toward the end of the Omegathon. We have had, I got to count now. My brain just forgot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're on game 6 here. Our 6 Omeganauts on game 6. We are gathered here this evening to put in some time. Of playtime, and all they are doing is trying to get the highest score in the upper quarter of their game. Just get what they can get, as many levels, side quests if they want, whatever their strategy is to get the most possible points. The current standings in the Grand Prix at this moment in time, in case you missed it yesterday, we still have Wolffox in the lead at 36 points. The opportunity to fully secure that tonight. GTA coming in second place, with Boba Fett right behind at 17 points. So there's still a heavy battle in there for that second place. Mr. Thomas with 15 points. Targaryen Oak with 19. Wait, what happened there? That's backwards ordered for me there. Targaryen Oak with 19 ahead of Mr. Thomas's 15 and Crystal Bubbles at 9. So it is still relatively close, but Wolffox has secured his lead. Although last night Targaryen Oak did get the upset win on Wolffox in Horizon Chase Turbo, coming in with just one more point to get that first place run, which does mean, Targaryen Oak, you are running first tonight. Are you ready for your Sonic debut?
I suppose I have to be.
Well,
All right.
Just Mania mode, 8 minutes of time on the clock.
Start out?
Whenever you are ready, I will start the time.
All right.
You can skip this if you want to.
Okay. Oh,
and not
you can.
use the
Okay.
time.
Excellent. I didn't know that. All right.
The Sonic Tails combo. So we're just worried about that score in the upper corner, currently at 200 points. Sonic ditching Tails.
He just kind of flies around and does whatever he wants.
Follows along just like a tag-along little sibling. Nice little double jump combo there, and way to miss the spikes. Oh, all right. Into the mini game.
I guess we're doing this.
I will say I played this minigame a ton of times. I have no idea what happens in this minigame, so I have no tips or anything for you here.
I don't have any tips for myself. I just kind of go through it.
Yeah, run circles, and sometimes you hit stuff and you go in mock.
The blue orbs make you faster, the rings give you a second each for each one you get.
Yep.
Are you chasing that thing in front?
Yep. Yeah, the balloon thing.
Well, you mentioned that 3D
UFO.
Sonic was more your mode, so are you feeling more at home here?
I don't know, because it's really slippery. Like, more than it should be. Oh!
Oh, look at that.
Nice. Hooray.
I've never seen that happen. I just run in that world for a long time. Chaos Emeralds.
I did. I just ran out of time.
Threw some points on the board.
Alright. Oh, I guess we're going
I
down
guess
here.
you're going that way. Oh, no!
That was very, very mean.
Boss fight!
Oh. Oh, goodness. Oh, that's really bad.
There's no rings left. That's okay. Look at that. You didn't need any rings.
Apparently not.
Well, you're right at the 5-minute mark.
Oh, wow. Oh, I got a cool bonus. Wow.
Cool bonus.
There's a first time for everything.
I believe that's
Oh. Who would have thunk? I'm really not good at this one. I'll do my best.
That's all we ask. That and entertain us.
Oh, wait, no. Don't go that way. Go that way. Nope. Nope. I don't like spiky log.
Mr. Krabs.
He's feeling it now. I don't know if I am, but...
See, that's a Sonic move that I know I'm supposed to be able to do, but I don't know how to do it. And I drowned in that tank a lot too.
Oh, no, don't do that. Remember that when you're playing, everyone. Don't do what I
Tips
just
for
did.
everybody watching.
Or that.
You know, I think those coins, those rings are worth holding on to.
I think so, but I could be wrong.
Give you 100 extra points for every ring you end the level with.
Well, it would be nice to end the level, but Oh, I missed the ring. Oh my god. Why is
no.
Tails carrying me? I don't know.
Well.
I don't know what I did. But he's carrying me.
We're at 2 minutes left.
Okay. Well, hopefully I can actually finish this in 2 minutes. That would be nice. This one's tricky, and I don't really know the trick to it. Unless it's just that. No, it's not that.
That was a good duck right there. Boy, just as you got those coins. Oh, that looks good.
Where's... Oh, that's stupid. Come here. Come here. Come here. I hate this game.
You got 1 minute left.
All day.
No cool bonus points this time around.
No, I didn't do too much cool stuff there, but...
Good start. Yeah.
Oh good, I'm not gonna get very far here. Anyway.
You're at just under 30 seconds left. And we're in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that's time. So go ahead and pause right there. Let's see. Well, we can't see your score.
Can't see it here.
How does one find a score?
19,700. All right. 19,700. There is our opening mark.
And that's how you don't play the game.
That is, it is better than I play the game. Wolf, I lost your stream.
Oh, I get it. I think it kicked me out.
All right, I'm in watching you. 8-minute timer is ready, so whenever you hit start here, we'll get the 8 minutes going. All right, Green Hill Zone 1.
Nice.
Just flying through the clouds there. Minigame selected by Wolffox as well.
Yeah, that seems like it goes fast enough and gives you some points, so.
The alien balloon emerald thing ahead of you there. Ooh.
I was trying to cut that corner.
No,
But...
no Mario Kart course hopping.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sonica Chaos Emerald. I should have made this whole thing about how many cool points could you get.
Oh boy.
Yes.
I would have 0.
Have you?
Not quite received before the.
No. I only got one ring.
It's pretty equal timing here because you're going on to level 2 with 5 minutes left.
One ring to rule them all.
Come on.
That spring right there feels like they're just trolling you.
Yeah, because if you go back, it doesn't actually lead you forward.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that.
Surprise.
There's some things down there to pick up at least.
Some items.
Nice, dude.
Well, I didn't know about that.
That's what I was
attacking
trying
him
to
from the
do,
front.
and I just
Got trapped in the back.
I guess.
So, Tails picked you up and messed the whole thing up.
Yeah, I don't know how he does that, but
I think you just hit jump again when he's in a certain position.
oh,
I'm not sure. I was trying to actually test it before the stream to see how it works on this, but oh, should probably skip that.
You're at 3 minutes left.
Nope. Yeah, I wonder if I can even beat that this time.
I love the Chemical Zone music. It's so good.
I just don't like the water.
Water
Water is
infuriates
terrifying.
Yeah.
And
Really
it's
missed
so
a chance.
bouncy.
You missed a chance to have the last 10 seconds just be the drowning music.
Right, yeah.
That's all you know are. Come on. Oh. This part. Hate this part. Alright, there's a longer one that does that.
Yeah.
I think that's the one in the water
Yeah.
that does that.
Yeah, the
Like
water
the-
rises and then you get stuck. And then you really panic.
We're at a
This
minute
one.
and a half.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Really? Not do that again. Yeah, this part. This. Then you have to like slow down and go on those, otherwise you go back here.
No.
Yeah, it sucks.
oh yeah, it's the worst.
It's like go fast, but not that fast.
Then there's that other part.
We're at 30 seconds left.
Alright, well I'm not gonna be able to beat the level and put my score in. So I'm just gonna go over here and activate this for no reason.
Can you catch it in 20 seconds? That's the real
No.
question.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna get past that that bridge part in 20 seconds either way, so.
Alright, we're time now.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to
You have to finish this now.
Like 44 something.
I'm about to here, I'll just lose the time here.
Lose the race.
Yeah. Yeah, 0 points.
44 300.
so you only get the points if you finish it, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Good one, dude.
GTA.
Still goes alright.
You are. Nope, that Mr. Thomas. How'd I get Mr. Thomas in there?
Not me.
There we go. All right, GTA, you are up. 8 minutes on the clock when you get inside here. All right. Off to a speedy start.
I missed the coins at the start, probably wasn't good.
We-do.
Oh, he did that fast.
Yeah. Extra careful through that spike zone. All right, also opting for the Chaos Emerald.
He stole those coins.
Whoa.
Unlock tree. Looks close. All right.
I don't even know if that Chaos Emerald is worth points, but it's fun to get.
Looks like it gives you
Gives you a
bit
good
of extra
chunk.
points.
Yeah.
Oh, what? No.
Oh, those chameleons.
Yeah, tails can get hit, I don't care.
It's just a tag along. Nice and quick work there. 446. So you're 15 seconds behind where Targ and Wolfox were. Not that I know if that means anything. Whoa.
Still hit that screen. I should have learnt from everyone else.
Speed fireball runs.
Holy!
He's so fast, there's multiple Sonics.
Lost all my rings. What did I do? This I
Oh.
didn't plan
Oh
on.
boy.
Oh no.
The other one.
Yay.
You're
You
in a
found the
thing.
other game.
Do the
Pretty
ones on
bad.
the outside.
Yeah.
On the outside of the square.
Now what?
Gotta
follow the
Get the
path.
other blue ones.
There's
other
more
blue
blue ones. Not that.
Uh-oh.
Push forward.
No.
I'm going backwards.
Gotta hit another bumper.
Oh no.
Oh
I did not play this.
no. Okay, no, there we go.
Oh, don't hit the red ones. Oh. That give me any points at all?
I
No.
don't know that it
Didn't.
did.
It's wasted all my time.
All the time you made up in that speed run. All right, we're 2.5 minutes left right here.
Should have copied that strategy. It's not what I practiced.
Go with what you know.
It's a lot longer to beat when you don't do that method.
Jump underneath.
He's angry.
So, alright, there we go. Gather the coins, free the bunnies.
Tails can do it.
Tails actually came in handy.
Hey, look at that. Thanks, bud. Alright, you're a minute 15. One minute left.
Wrong direction.
So I haven't been able to figure out what that power-up does.
Which one?
When it turns the rings blue.
No, I think doesn't it protect you from dropping rings?
Is that what it does? No.
Apparently not.
That's what I thought it did.
Alright, 20 seconds left. Are there any more points to pick up? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is time. 26,700. Is that what I saw? As that pause came up?
26,700.
26,700.
All right. That feels respectable to me.
GG's.
Indeed.
Boba Fett.
Is my screen still
Ready.
going?
Ready when you are. Yep, you are
Oops.
still. Nope, not anymore. You just paused
Okay.
it.
Is that good?
Yep.
Okay.
One. All right. Green Hill Zone 1, 8 minutes. Creature crushing looks like it's worth points.
Save all the creatures.
I think it's 100, and then if you hit 2 in the same jump, it's like 200.
200.
Like
They
that.
multiply.
Bonus points.
Max is out at 16, but good luck on that.
No, no. Yeah, and that chemical plant doesn't give you very many guys to bounce in the very beginning there to pick up any extra points after level 2. Yep,
All right,
still
my
yet
turn.
Another emerald.
The first time I did this one was not so good.
Is this the second time?
Yep. That doesn't help.
Mach 2.
Just gotta think about yesterday.
That's right.
Stay on track. Yeah.
Nice.
All right.
I did it.
Sonic got Chaos Emerald.
So I learned that when you go through those little checkpoints and you have at least 25 rings, you get to do the side game. However, I suck at it, so I'm not even gonna try it.
Is that side game what GTA did?
What
Yeah,
I failed at
the
badly.
bubble one.
Yeah, I'd never played that before.
Ooh, you finished that with some rings. I hear that's a good strategy.
9,000 cool bonus.
I got a cool bonus?
Super cool.
Yeah, cool bonus.
Way to go. Nice.
Oh, there's a side game right there.
There was a side game. I thought you were going for it.
Nope. Not happening.
Not at this pace.
Ah, crap.
Those
It's
are
always
all
that
your
one.
rings.
My rings. Thanks, Tails.
It's Tails holding onto your zip line. He can fly.
Oh, I gotta do that.
All right, this is where lots of people lost rings.
Oh, yep, there they go. Need one. Oh no. Stop it, Tails. 4 rings!
4 rings. That's still pretty close to the most rings that have come out of that. Alright. Skip that cutscene. We got 2 minutes to get somewhere where you can get some points in this game.
Right.
This level.
Nope. No! No! Come down!
Come, friend, come!
Stop it, Tails! No! No, 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 no! I still haven't figured out how to get out of that guy's grasp.
You just gotta wiggle around a lot.
A classic video game cold break. Got 1 minute left. Can you free them bunnies? Something's happening.
Oh no. That's not the way I practiced!
No, no.
Oh no! Oh no! Leave me alone!
Oh, 30 seconds on this boss fight.
You can do it.
I can't get to him! Oh, Nikes. Come back, coins. Oh, come back.
10 seconds.
Come on, dude. Let me kill you.
5,
Come on.
4, 3, 2, 1. That's time.
Oh man.
Does that count?
I'm gonna.
That should totally
I'm gonna
count.
call that as a count. Yes, we're gonna take
Oh,
whatever
man.
comes through right here.
Wow.
There was
It's still going up.
41,700. All right. Okay, Mr. Thomas.
All right. Let's do this thing.
Now we'll come find you.
Maybe I should make my screen a little bigger. What happened to my screen? Oh my goodness.
Are we sticking with Tails and Sonic here? Are we? There was some Knuckles
Yeah.
action earlier.
There was.
You should skip this. All right.
Oh no.
That
Of course.
that is a rough start.
Yep, it is.
It took 7 seconds of your 8 minutes. Also Chaos Emeralding.
Ah, hello.
Don't worry, you can run right through the palm trees.
Apparently.
It feels so close.
Come on, let's go.
Chaos Emerald. Speed menu jumping.
Yeah, come on, get out.
Backwards.
Do I get style points for that?
Cool bonus.
Yeah, so it's called Cool Bonus.
I guess you get like, I think it's
Oh
like
my
10,000 points for not getting hit throughout the whole level.
Like this is your game, Thomas.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, not this one. Apparently not. Oh my goodness. Everybody did it, and I was like, I'm not going to do it. Everybody did it. I'm not going to do it.
Speaking the same.
Flame on. Flame on. Flame on.
Oh, come on now.
No. There we go.
Come here.
Get Tails up there.
Get it.
There we go.
No, come on.
Menu. You're at 3 minutes left at the opening of this level.
Come on.
Ooh. We haven't seen this one.
On the second one.
Catch the UFO.
Where the hell did he go?
It's up there. I was just thinking I lost track of it. No.
No, I did it on purpose.
Oh, all right.
Oh.
Get again.
Not gonna-
Minute and a half left.
That's why.
Oh, there's still some bonus points picked up
Oh.
though.
Because of the rings I picked up. Which I am just realizing now.
So I guess if time runs out, you don't get the bonus.
Yes.
But if you just
But if you
die,
just let yourself go. One minute left. Well, that looked handy there,
thanks,
Tails.
Tails.
That would be the first and only time that's ever worked for me. So let's not get it twisted.
Right? That didn't so much work for me.
Yeah.
All right, 30 seconds to boss fight.
All right.
Slightly less time than Beta Fett had.
Nope.
Those were important coins, maybe.
Let go.
Tails.
Come on, man.
We're at 15. Ten. Oh no! 9, 8.
Come on. No.
7, 6.
Come on, no.
5, 4.
It's not gonna
3,
happen.
2.
Tails will carry you away.
1. That is time with the extended bonus. All right, what do we got? What are we ending at here? I am ready for you.
36. It was 36-6. Oh, come on!
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna look at what the score is on the outside here.
Ooh.
All right, Crystal Bubbles. You are our final hedgehog.
Yay!
Sliding into the second place.
We'll do this so much more efficiently.
You all are doing way better than I did on any of these.
There we go. Now what?
I don't know. Where are you going?
I have no idea.
You made that jump there. I thought it was better than anything I've ever jumped.
How do you do that?
You gotta get up on that swinging thing.
Yeah, you got to get on the log, chain log.
Oh my god.
Hold down up and hit jump. And you
There
can...
you go.
This did not happen while I was practicing! There we go.
What's the marble move? I never figured that out. I knew that I should be able to turn him into a marble.
The marble move, huh?
Oh, y'all.
I don't know if we should tell you just because you called it the marble move.
Listen, what does this guy want? All right. We've learned this is an important minigame. Full of blue mock bubbles. And second coins.
Yes!
Nice. At Mach
I have
2.
never succeeded at that. Woohoo! Some points. How is that?
It says no, you gotta go that
You gotta
way.
go that way. It's the only choice.
Oh, put me down!
If you can beat this in 45 seconds, you tie Targ and Wolfox for the 5-minute mark at the end of level 1.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's 5:17. You're slightly in the lead on the
Bubbles
counting time.
kicking butt.
Yes, but score! That's the important thing.
We'll worry about
Good
that
score.
at the end.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
you
still
already get
5
number one
minutes
anyway.
to get score.
Because you are the closest to Crystal Bubble's score.
That is true. That is very true. Do the thing! No,
Go the
it's
other way.
direction!
Way!
See? That
The
blue
backwards
marble.
method's
It'll
my
mess you
method,
up.
Crystal.
And I've never been so nervous playing video games in my life!
Seriously.
Ah, this is where you gotta do the...
The blue marble thing that I don't know how to do.
Hold down.
Yep.
Down, jump.
There you go.
There we go.
Down and jump.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
What else?
There's only two buttons.
Yeah, I was gonna call it like A or B, but yeah.
Depends on what controller she's on.
Yeah.
The crappiest one.
Xbox.
It's clearly A, B, or C. There's only 3 buttons on it.
Yeah.
No, don't jump off.
Save the animals.
Them animals are worth points. Could be all the difference.
Yep, cool, thanks.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right, boss fight. Back attack is ready.
Just keep one coin on you at all times. Or one ring, not coin.
12 rings is better.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow, that was fast.
Okay, banked my score. We're fine. We're happy. Oh, hang on. Finish the level before we celebrate.
Yeah. Do that.
Come on!
That's the thing. There we go.
Ah, phew. Okay. Whew. Okay. Not coming last.
Hit start. Something. Skip this whole
Start. Yes, do the thing. Do the thing. Okay, I've never actually finished this level, so...
thing. Well, you got 2.5 minutes to finish it.
Oh.
Yeah, just don't go the route I took.
Oh, and which one was that? They look all the bloody same.
I was gonna say I
the
had
one
no
you're
idea.
going now.
Oh, okay.
Don't go that way.
Just don't go down.
Just don't go down. Go up.
Don't go down.
Okay, apparently I'm going down. No! Ah, well, too late. I'm here now. Yes, Tails, carry me!
Help me out, guy.
Oh, some things to kill. Oh,
Yeah, and take your coins.
So much for don't go down.
I have no idea if you're going the right way or not. Although I recognize this from Wolf's thing, so I'm going to say it's the wrong way. Because Wolf said don't go the way I went.
Okay, well...
That's a different way.
Yep, cool! Oh, no! I'm gonna kill you, not lose to you.
Let me help you.
Oh, this is the ladder that Wolf didn't like. Oh no, now the water's come in.
Can't breathe.
I hope you're not actually claustrophobic because you're making me panic right now.
Yeah, oh no! Get up
This
there!
must be so frustrating for everyone to watch.
It's more frustrating to do.
3.
Hey! We live!
You made. Oh no! Oh no!
No.
Does this do a thing?
No, you already got it.
Gotta
Checkpoint.
get up again.
Only if you have 25 rings.
15 seconds left.
Come
Yeah,
on,
this
where's
part is
something to
horrible.
kill? Oh, isn't there a thing down here? Do you do the thing?
Yep,
Come on!
keep going down to the right.
3, 2.
Time.
No, but look, there's a thing!
28,400.
I died anyway.
Oh man,
Oh, that was a good run.
that was.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna quit out of this so I don't have Sonic music in my ears. Oh, let's see here. Sorting this out in our scores. Wolfox coming in a very close race here, but first place, 44,300 points. Coming in by the skin of her hedgehog teeth, Boba Fett, at 41,700.
Petition for that last second.
That last second, Mr. Thomas would have gotten you there. 42,600 would have pushed you over the top. Let's see. GTA. No, Mr. Thomas at 36,600. GTA at 26,700. Crystal Bubbles. Oh, Crystal Bubbles pushing GTA down. 28,400.
Sorry.
Targaryen at 19,700. Still a score higher than I earned in this game.
I was robbed.
So let's see.
Crystal got that or not Crystal. Baby Fat got that same second.
I gave you the same second, but he was underwater. There was
I would have given it to you if it makes any help.
The difference here is
appreciate it.
this may actually push Crystal Bubbles into second place. Let's see here. Or no, sorry, Baby Fett.
Don't do that to her.
Hold on, now my scores got me all confused. Baby Fett, let's see. Baby Fett gets 6 points. Mr. Thomas gets the 4. Crystal Bubbles gets the 3. GTA gets the 2. Targaryen gets the 1. Ooh, this
I think I'm still in
quite. Baby Fett is still sitting in third. Baby Fett has 23 points, but closed the gap very much on GTA. So coming out of this level here, Wolfox is coming away with 44 points. Wolfox could decide to not skate tomorrow, I think, and be safe. GTA, though, is only at 26 points. Baby Fett's total went from 17 to 23. Mr. Thomas is at 19 points. But that is one still behind Targaryen, who I had in the wrong place last time in my piece here. Targaryen at 20 points. Mr. Thomas at 19. And Crystal Bubbles has broken into our double digits.
Yeah.
Crystal Bubbles breaking in definitively in double digits is a solid 12 points. So that is our order. Let's see our run order going into this. Wolfox setting our lead tomorrow for Skater XL. Baby Fett coming in behind, and GTA getting a chance to watch both of them go and try and really secure that second place position. So it will be a tight fight between Baby Fett and GTA for second place, with the hopes that there's some upsets.
I'm scared.
Baby Fett gonna have to coordinate some upsets with Mr. Thomas and Targaryen and Crystal Bubbles just to beat that GTA down and move into second.
I have baked goodies.
Oh, baked goodies.
I'm really good at baking.
So we will see you back here tomorrow night. It will be the deciding round before we know who our final two are that will close us out Sunday evening for that huge Corsair prize pack. So join us again. Register to vote, support Child's Play, call your mom. What are the messages have we had as we go through here?
I got one.
Yeah.
I got one. If anybody loves D&D and is not watching Acquisitions Incorporated tonight, we are going to be streaming it at Mr._Murdoch. And
Mr._Murdoch, you can catch
maybe I'll let
D&D
you help
there.
me decide what to do in the game.
All right. We will see you all tomorrow. Thanks for joining us, and have a good evening or morning, depending on where you might be located on this great globe.
Bye.
Bye.
What do you think it's like? Here. Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Jim Dark Magic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help them.
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, circle of the moon, mind you, I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile, cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little good berry? Or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular-ass bear. But oh no, I don't have enough time to sit for 4 hours and regen my wild shapes. Guess I'll die. Sorry, the rest of my party. Has this ever happened to you? Not anymore. Now druids can perform not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 equidistant mini trances, or naps as I like to call them, across the day. Why wait for your wild shapes to fully regenerate when you can get partial credit for a 30-minute nap blast? Sure, I could turn into a whole bear, but isn't it just as good to have my regular body and say like 1 bear arm for about 15 minutes? That's a whole 150 rounds of combat. If you can't get the job done with 1 bear arm in 100 rounds of combat, then why are we even talking?
Should a party member be willing to die for the cause? I think whether they're willing to die is irrelevant. Are they able to die for the cause? Don't underestimate that by itself, because then they can die for the cause unrelated to their willingness, and that is much, much more flexible. I'm not advocating the death of party members before their time. By and large, a coworker is much more valuable when still alive, most of the time. But like so many things, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. And don't forget, in most cases, a cause is unsympathetic to how it is achieved. If the party's goal was to save someone's life, that person might want to say something about it before the party takes action. For example, if you had to imprison 1,000 people in Avernus to save 1 person, they might say, don't put yourself out on my account. I like it down here. It seems bad until you actually show up, and then it's pretty cool. The kind of quests we get are about kidnapped dignitaries or trade disputes. But if the cause is for real clarity, real meaning, the inner workings of the universe, that is worth dying for. It's worth me dying for. And whether or not you agree, it's worth you dying for. Probably first. I am just trying to make the point. If you're seeking forbidden knowledge that can't be obtained with non-occult methods, you don't want to hesitate in the moment with ethics. A wise, long-storied drow philosopher once said, I'm not giving away my shot. If you had 1 shot, would you take it or just let it slip? That's from the Book of Lolth. Lolth is a spider goddess they made me worship for a while.
Evelyn, I keep running out of HP. How do I keep my health up? From Unconscious in the Underdark. Unconscious, thank you so much for your question. I'm so happy to try to help. I've really been working on my mentorship skills now that I'm taking care of the new C-Team recruits. But I have to admit, I wasn't sure what HP was. I asked my totally platonic friend Paulton what HP was, and he laughed at me, but he said it has something to do with, like, not dying. So I assume it means happy and healthy peace feelings. Well, I definitely have lots of those because I am a servant of the Morning Lord, Lathander. Have you heard about Lathander? If not, let me know because I would love to tell you about him. But anyway, you said you keep running out of HP. Well, I can't honestly say that's something that happens too much to me as a 12th level paladin. Well, theoretically, if it was hard for me to keep my happy, healthy PCs up, I would probably invest time in some good, old-fashioned adventurer self-care. Having sworn the oath of the ancients myself, I like to go looking for rejuvenation in nature, especially in the morning. Oh, when was the last time you watched a sunrise? Oh, that's what you need for sure. The sunset this morning was amazing. The Morning Lord really outdid himself. I mean, if that's even possible, which it isn't. But just every morning I think it is because it's so gosh darn beautiful. And okay, yeah, but the sunset this morning was amazing. Oh, but you know how love is like a flower, like a sunflower. Oh, one time my professional acquaintance and pen pal Omen once sent me a pressed sunflower in a letter, and I thought about how love, like sunflowers, always bears fruit or seeds. And from those seeds grows new life, and new life is just like the dawn, like Lathander, the Morning Lord. Isn't that amazing? Everything comes back to Lathander. Lathander, Lathander, Lathander.
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble. Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have
the enemy, the past, and threatens the fastest weapon. You wouldn't make it past a second, and that's the question. Play it brash and reckless, or choose a cautious solution you thought was prudent. In any sepulcher, pulchritude will become the putrid. It's that wealth that I'm pursuing. No mountain too steep or dungeon too deep to send expanded remarks up to the top of the peak or beneath. They see you bleed, they come like sharks to it, while I swim in that money bin like Carl Barks drew it. So send your national parks druid, I'll send them home in a natural box with a closed top and most of the parts included. Save your breath for a cleric confessor. Death is a lesson and life is a tenured professor. But if you're seeking my official advice, sign on the dotted line and initial it twice.
Hello. Welcome.
Wait, have we started?
Strong. God damn you. God damn you, Ryan. I'll send you to fucking hell. Is that too much? Hey, welcome one and all to the C-Team Better Advice panel. I'm looking at how everyone is oriented on my screen, and I'm going to try to do my best to introduce our own throng, our sub-throng of the larger throng. To my right, however you may see it, true right, I know where it is. To my right, it is Dragonborn Narcissist, Dinar Blitzen.
Yay. True right versus magnetic right.
Yes, exactly. I know that it's confusing. Situated in a quasi real space between my right and the right of my right is a coherent beam of Lathandra's holy light, Evelyn Marthane. Yep, that's the one. You've seen this hand configuration. You know what it represents.
Praise the morning Lord.
Exactly right. Now, to the right of my right, to the right of true right, repping the natural world, Walnut Dawn Grass Kakra.
Little bird, and then it's gone.
Also
Flies out the winter.
Also a powerful mask.
It is. Gets the nose and the mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Just get that bird, put it right there. That's a classic scenario. Now,
Can't get sick that way.
well, you can. It's just a different sickness. You just get this sickness from the bird.
Birds don't have flu, right?
We'll talk about it. Dinar, this is something we'll discuss at the meeting later. It's a bird-related meeting. It's actually run by a bird. We got a consultant in. Eric Cochran. Now, to my left, not your grandma's grandma, except in those rare cases where she is your grandma's grandma, Rosie Beestinger. Yes.
What's going to be?
Yes. You're keeping it low?
I'm doing it off camera so you can't see. Oh, but I came up with a good Rosie hand symbol. It's very close to Kakra, but it looks more like a bee with little legs sticking out.
Oh,
nice.
Oh, it's so hard to do it. Yeah.
You will be hearing from my lawyers.
No, see, this is the funny thing is that I saw your face, Walnut, and I was like, I think that's actually just Walnut's face. Like real Walnut, actual face. Oh, that's pretty, this is marvelous. All right,
There you go.
To the left of my
Buzz.
left.
Very good.
Buzz.
Emerging as though from a mist shroud. Kithra Stroud.
Well, I have my own, and it's not derivative. It's just this.
It's utterly unique.
The original.
Whoa.
It's got a unique texture. It's all my own. And I'm inviting you into it.
There's nothing derivative about Kithra Straub.
No.
Am I right?
Not a bit. 100% OC. Do not steal.
Do not steal.
Cannot
God damn
steal.
it.
You should probably rank these in most original to least original. So
Yeah.
clapping.
Okay, Ryan. I mean,
being
Dinar.
number one. That's the best. You all steal mine every time you clap.
Yeah, anytime you do something with the hands, it's like it's time to start paying something up top. You know, right? A little bit off here. Now, as you all treasured employees, as you are all aware, we do from time to time accept requests for the kind of advice that only we can provide. High utilization advice broadly applicable. They're coming to us for real help with their real lives, and I want us to honor that as we move forward. Blessing by player from home. Hi guys, I have a question. Since middle school, I knew I'd hate geometry and physics and now my life is turning upside down. Sometimes I can't go places, and whenever I put keys on the drawer, they float above the surface. Okay, this question changed here at the midpoint. I
buried the lead. Yeah.
I kind of thought it was going one way, and now I feel like it's going another way. The other day, I got into a car, and it flung me to the other side of town at 400 miles per hour. At least I heal fast. How do I find solid purchase in this world?
And it still sounds like you're an alpha.
Yeah.
There's a lot of problems.
Is this one of those metaphorical questions?
Evelyn, I have to be honest with you. I feel like we're missing large portions of the question.
I feel like this is the kind of thing Cathris would say, and I would nod and smile.
I also feel that Cathris is both the asker and the answerer for this question.
I don't remember asking it, but I'm glad I did. I would ask this questioner whether or not others are experiencing the same thing. Is it possible? And if they are, then what's your problem?
You're not special.
Yeah.
Where are you trying to get a special
If
dispensation?
the people around you aren't having the same problems you are, then obviously you don't have a problem.
Yeah.
That's historically been true.
Yeah.
That's what Cathris says.
I think, just again, I think that there might be some value in, entering into a dialogue with these floating keys, see what their position is on the situation, right?
Yeah.
Well,
It
their
can't
position
hurt.
is floating.
Well, yeah, they're there. I mean, they've got a commanding view, to be sure. Friends, I have a curse from Taurus Beestinger, not your grandson's grandson, except in those rare cases. My grandmother and her colleagues were murdered by an evil clone of their boss. Well, spoilers. I am currently on a path of revenge not seen since Mr. Wick lost his dog. I like the idea that the Wick verse exists and is just a template that can be slathered atop any other IP.
Yeah.
Any and all IP.
Indeed. What would you recommend as the best course of action for getting an extremely R-rated revenge on said clone employer?
First of all,
yeah,
I couldn't be prouder.
You raised them
question.
right. You raised them right.
Right. You gotta raise them right. Do I have advice on an R-rated revenge? How much time do we have?
I mean, there is definitely some time to devote to a incredibly elaborate revenge fantasy if you're down to clown.
I'm down to clown, and I'd love to get your input on this. I'm just gonna spitball a little bit here. First instinct is hunt down all the rest of the clones, torture them for information, and then kill them after they give it up. I mean, that seems like the easiest way to go. Make sure every single one of those clones pays for what the evil one did, because on some level they're identical. So
right, they inherit it. I mean, morally, right?
Right. Yeah.
Sins of the father or sins of the original clone?
Sins of the original clone
equals culpable. That's the law.
Let
That's
me
what
show
the
you
C
some
stands
documents.
for, baby.
Culpable?
That's a culpable team. I get it.
Oh no, not us.
No, absolutely no. I think Walnut can work the worst of that part out for you for sure. I have a blessing and a curse by Sad Mac in San Francisco. I have my eyes read ahead briefly. And
just go with it.
Okay. I have a universally appealing odor.
Wow.
I know the
Sure,
feeling.
we all do.
Congratulations.
Celebrate it.
Yeah.
It's like a question not
There's so
required.
many things you could do with that.
Well, let's see what kind of issues it's creating in their life. Folks of all races, genders, and creeds are irresistibly drawn to my exotic aroma. But I'm sexually irresistible to bees?
Okay.
Bees?
I've heard of this.
Yeah.
I've heard of this. Listen,
Walnut
as a
would know
nature
best.
as a nature expert, it is for me, as you can see, late summer, early fall, which
Absolutely.
is just traditionally the time that bees want to bone down. You got to protect yourself. What am I doing to make them angry? Did I look at a flower sideways?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
As it's been explained to me, he must be some kind of bird.
Yes. Also, bees are endangered. You need to like do what you can to help support the population. And if this is the way.
Yeah. I mean, because there's
technically they didn't say that being sexually irresistible to bees was a problem.
Yeah, it really seems like more of just a general statement, doesn't it? It's just a piece
It
of.
sounds like bragging to me.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, not in a question mark.
No,
what's the
exactly. It's
question
like
being asked. It's not even about the bees. Do we have an actual question?
No, it's just a piece of information we're
It's just
supposed to
backstory.
absorb.
Oh, is there a follow-up question from the bee's perspective?
Yeah.
Why do I keep trying to fuck this bird?
The problem.
It's possible.
So all these questions, wait, some of them are blessings and some of them are curses. But in this one, I think that the blessing is the bees and the curse is the stank.
It could be. Yeah, it could
Blessing
be. But
is the bees and the curse is everyone else.
Exactly.
No, hold on. There is, I think, plot twist potential here. What if this has been, and Walnut, obviously I need to tap into your unique knowledge set for this. Is it possible that this letter was written to us by a sentient plant?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yes, that's entirely possible.
I think I have your attention.
You had my attention,
Ms.
and now you have
Dogfest.
my sick fascination. Okay, well, if you are a sentient plant and you are writing this, my address
I was just
is
gonna say, please
Red
contact
Courtier.
me. I can receive mail at.
Yes. Please, my pen pal needs to be a plant.
I'm deeply ashamed that it took me that long to get to what the letter was actually about.
Did we receive the letter on paper? Because that's sick.
Well, I was.
What if they could?
Disgusting.
Yeah,
It seems like writing a sentient plant writing you letters about the bees that are sexually attracted to it could be a form of erotica.
Yeah, I was just gonna say there is something. The further we get down into this filthy, sensual warren, the more interested I become. Frankly,
This is a sexy pen pal.
this one got cranked up. I will pass
Partly,
that
though,
along.
It's the plants that are attracted to the bees, right? Because pollen is just plant jizz, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Right.
We've still never been given a problem. This is just somebody picking up the phone. They're drunk. They're just talking.
I'm just saying, this seems like they're flipping the script, putting the attraction on the bees.
Hey now, Curse by Mard the Bard. Lately, for curse-related reasons, my dearest friends and I have only been able to spend time together using a complex arrangement of scrying and message spells. Same. You can see here, I've installed the latest pools. Only the finest
Grandmother?
here.
Yeah, I'm
at
calling in
Acquisitions
from the
Incorporated.
ranch. I'm home right now.
See,
I
and
had
that's
to contact the wizard Sba'aro to help me.
Saba'aro. No, I mean, obviously, here at Acquisitions Incorporated, of course, we allow employees to work from home. That's what the scrying pools are for. Make use of them. We might stay this way, honestly. In any case, complex arrangement of scrying and message spells. I find this practice exhausting and less conducive to the casual interaction I crave. So it's another sex mail.
Fuck some bees.
Yeah. Why don't you hook up with this plant? Can you offer any advice on better methods to interact or better spell slot management?
They should probably become a witch streamer. That's a good way to make lots of friends online and not feel lonely ever.
No, and the
Not be
But then
judged.
you're tied to your scrying pool, and if you spend one day away from your scrying pool, then all your friend count goes down.
Fiend count.
Follower fiend count. Sorry, I like that. I got really excited about it. I think it's really, really good. Now, Cathris, I mean, can you offer this individual a unique perspective on this? It sounds like some of the classic spells and methods, rituals, if you will. It sounds like they're not delivering the level of intimacy that they demand.
Well, if this person is talking about complexity, and that's where the source of the frustration is, I would recommend another method of contact, and that is easy to achieve depending on the distance from their friend, and just good old physical law. What about a very long stick? You have one end in your window, other end in their window, and then anytime you just want to reach out, maneuver that stick. Hashtag. Think about it.
So you're proposing a sort of a stick rattling method of communication.
Not just a rattle. I mean, there's any number of motions. We got 6 axes of movement that you can
of stick freedom.
Of freedom. I tell you what, we should all be using a stick instead of this interface. I don't care for it.
Yeah, well, it does compress somewhat the complexity of the ideas that can be communicated, unless you've got something that you can do with a stick that we're simply not privy to.
Well, hold on a second. Let's think about this. So imagine a stick with a very tiny needle in it, and then you would speak to it, and then the vibrations would etch maybe into some sort of a rotating wax disc.
Cathris,
always this crazy?
Heresy.
This is. I was with you with the planet-sized hunk of malevolent amethyst. Now you're talking crazy.
That's why you should trust me.
I'm moving on. Blessing and a curse. Needle. Wax.
I'm sorry, I messed up.
Blessing and a curse by Nova from Victoria, BC. Mine legs. Oh boy. Just kidding.
Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah, buckle the fuck up. Mine legs and buttocks be both pert and lovely.
Okay.
You can stop
Good
there.
for
I'm in.
Nice.
I'm in. It's
Rats.
a deal.
Well, no.
Give me my stick.
Grandmother, hold your horses.
Gonna need
You
a
might
few sticks.
help her with the horses, Evelyn, if possible. The rest of mine body doth grow ever more hideous. The further it doth lie from mine rear haunches.
So
Well,
this is. Oh,
You've
I'm
got to
sorry.
highlight your best features, you know?
Yeah.
So if this means entering a room boot first, then that's what you got to do.
You back in?
Yeah, why not?
Back that thing up. Evelyn, I've been saying, have we been saying this? You gotta back that
Lathander
thing
made
up.
that booty, you celebrate it.
I like
That's your
the-
first impression.
Yeah, exactly.
Very strong.
Exactly. And then it's just like, and then you just work it down from there, right?
What about a sack that it starts opaque, since this is the worst part?
Yeah.
It's opaque here and then slowly becomes more transparent as it goes down.
Oh, like
and
an
then by the
ombre
time-
look.
Yeah, like an ombre sack to cover your most hideous parts.
The mystery.
No, Walnut? Not into
Lathander doesn't think they're hideous, though, just for the record.
Well, everyone else does.
I don't like grandmother saying the word sack. And I want to put that out there for the rest of the panel. I don't like it.
All right, I'll add it to the list of words I'm not allowed to say.
Yeah, that's our word.
Please do.
Sack. It's gotta, but it's just, no K, right?
No K.
No K. No K.
No K.
Curse by Agavesi from Oakland. I have to find 2 new roommates to live with. How do you all assess if someone will be a good roommate?
Oh, I don't. I just adopt them and have them come live in my house.
It'd be weird because you don't want to prejudge.
No.
I adopt them and have them come live in a different house.
Nice. Nice.
That's
I know.
how I treat roommates.
I know they'll be terrible. And so I showed them to Evelyn. and she just takes them. It's great.
As far as I'm concerned, great roommate until proven otherwise.
I evaluate how dummy thick they are as opposed to how ugly they are, and I develop a sort of metric from that.
What
Why
if
do you
they
need-
start dummy thick, but they get ugly as it goes up?
Get that
I
sack.
mean, it depends how much rent is then.
Well, here now, this is a situation that I experienced. I would
You were
like
dummy
to,
thick?
No,
I've been saying it.
I would like to.
Omen,
I would like to
Omen,
present.
You are a little dummy thick. Can we talk about Omen's dummy thickness? Evelyn, do you have any thoughts on the dummy thickness of Omen Drawn?
You know, mostly we're pen pals, so I would say his rhetoric and vocabulary are, of course, dummy thick.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, it's like you have sex with one god, and then rumors start getting around. It's like
what?
It's beyond my control. I'm speaking metaphorically.
Just the one, huh?
Well, it's enough. It's enough. But yeah, I mean, my understanding in this context, I mean, you grew up ensconced, did you not, Dinar, by hostile siblings? I mean, has that given you any tools has that given you like robust interpersonal tools to assess a roommate?
It depends if they don't hit you and are mean to you, and if they don't put your head in the toilet and kick you and call you names, then they're good roommates.
Okay, so these are the and it's like you have it written down like on a card so you can remember, and you have to flip it over, and it's like, and doesn't kick, and then also blessing by Pinion of the Scarlet Mask. Pinion of the Scarlet Mask Circus. I apologize. I did not know how long this handle was. I can climb really high, then jump down and fuck people up.
That's awesome.
That's so cool. Next question.
There it is. That's all I've been given. Just
Thanks
so
for
everyone's
being
on
here.
the same page.
Thanks for joining the conversation.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna be looking up reflexively.
Dinar
appreciate
has
your
some of the same
contribution.
qualities. Dinar, you've climbed pretty high before and jumped down.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Like all
Every
the time.
Tuesday. That's just a normal
That's
Tuesday.
my jumping day.
Go skip it.
Now, Blessing by Dan of the Gab from Terror Australis.
Wait, that was the whole question?
Miss Dongrass, I wish I could offer you more nutrition. But that's what the Pinion of the Scarlet Mask Circus. This is a classic issue. I think a lot of the work went into the handle. Maybe not a lot of follow through here on the back end. Here on the
Sometimes
caboose.
people just need to be listened to, you know, and
Yeah.
that's a service we can provide here.
I don't think so.
Right.
The question about jumping and falling on people didn't stick the landing.
Anyway, I gotta go. It's been great.
How do you block people on the scrying pool?
I'm just gonna put a sticky note over him. Hang on.
Oh, good idea.
Now, Dan the Gab from Terra Australis, my blessing is simple. I have, from a young age, been very diplomatic. Okay. I feel like tell me if I'm wrong. I feel like if you're someone who says that you're diplomatic,
yeah,
you want to hear this from someone else, right?
Yeah.
He's the most humble person he knows.
I have some experience with this. With a silvered tongue that drips honeyed words. I'm now 33, and I've found myself able to ascend easily via 80% schmooze and 20% talent. I am unsure what to do with this as I have no direction. Yeah, they simply haven't been provided enough challenge because they started out with a bunch of points in kiss ass.
Failing upwards can be really difficult sometimes.
80% schmooze and 20% talent. I can't think of anyone that fits that description. Can you, Omen?
We don't know anyone like that. And I think the only example we could refer to would be here in the question.
But play in the space, Omeniphus, Hereward,
You know,
John,
why don't
CEO,
we
back through the course. Just explore it. Like, pretend you're that person. What kind
explore
of
the-
advice would you give them? It's not you, but it's them,
Well, I mean, at that point, the only limiting factor on your career truly is how many places you can be at once. Until we have a solution for that, I think we're stuck. Blessing.
Wait.
Yes, Ms. Dongrass.
You're moving on too fast. When we said 80% schmooze, 20% talent, I immediately went to 95% schmooze, 5% talent, and was thinking about your good friend who is not with us right now. But you know who I mean.
Rest in pieces.
Rest in peace.
Oh, are you describing a Viari scenario?
No, try again.
Perchance.
Although, also yes.
Although, actually, you hang out with a lot of himbos, and we need to talk about it.
I thought that was kind of the usual mix for acting upper management. Isn't that how you become upper management? Is, as little talent as possible and as much schmooze as possible?
Omen just kind of surrounds himself with like airheaded guys.
The requester, the question asker, now has a clear path.
Yeah.
Apply for hacking.
Management.
That's
I was just going to say management, upper level.
Are they trying to redistribute their skill points?
I think C-suite. Blessing by John Coffee Robot, a longtime ally. From behind the DM screen. So very quickly, before we continue, I was cleaning something because shit needed to be cleaned. It was fucked up. Like it had gotten to a point. And I found that patch that he gave us.
Oh, I have it too. Yeah, like literally
me
right
recently
around
too.
here.
I found it and it was too much. It was too much that it was real, that I found it at that time. It was a lot. The fighter in the adventuring party I manage has a wonderful stage and theater acting background. That's literally the whole thing.
Okay, so the
This
fighter
can go a lot of places.
Yeah, this is really good.
Wait, blessing, curse? What is it?
This is a blessing.
It's a curse. Any theater kid is a curse.
But is this person describing the previous question asker? Is the thing.
It's possible. Maybe we haven't considered it correctly until this point, Evelyn. It could be a situation where they're embroidering a robust shared universe of blessings and curses, and there's unique connections betwixt them.
Yeah, you know what?
but-
I'm with Walnut on this. That does sound like a curse. A fighter with the penchant to be dramatic. Can you imagine the grandstanding and the monologues before every swing of the sword?
Well,
nothing would get done.
It's true.
No,
It's awful.
There's swinging from things. Anytime something else isn't being swung, it's nothing. It's like this. It's
Now,
cattywampus.
I wouldn't say that all performers are like blanket.
My experience,
a lot.
Well, and I would say that there is an indication that a performer might be a danger to themselves and others, and it can be seen at a great distance, and that's a blessing for us. If you see the jaunty neck of a lute just jutting out,
No, now you've gone too far, and now I will argue with you. No,
with intensity, just young. You know what I mean?
Doesn't one of your moms play a lute? What are we doing here?
What?
There are lots of people who play lutes. Are you
Thank
talking
you.
about bards? I love bards. I wish I could be a bard.
Bards are great in a lot of ways, and in other ways, you wish they would stop playing music at 6 a.m. Who knows?
Yeah, it's a
I'm just
combination.
saying, if you have a fighter who says anything like hearken to me, for I have a tale to tell you.
Oh, man.
Anything that thou doth have crossed the path of Bradle be the ferocious. Like anything that is just get out.
Can you imagine like combat beginning and on the back a sword and the loot? And which one? No, it's the loot. We're doing that.
Maybe it's a call for help. You know, maybe this person doesn't want to be a fighter. Maybe they really want to be a bard and they didn't get the support they needed when they were younger.
That's interesting, but too bad.
Yeah, that's a huge plus, and I wanna send a ham to these parents. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they should probably just, you know, do whatever path their parents set them on and be happy with their lot in life and never have any dreams. You're right.
Ham.
It worked for me.
And look at everything Cthulhu Straub has accomplished. Right? I mean, purified in a crucible of hatred. Right?
And I can't see, as everyone's adopted grandmother on this call from the scrying pool, name one time where doing exactly what I told you to do has panned out poorly for you. Next question.
We'll get back to that one later.
Moving on. It's like, no, go back. Curse by Van Eschiach de Caneth of Siri. Ooh, Breland, Eberron. Here's the curse, everybody. Suboptimal party members.
Uh-oh.
Had those?
That's the whole curse?
No, they often act rashly. I think that they probably just need a cream in that case. Or for the greater good without pragmatism or cost-benefit analysis. Yeah, I would say that's rare in my organization.
What's a cost-benefit analysis?
Oh, boy.
There is I have a very detailed scroll about this. I can show you after.
He's gonna
like where?
Power Papyrus.
Yeah, exactly. Papyr point.
Damn it, Walnut.
There it is.
It's a lot of scroll. Let's put it that way.
Blessing. Sorry, wait.
Yes.
Don't move on yet, Omen. I have a lot to say about whatever just happened there. Where are you going to show her your giant scroll? And
I have a scroll. I have a scroll room.
In your
like
scroll
the library.
room. So just like a private room for just you to show your giant scroll to Evelyn right after
I've got
this.
a scroll humidors.
And explain cost-benefit analysis.
It's all climate controlled.
What's the swing that's in there, though?
That's the cost-benefit swing.
It's for scrolls.
It dictates market swings.
This sounds so fun.
Now can I go on?
We need to outfit this business dungeon immediately.
I wanted to ask just a general question about these. My understanding is that a curse or a blessing is something that you don't get to have any power over. Some of these requesters of advice have said, I have this person that I work with that isn't very good at this. Well, then, but you can solve that. You can just get rid of them.
Yeah.
Is it a curse?
I think that the manner in which you dispose of this person can have any number of effects that are difficult to calculate at the head end.
Okay.
Consider this. Blessing by Avidelia Erisondoro. Whoa, shit. It gets longer from here. Mackle of Fanive. What a wild ride that is. I want to meet this person and hang out. From the pub down the street. Perfect. Now I know where to meet them. I seem to have a talent for unintentionally deflating my brother's esteem with regards to his painting hobby. Any advice for how I can profit from this on a larger scale?
Oh yeah.
That's Dinar's whole thing, right?
Easy.
Yeah.
Begging for money.
Oh.
Yeah.
Negging for profit.
When you put it like that.
Yeah.
it's always for profit, was my assumption.
So let's
Some type.
just Dinar, just as an experiment. I mean, obviously, I know that you're always looking to upgrade that decisionist coin. Here's an incredible opportunity. I mean, it's on the spot, but get ready. So I would love to see you just sort of sketch for me, sketch and doodle a business model about tormenting a sibling and then profiting from the work they create. Go.
Well, I think the first thing you have to do is define your management style in such a business. So this would work well. I define my management style as Stockholm syndrome. So what you're going to want to do is, really break down their will and their enjoyment in the craft itself until they're just a shell. And then you're taking notes. So comparing their work to rivals and how it's inferior, comparing their work to things you've done by accident and how it's inferior.
Things perhaps an animal or even a pet has done.
Yes. And then once you've thoroughly discouraged them and removed their will to do anything, then you use them as a beast of burden to carry heavy things and just rent them out to people who need manual labor.
Wow. Yeah. Now, how does the painting come in? Is there
Paint what now?
Now,
I mean, the beauty of this model is that painting compared to another painting. It could be about sewing. You sew like shit. Say it enough times, and eventually you got them carrying heavy boxes. The name of the game is carry heavy boxes.
It's freight.
How business is done.
Freight. This is we're trying to build a shipping company here at the end of the day.
Yum Yum Logistics.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Curse by
It's Cthulhu, but go ahead.
Yeah. Oh. It was close. You were close. Curse by Ursa the Ash Bear. Oh, this is even Drought. This is actually for you. I have been cursed to see the unfiltered totality of existence. Put a finger down, right?
I'll trade.
Yeah. What baked confectionery delight do you recommend to stave off the inevitable collapse of the mind that comes from seeing the heat death of the universe happening in real time? Well, they've really come to the expert here.
I heard that yams are the most healthy thing, the single thing you could survive the longest eating. So I think that if you wanted to continue with that vision, you'd want to support that
with yams,
support the meat with precisely, exactly. And they don't taste bad either. You can prepare them a lot of different ways. So yams is the key.
So a versatile tuber.
It's a great at snack time or anytime.
Like with or without the cinnamon and marshmallows and stuff.
It's really at your discretion. If you're looking for a little extra something special, maybe for guests, we're gonna go the cinnamon and the marshmallow. But it's great by itself.
In case your guests have also witnessed the heat death of the universe.
Yeah.
Sure, like a book club.
Yeah, but for Doom. Now, Cthulhu, aren't there also savory options?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, the list goes on and on. You can julienne those. You can do whatever you want with them. I wish we had them in the Underdark growing up. I wouldn't have left. I'm just crazy about yams.
Curse by Ram Rapara from Under the Big Tree. So you might know them, Walnut.
Sure.
You know the one. Dear C Team, in what I thought was an incredible bargain at the time, I recently acquired a pair of fine shoes. Well, this is a day to remember. However, oh shit, see, I knew there was going to be a twist.
However, oh fuck.
I mean, the other questions were like, good shoes, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm familiar with the concept of a shoe. Whole question. However, it appears they're cursed. Fuck. A new journey awaits me Well, sounds like you got shoes. So, I mean, you're starting the right way. Hopefully an exciting adventure that'll leave me in a better place, but I can't take that first step. Please advise. Is it possible that this is the stepless shoe that we've all heard the tales of right there?
Shoes of unwalking.
Sometimes it's not the destination, it's the journey. And then sometimes it's not the journey, it's the lack thereof.
That's the journey.
That's really the tale of the C team. And if we've learned anything about that exact experience.
So Evelyn,
as it is written in the holy texts.
Is there anything else in the Book of Lathander on not going being the real going?
Oh, absolutely. Not going is the real going is one of my favorite hymns that we sing at the temple.
Which Omen, being a devout follower of Lathander, definitely also knows the words to. So,
oh yeah,
I mean, I would love it if you could.
What? I hear my mom.
You live with your
mom?
mom?
She wants you to sing.
I'm home for Last Stone's Day.
For break.
Yeah.
What better way to soak up the sun than to stand in one place as it rises and falls in a perfect arc over your life?
I want to be mad at it, but that's the content I needed right now. Curse by a secretive swordsmith from I'd rather not say. Makes sense. Don't fuck it up in the first sentence. I have spent a long. It's like, oh, that's swordsmith. I've spent a long time forging cursed blades, and a long time forging blessed blades. Ooh, as the situation demands. What I really like to do is forge a blade with a curseling or a blurse. Can you recommend a competent wizard? No. Or a sorcerer? Yes. Who can help me accomplish this task? I mean, obviously the person, and tell me if I'm wrong here, Evelyn, the first person who comes to mind here has got to be Strix Beestinger.
Oh, absolutely.
On the sorcerer side. And I will tell you this much about this particular Beestinger. She's not 100% clear on the value of money, and that's going to work out very well for you. If you give her something that is very, very shiny, you're probably in.
Or edible.
Yes. If it gleams.
What's a good?
Yeah.
I was going to say, what's a good blurse? Like what? I kind of want to know a sample.
Yeah.
A sample blurse. Here's a terrible one.
Yeah.
You have a sword, and when you slice it, the person falls unconscious. Even if you miss, that's pretty good. But also, your family home sets on fire at the same time, right? Like that's a blurse.
What about
agreed?
When you hold the sword, your face gets real ugly, but then you're packing sick cake in the old dump truck. You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
As soon as you produce this weapon,
they won't see that sword coming. What about a sword of mending?
Oh.
Nice.
That's the perfect one.
Oh, that would be the biggest surprise. You'd have to chase people around to use it on them.
Yeah. I think
You'd have to chase wounded people down.
Yeah, exactly. They'd be like, no.
Just let me stab this into your wound.
No, just weakly swiping as the blood loss accentuates their loss of consciousness. No.
Yeah.
Or like a lack of journey being the journey.
Yeah.
An
Wow.
unjourney.
Lathander.
I learned a lot today.
No, I think we all did.
I think.
Oh my gosh, the final question. I just saw that was the final question. I find that
I
very
could do this
hard
for
to believe.
hours.
We literally could. I could go for another hour right now. That's my
we used to.
Yeah.
Once upon a time.
We did 2.5 every week.
We were so young.
It was the before times.
It was.
in
When
fact,
we
the
wore
before
hard
times.
pants, as Kate has dubbed them.
Hard pants. Never again.
Oh, the
Never
what the firm
Never again.
pant?
Yes.
Yeah, no
The
more hard
rigid
pants for me.
pant?
That's real 2019. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for
So
sure, for
over.
sure. Well, that being said, revered Shadow Council and assorted others, may our labors please you. Thank you so much for coming up. Hopefully we got to your question. Hopefully you have been nourished thereby. Thanks so much for stopping by. We'll see you next time.
Hey crew, I'm excited.
This is going to be amazing.
This is going to be so much fun. Tasha's Cauldron of Everything is coming this fall.
It is a massive new expansion to the Dungeons & Dragons rule set for DMs and players alike.
There's some pretty cool stuff in there, including, officially, the Bard College of Creation. This is a subclass you don't want to miss out on.
You know why I'm super excited about Artificer and the changes coming? Because my character is already kind of a badass tank. But imagine her being able to shoot lightning with these greaves.
I cannot wait, personally, to create a new chaotic tiefling warlock to unleash the ultimate genie magic with.
Y'all, I gotta tell you, they made magical items as tattoos. I want to use this stuff in game right away.
I am super excited to try out a bunch of these new spells. It offers a lot of versatility, so you might want to take Summon Aberrant Spirit and fight alongside a Beholderkin, because why would you not?
One of the rules that they're expanding on is one of my personal favorites, which is the group patron mechanic that can change the flavor of a campaign even before it begins.
There is so much great new stuff, including sidekicks. That's right, they're going official.
All that and more will be available in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, available everywhere this fall.
Welcome to Up, Up, Down, Down. I'm your host, Austin Creed. Here in this realm, you refer to me as the king. Yeah! Let's go! Even though we're constantly doing new awesome stuff on the channel on a regular basis. Freddie Prinze Jr.! How about that,
I've been lucky enough to be able to combine wrestling and video games, two things that I love. This is what I was made to do.
What do you think of this? Get a little steamy in here. We saw a lot of things, guys. Yeah.
We did. That's true.
We saw some people who were happy. Some people who lost. Some people who complained. Stupid PlayStation controller. Some people who won. Oh! Oh my God! Some people who wanted to throw controllers.
There's no way to win this! Why? Why? There you go. It's a one.
Catch it here on Up, Up, Down, Down. Keep it tight.
Log in to explore strange worlds and fantastical cities, thanks to a company based in a really boring one that handles all the tedious math and reference stuff for you, so you can finally unleash the epic quest you've been crafting since middle school on your friends. Or just do what most people use it for, cranking out endless new characters while they're bored at work. I could finish these spreadsheets, but what if this paladin owned a horse? Perfect. D&D Beyond. Play with advantage.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom-class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated.
This podcast features adults using adult language. You have been warned.
Previously on Acquisitions Incorporated. When we last left the party in Avernus, Omen Drawn and Jim Darkmagic had inadvertently become separated from Bobby and Evelyn by the sudden explosion of the Apocalypse Dagger carried by Viari. With the erotic triumph over his Lich clone, the original Jim and Omen make plans to escape the clone's rolling fortress.
And right behind you is the door to the dressing room of the Lich formerly known as the real Jim Darkmagic.
Right. We were trying to find his phylactery.
If we don't find it, then we're just gonna have to do all of this again later.
I'm not doing that again.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
As though foreshadowed by the hand of destiny, Jim plays a convincing Jim Darkmagic.
Lord Jim, is the show over already?
It was a quick one tonight, and the audience wasn't feeling it, so...
Oh, you got him.
Captured him, did it by myself. I'm gonna start torturing him now. Piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that.
No, it's gonna be bad. I'm gonna fuck with his dick, and it's gonna be weird.
I'm ready for the torture.
I'm doing this myself, and I'm going to enjoy taking his skin and doing stuff with his eyes. So...
I'll be outside.
Okay.
Finally, alone in a room with a bed, Omen and Jim make a valuable discovery in the mirror. Destroying the Lich once and for all will require nothing less than a blow from a magical artifact.
With the magical two-handed maul, I'm gonna slam the top of this gem on this mirror as hard as I can.
Omen's maul whelm shatters the flak, but the necrotic damage blasts Omen, making him look like he's undergone incredible torture, because that's exactly what it felt like.
And Omen, you are also stunned.
I believe that.
It's enough to convince the guards the job's been handled. Meanwhile, in the Avernal Wastelands, the witch Mad Maggie apprises Morgaine of the situation.
Oh, Morgaine, we gotta get to your fans quick. Otherwise, that Lich is gonna eat them for some yum-yums.
Yes, I am very concerned about their health and safety. He has not paid me in 3 weeks.
Now, since you've been so good with that bow of yours defending my fort, especially while I was imprisoned by that pig fucker Jim Darkmagic, you get your choice of vehicle for the rest of this ride. You can get down there and ride one of those Hell Rider
motorcycle.
It's fast.
Morgaine peels off to find Omen and Jim, and even more meanwhile, Evelyn Marthane, Bobby Zimmerowski, and Viari tumble through the infinite void opened by the Apocalypse Dagger.
And the dagger is disintegrating. You see Viari's arm disintegrate, and then he vanishes.
Viari, no! Bobby is imbued with an echo of Viari's innate energy, acknowledged visually with this Mankini signifier. Time seems to stand still as Bobby and Evelyn are contacted by Zariel, Lord of Avernus.
And she looks down at the two of you and says,
"You shall soon die, but I make an offer to you now. Join my infernal legions, and I will save you from this dark abyss." Don't do that. For sure, no. For sure, no.
So, who's like the main person you're trying to take out?
All of them. All of the demons who dare tread upon the infernal soil of hell.
I also would love to purge all of the demons. The thing is, I've already got this job with Lathander. Do you know Lathander? Great, glorious god, morning lords, tons of light. He's just fantastic.
And you? I require your soul.
That's where I got the issue, you know?
Bobby, would you like to accept the light of the morning lord into your for the next 24 hours? Whenever you make a saving throw, you can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the save.
Anna Prosser!
A newly converted Bobby prays, and it is answered as the Cosmo Hopper itself changes into a vision of the World Tree, punching a portal to Avernus and the missing party members. Morgaine, Omen, and Jim spy the portal opening near the River Styx, along with a strange moving island.
As you turn to go toward the portal, that island crashes into the shore, raises up its mouth, and demons start rushing out onto the beach.
What? That is a good monster.
I need you to roll initiative.
Mad Maggie mulches demonic hordes with her war machine as our heroes fight their way back to the portal and the charged Cosmo Hopper just in time for their return trip.
As the haze around the Cosmo Hopper fades, you see that you have phased into being in one of the great parks of Waterdeep.
Oh, we did it!
I stumble off of the stairs and I just start to kiss and maybe even eat part of the ground.
I shout, boy, what day is it?
But upon their arrival, Vi has a surprising update.
2 years have passed since you left. It gave me some time to travel around. I even went home. I'm not originally from here.
Where is home?
Oh, I'm from a world called Eberron.
We obviously need to get this device back into the HQ. I mean, let me show you the operation. Let me show you around.
There's the rub, my friend. While you've been away, Acquisitions Incorporated has been undergoing a complete hostile takeover. And that's where we'll end.
Now, amid a hostile corporate takeover, with a business in shambles, and all of the audience's sympathies directed, naturally, towards its wealthy 1%er CEO, we return to Acquisitions Incorporated.
Welcome, everyone, to Acquisitions Incorporated at PAX Online. I'm Jeremy Crawford, your Dungeon Master, and joining us today, as always, is Jerry Holkins as Omegathon.
Oh, hello.
We also have, returning to the Acking table, Anna Prosser as Evelyn Marthane. Also, returning to the Acking stage, here in our homes, WWE superstar Xavier Woods.
From down deep.
I'm ready to roll nothing but 20s today. Let's go.
As Bobby Zimmerowski. We also, of course, have Mike Krahulik as the world-renowned Jim Darkmagic.
It's him.
Hey, everybody.
And returning to the table is Holly Conrad as our favorite Trash Witch, Strix.
Ow! My mic hit me in the face. I'm glad to be back.
We're glad to have you back.
I'm delighted to have you back, and it is wonderful to see you all. I would, of course, rather we were playing in person, but getting to play D&D in any medium is always a delight. And so, here we go. Now learning that several of you have been gone from your home world for 2 years, Vi, your gnome inventor buddy and now work colleague, gestures for you quickly to get out of this park. My friends, this Cosmo Hopper is going to be a beacon to your enemies, as well as other people whose curiosity we do not want to attract. I recommend that you get someplace safe. We're not too far here from Troll Skull Alley, and I have met your old colleague Strix. You should go there and lay low for a little while.
No, hang on.
Oh, yeah, everyone
can come over to my house. That'll be great.
Oh, yes. We can
Your
pray.
house is not safe, and I think that you know that.
No, we remodeled twice.
Okay.
What's wrong with her house?
It lost a roof for a while. It was no big deal.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's...
and a wall. Take it with a grain of salt. But Vi, is it Troll Skull Alley or is it Troll School Alley? Because that's actually really important. Those are not the same alley at all.
The alley that I am aware of is Troll Skull Alley.
Gotcha. Okay, that's the one we'll go to.
I'm gonna hit up a hostel or something.
My house is nice. I repainted.
I want to go see the house.
I highly recommend you stay together, because if the current owners of Acquisitions Incorporated realize that you're here, shit's gonna go sideways real quick.
The current owners isn't Omen.
What do you
the owner?
mean, current
Yeah,
owners?
is he not in charge anymore? Cheese Daddy?
Listen, I'm down on my luck.
Is Strix there right now?
Strix might own it for all I know.
She probably comes and goes a lot, I imagine, right?
Yeah, we'll find out. I say maybe Strix can tell us why. I mean, this my understanding. I just learned about this takeover situation, and we might want to talk to somebody who actually lives here. I think that would help. And if that means eventually going to your incredibly dangerous house, Evelyn, then that's an opportunity we should take. But for now, let's go to Troll Skull Alley.
I mean, if you don't think my home sounds pleasant, then I mean, that's fine.
I think it sounds great.
Well, let's get Strix first,
I'm not
and
that
then go.
insulted. I just thought, inviting everyone over was a nice thing to do.
Not necessary. I think we got a great group here. I think we got an A1 team.
All right, so we don't get to see your house, okay?
Well, I need to go home at least for a moment, because I do need to let them know, because it looks like I've been gone a while, so I just need to let them know I'm okay, and also hopefully pick up some pie. And Bobby, you can come because you seem interested in my house, which is very well redecorated, if I do say so.
Yes.
I'm very interested in pie. And
I love
Strix is
decorations.
not.
Is this like an extreme makeover type of thing with your house?
Like
Is it
5x extreme? Meaning I made it over 5 times because it blew up.
Yeah. So this is like season finale, like HGTV tier type stuff.
Shiplap all over the place.
Yeah, I want to make sure there's a lot of reclaimed barn door wood.
Oh yeah.
But Jim, I want to make sure before you start eating any pies. So you need to understand that these pies were made by Strix.
Everywhere I look.
I want to make sure you understand that you can't just go around eating pies like you don't know who handled them.
Bye. Let's go.
I have a question.
I think we should all agree we have one wizard and we already have it. Let's go.
Of course. I'm still new, I guess. There's still names that I don't know. Who's Strix? Who's this person?
Nobody important.
Oh, she's a very powerful sorcerer.
Not
she
really,
works for
though.
Acquisitions Incorporated, and she
like Jim.
knows how to bake.
Not like me.
Well, not like Jim very much.
No.
I wouldn't compare them,
No,
apples and oranges and all that.
Well, apples and rotten trash.
No, see, I wouldn't. I mean, she does smell a little like trash, but that's not reflective on her sorcery.
It is, though, in a lot of ways.
Bobby,
it's all connected.
Bobby, it's best to let them handle this. This is something that you and I, and potentially even Evelyn, can look at from a distance safely.
Magic show duel?
That's a great
something
idea.
like that. It's not. You can't be too close.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Every seat is a front row seat, right? So, watch out. Troll Skull Alley, it is.
My friends, I am so delighted to see you again. And she looks at you, Bobby, and says, and especially you.
Me too. And by the way, you smell great, per usual.
Oh, thank you, honey. But you need to get your asses out of this park.
Okay.
I am going to have my crew move the Cosmo Hopper as surreptitiously as we can. We're going to move it to my Waterdeep lab. Once you've got situated, stick around at Strix's house, and oh my, those pies are delicious. I especially love the strawberry rhubarb. I will send word, And it might involve a little travel through the sewers so no one sees you. But you can then come to my lab and we can figure out what to do with the Cosmo Hopper and with the whole damn mess of your company being taken over by Drawn Enterprises.
Again, but it happens. It's, you know, it's like, honestly, it's like if you have ants. It's just you call a service. I want to make sure that everyone understands this. It's a temporary setback.
Well, we did leave like this plane of existence, right? I mean, it's not like we were absent owners. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I was.
I'm a part owner.
Now,
Yeah.
if for some reason you need to find me before I send you word, I'll tell you a little secret. And she looks around in the park, making sure no one is close by. You can find my secret lab inside one of the city's walking statues. All you got to do is go to Grolkin's Tankard. It's cradled by the great drunkard statue. Tell the barkeep there that you are the travelers looking for the fixer, and they'll set you up and send you on your way.
I like the sound of this place.
Oh, the drinks are amazing.
I bet.
Oh, and Bobby, that satchel is all yours. And you don't have to hold back on that cheese, honey. Every morning, I designed it so it will produce even more cheese.
I got something that does that.
I love you so much. I quietly weep just a little bit.
I mean, my thing is that cheese is historically how I have manipulated this person.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna have to be a kind person, I guess.
And especially the fact that you no longer own this company, so I don't know how you would acquire the cheese. So at this point,
yeah, exactly. Free agent.
I'm very much attached to Evelyn, and I'm part of the faith now. I'm learning.
Oh yeah,
trying to do better every day. So I'll definitely stick around for that.
Walk that path.
Yeah, definitely.
There is a lot of commonality between cheese and sunshine. I just really feel like that makes sense.
They're both bright, make people happy.
So as you make your way to Troll Skull Alley, do you want to go by street or by some other means?
I don't see why we shouldn't go by street. Is there any reason that we should be afraid to walk the streets of my city?
I mean, I'll take a quick glance around. I mean, do I notice people being mugged openly and drug into dark alleys, or I mean, how much have things changed?
So as you look around, it looks like the Waterdeep you remember, except one very important detail.
Everyone's a dog.
As you look to the north, south, and east and west, as your gaze reaches sort of the edges of the city walls or Mount Waterdeep, you notice that there are battle balloons patrolling the skies above the city. Not something you were accustomed to see 2 years ago.
Do they have livery?
Pointed in towards the city or defending the city, like pointed out?
They are each, you see, going on a fixed patrol pattern that includes the interior of the city, but then it looks like their patrol takes them out over the wall outside the city and then back in.
Is there livery on the balloons?
Go ahead and make a wisdom perception check to see if you can make it out from here.
It's never been easier. 12.
That is good enough. You can make out from this distance what looks like the Drawn Enterprises logo surmounting a tiny Ack Inc. logo.
What? I say it
you?
out loud. I'm
Your
sorry.
name's
This is how it has to be. I'm sorry. I say it out loud. I say, what? What the fuck?
You've been usurped.
Yeah, you got usurped.
Who's Drawn Enterprises?
it's a project of my sister's. She's always been desirous of my works.
Dude, we need to get you some pancakes for all this used syrup.
Hey.
Right?
I love
That's
pancakes.
a good one, Jim. That's
Right,
a good
Bobby?
one, Jim.
Right,
That's
Bobby?
a good one, Jim. Hey, you should do stand-up too, add it to your show.
Yeah.
I would tell you to go to hell if we hadn't just gotten out. Let's put it that way.
We can still make light of the situation.
Well, the editorial comments they're not welcome.
If you don't laugh, you cry.
Omen starts to cry.
Just openly sorry.
No, I'm gonna go over like
I'm patting him. I'm sorry. I didn't.
No, I basically I try to make it look like I'm examining a topiary in the park, like too close. I'm like, it's not. I mean, it's good work. I mean, it's really good work.
I come up and I put a hand on his back and offer him a piece of cheese. Here you go. Come on.
I'll put it by the mouth and then I'll push it in, but I can't. The lip quivers too much. Like I can't. The cheese can't gain entree.
I'm gonna guide him. We're just gonna take the streets, right? I sort of lead him away from the hedges.
Yeah, maybe someone will murder us.
We can.
Maybe
hope.
they'll put an end to this farce.
Omen, I've never seen you so depressed. We should take you home.
Yeah, but I think that she probably owns that also. So
not my house.
Your house is sounding better and better. If it's a house at all, it's got things I like about it.
When I last saw it, it was mostly a house.
I'll take it. 75% or lower. I mean, let's do it.
If you need,
All
I can
right,
check
I lead the
my
way.
satchel for some leaves if you need some of those.
Listen, you dig around. You let me know what you got.
Let you know.
Bobby, go ahead and roll a d4.
Uh-oh.
Let's do.
It's like potency.
Yeah.
2.
Concentration.
You have 2 more of the leaves in your bag. And as you look, you suddenly realize you're not sure if the number of leaves in your bag is remaining constant. That these mystical leaves seem to be vanishing and reappearing at some rate all their own.
I wonder if some root of Yggdrasil is poking through there.
What an artifact. The most powerful artifact.
It's our connection to the world tree. So maybe
Yeah.
this means something.
Well, as you ponder this cosmic mystery, Evelyn, you lead your friends through the streets of Waterdeep back to the building that has been mostly a home. And
It's a full home. It's just mostly a house.
Mostly, got it.
The heart is.
And as you approach, you can smell the familiar aroma of freshly baked pies. And Strix, you see through the window Evelyn, whom you haven't seen in a month, approaching along with Jim, Omen, and a Goliath you don't recognize. And you realize you have not seen Omen and Jim in quite some time.
All right, I have there's a window. I feel like there's a window in the kitchen where at one point Omen had peeked into like a creep. That one.
Oh yeah.
That's that's the one I'm gonna open and stick my head out and be like, "Oh, you're back! How long has it been? Has it been a while? It's been a while, right?"
Yeah. Remember you were wondering because you worked for Acquisitions Incorporated and then suddenly you didn't hear anything from them for a couple years.
I felt like
I found them.
That wasn't a bad thing. I felt like maybe they had their things under control. They didn't need anything exploded. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Everything okay? How's business?
If you ask how business, you notice there's a bunch of signs that just say no more crickets, we promise. Just outside, there's no more, we promise, just fruit. And there's pictures of fruit. And she's like, we tried some rebranding. Just recent rebranding. Yeah, but it's going all right. It's going all right. I see hello, Omen and Jim. Hello, and your new friend.
Hello, how are you?
I just vomit right in your yard. And I'm like, this isn't an illusion. Oh,
Seems like he's had a good time. How you guys? Why don't you all come in? I'm gonna see. I just started some a whole new patch of pies. No crickets. If you want to come in, have a
Strix,
couple.
this is Bobby, and he's also a servant of the Morning Lord,
Oh,
newly
great.
converted.
That's great.
And he really likes cheese, and he has some. Do you think you could make a cheese pie?
Oh, please.
Do we have to call it Lathander or something? Because you always want to call my pies Lathander or something.
Well, it's a really good name. I mean, if you can think of something better.
No, I don't have anything better. It's fine. I will make whatever you want. It's lovely to see all of you. I haven't heard from any of you from a while. Are you okay? I see some tears in your eyes. Are those tears?
There's just like the tiny. I mean, like that 4 or 5 year old nod, like just the head kind of goes up, and then just like a mailed fist wipes the nose across.
What? I'll walk outside the door, like put an arm on his shoulder and be like, "Come on, buddy, I'll get you a pie."
Yeah, but Strix, that wipe was productive enough that he's looking at it like a wet watch, and then it just gets rubbed along the side of the plate, and then he moves. He's completely rudderless. You can easily guide him wherever you want him to go. It is sad. I completely agree with you.
This is sad. Jim, aren't you best friends or something? Shouldn't you be taking care? Look how sad he is.
he gets like this sometimes.
I've never seen him like that. Evelyn, have you ever seen him like this?
All the time. All the time. This is every Wednesday.
Also, just to tell you, Jim, I'm best friends with the Black Staff now. I just want to tell you that. All right, let's go inside. Let's just walk inside.
Quick
transition. Come on in.
So inside you go. You are in what used to be this manor house's tap room. It is now this pie shop. And outside, it is midday, although Troll Skull Alley is shadowy as usual, given the tall townhouses here and also the smoke that seems to always be rising from the chimneys, although often it's actually mist that's coming in off the bay, which lends this whole part of Waterdeep a gloom even on the brightest day. But despite that gloom outside, there is the cheer inside, mostly produced by the pies all around you. Would you like to eat anything now that you have the opportunity?
You have to, J-Craw. I mean, I think it has been 1,000 years since we have had a long rest. Now, is this place so dilapidated that you could not perform a long rest inside it?
No, it's fixed. It's nice now, and everyone's out running errands. So
You have a really good contractor.
Not everyone.
I'm here, yes.
I would imagine some of the kids and the owlbear are kind of like scurrying around, and I would introduce Bobby to some of them.
Yes, I love animals.
We've had some incidences recently, but other than that, it seems like we have a roof. That's new. That's been here for at least 6 months.
It's an upgrade for sure.
It is.
Looks sturdy.
Also, Bobby, can I take some of that cheese, please?
Please. And I do have one special request.
Yes.
And I reach into my satchel and I get the cheese, and I reach into my other satchel and I get one of the leaves. And I say, could you mix this into the pie mix?
Oh yeah, I'll smell it. Does it? For some reason, I feel like it's that kind of like that fancy basil. You know, it's like.
I think that's accurate.
We'll say it's a very, very fancy basil.
Like Thai basil. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure.
After you're done cooking and mixing that, you might want to just wash that bowl a couple of times before you cook anything else in it.
No, we don't wash anything here. It's fine.
Your call.
And you see, I have an albino gazer who's a little so he's pretty much a tiny beholder.
Yeah.
And so I'll hand the cheese to him, and he'll hopefully take it to the bag.
Yeah,
not drop it.
I just say gross, and then I climb up a rope into an invisible hole.
Oh, by the way,
you see the rope get pulled up.
I don't think you can do that because I have one of my warding spells done in the house.
I fall out. Just on my back.
I peeked through the kitchen. I'm like, we had a big problem with devils for a while in here.
I can tell. Just testing your wards. Everything seems in place.
We had a big problem. My soul might still be out. Everything's fine, but security's been higher. Just so you know.
So I from a mailed fist, I'm just reaching into the middle of a pie and eating that. And basically, like, eventually Omen's eyes, I'm seated in this open area. Eventually, after a few handfuls, his eyes close.
Oh.
Just falls asleep eating pie.
Just standing there.
This sweet sleepy child.
I'm gonna try and like make him a little. I'll make him a little nest there in the common room. Like I'll get some hay from the owl bear room.
I'll
cover
pick him
with
up
some
like a baby.
blankets. Yeah, we'll
carry him
tuck
over.
him in.
Oh, with just effortlessly, like this plate mailed adult man.
And
I'll
I'll
set
set
him on
about
the
also
hay.
making like guest accommodations for people so they can sleep.
Ooh, do you have any blankets here?
Oh yes.
Oh, we have
Here.
lots of blankets, including living blankets. If you want an owl bear as a blanket.
Oh
wow! Ooh, I'll
We
keep that
also
one for
had some
myself.
enchanted blankets, but I wouldn't suggest using those. They tend to smother people.
It's true.
I'll get a regular one and just put it over Omen, and I'll kiss him on the forehead. And say,
Aww.
hey, he's daddy.
I'm so glad that all of you found Bobby. Bobby seems wonderful. He's taking care of all of you. Look, Jim isn't doing anything.
I'm gonna use Fabricate to make a sleeping bag that zips up over my head, and I just curl up in a corner.
And all of you who have just returned from hell feel like you haven't slept in weeks.
Yeah.
And so Bobby and Evelyn, after Jim vanishes into his magically fabricated sleeping bag and you kiss Omen goodnight, the two of you feel a wave of sleep just come crashing down upon you.
I do that trudge up the stairs to my bedroom. Everyone, our house is your house. Just get anything from the kitchen. Good night.
Downstairs on the couch, trying to flip through a book of Lathander. And I fall asleep for that.
The little big book of Lathander.
Yeah.
It's like one of
Lathander
those
for
table
dummies.
books that's like, just in case someone stops by and's like, I would love to hear the good word of Lathander. It's like sitting right there.
No. I'm just like, I just walk by that and I'm like, here's your cheese pie. Also, there might be some gazer spit in it, but
Ooh, I'll eat that when I wake up.
Like falls asleep cuddling it.
Yeah, I'm so excited smelling.
And so with the smell of the freshly baked cheese pie, you all go to sleep. Strix, you eventually go to sleep as well. They just are out in the middle of the day. And then...
Can I draw something on Jim while he's asleep?
No, he's completely
I am
sealed
in a cocoon.
Oh, you did that on purpose. Okay,
Yes.
I go to take advantage of this, realize that he already thought of this and was like,
You gotta give him points for that. I mean,
I do.
He did.
I do.
And then, long rest, max health, yes?
Yes, you get all your hit points back.
Yay!
I can't even imagine.
Am I even able to find the bathroom in the middle of the night? I mean, what's the situation like? Is there someplace to go?
Yeah,
we
there's
have
a
a
bathroom.
bathroom.
We're not savages.
Yeah, the house is nice now. Like, we have elevated ourselves over these past 2 years. Like, things are better.
Chip and Joanna Gaines, the tiefling duo, have been here and redone the house.
Things are better for us. They are elevated. The pies are better. There's no crickets. I'm impressed.
The cricket thing has come up a lot.
A lot.
Statistically speaking.
Yeah.
They're cheap protein, you guys. Things are hard.
First thing in the morning, there is a loud knock on the front door of the house.
I'm already awake because Evelyn wakes up early even when she's exhausted and she's, doing calisthenics and stuff. So she runs to the door and opens it all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Standing out on the porch, there is tiny lad with a shock of red hair under a jaunty little cap. He has freckles, a little vest, shorts, knee-high socks, a little book satchel, and he says, "Good morning. Is Sir Omen here?"
Well,
no.
Do I hear this?
How did you know that, though?
I'm his new intern.
Oh no.
Oh, will you come in and we'll introduce you to Jenks and Squidly. There's lots of kids to play with. You don't have to work. I mean, you're very young to be an intern, but come here and I'll bring you to Omen.
He steps through the doorway and immediately screams out in pain. Strix, because this is your forbidden spell,
yes,
go ahead and roll the 5d10 for how much damage he takes trying to step through the doorway.
Yes,
Evelyn's
take that.
Like, yeah, stranger, come on in.
Just lured him in.
Oh no, I got to figure out how to roll it on Roll20. Hold on.
It's going to be easy peas. You'll see.
You just click on the D20 in the lower left hand, and then you can choose how many of each.
Yeah.
Whoa,
D&D
that's
Beyond
so
makes
easy.
it simple.
With D&D Beyond, it's never been easier.
Okay. It says D10.
5d10.
Ugh.
Radiant damage.
Look at those pretty dice.
Holy shit, really?
29.
Ugh.
That's radiant damage. You know, some people don't have that.
This is
all right. The little boy screams out in pain, stumbles backward, tears streaming down his freckled face. "Oh my goodness. Why would you cause me such pain?"
Strix, what happened?
Oh, I'm awake now. I'm going to come in.
What happened?
I heard someone.
Yeah, he came in the house and he got all hurt.
That kid's a devil or something. Just.
Are you a devil? Are you masquerading as a kid?
They have to tell you if they're a devil. That's the law.
Yeah.
That's devil law.
It's entrapment if they don't.
Before I answer any questions, I must see Sir Omen.
I don't trust that.
No.
For I am here to serve him per his agreement with our great lord.
Which great lord?
Uh-oh. I'm behind Evelyn now, and I'm like, I don't like that term. I don't like the term lord. Who's the lord this time?
Well,
And I feel like you're walking in making demands. I'm up off the couch now. I'm standing. I'm upset with this.
I'm still asleep.
You just fucking got here.
Yeah, come on, bro. I've been in here for like a year. I'm not even making demands yet. What do you doing?
Bobby and I expect that the great lord you're speaking about is, of course, the great morning lord Lathander, correct?
I really hate that there's two of you.
The lord that I serve is sometimes called the Morning Star.
No, that's not it.
That's not quite what I said.
Can I do a religion check on that?
Oh yeah, you can.
Yes.
Okay.
I think Evelyn's gonna do one too.
Like
Lucifer? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Evelyn.
Yeah, I got a 21. 21.
So in of course a great bit of religious confusion, Morningstar is a title that sometimes Lathander carries, but it is also a title that is sometimes applied to Asmodeus.
I knew it.
So
That's
Evelyn
Dad. That's
hates that name. Evelyn thinks that's stupid.
Dad Medeus, that guy. He's just, you know what? He's just jealous. He's coming back to meddle in our affairs, and somehow Omen might have signed something that did that. Can we see it? Is there a contract? Can we see a copy of this?
Yeah, let us see the paperwork.
Produce the receipts, kid.
I must have the signee present if I'm to produce the contract.
Oh, he's present.
So then, question: if you
he's
go back,
trying to
if you
see
go back
past
to your
you.
boss,
yeah,
without committing the thing that you had to finish, that's on you, not on us. So you better do what we say.
So I'm gonna open my left eye and like look over, like sort of surreptitiously, and then I'll close it and look back down.
Sir, I see you're awake. and the kid's eyes glow red as he says this.
we've had the worst luck with glowing red-eyed children, and it's not your fault, but I'm going to have to ask you to stay outside for now.
Yeah. I say, look, I understand. But I'll get up, I'll push my way back, I'll look at the pie that I don't remember defiling on the thing. I'll just be, everyone else knows, and the pie remembers most of all. And then I will go out to the front door, and I will banish this thing.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
All right. What saving throw does this lad have to make?
Well, let's see. We're looking for my save DC.
Yes.
That is a 16.
And is it wisdom or charisma?
Should be wisdom for me.
No, the
spell.
Absolutely. The lad the intern has to make.
Oh, indeed. Hang on one second.
I can cut all this out. Don't worry about it, man.
I don't think it works that way.
Oh shit! Are you serious?
No, it doesn't.
I need to cut it out now.
And there it is. Banishment. Hoo. It feels good. I feel so free. Let's see if they're. The target must succeed on a charisma saving throw, which is bad. He sounds very charismatic.
I got a 2.
Ah!
And there is a popping sound in the air, and you just hear him say, "But why, sir?" And he is gone.
Peace, kid.
Yeah.
That child had to be lying, because I know that Omen would certainly not consider Asmodeus his lord. That's ridiculous. Omen is a very pious and good cleric, obviously, right, Omen?
Very, very much so.
I like the pie pun there. That's
stick.
Nice.
I mean, I've seen him do stuff like in the last hour that
I'm just gonna
I personally found disgusting, and I mean, I can see a lot of shit. So
I say, Strix. My guess is that this young man, I use the term young man very loosely. Imagine that there's a set of elaborate, ornate quotation marks around young man as I said it. Definitely from hell. Is there anything that you can do to double up maybe some of our defenses here?
Just gonna real quick, Omen.
Think about a mega hell situation.
I think I know I've done a lot of work for you in the past, blown up things you've pointed at. That whole thing, but I feel like you might have signed something. Can you tell us? Can you share with the group? I'd like to have a group meeting that maybe you did something, like signed a contract. Trust me, I think my soul is owned by like four different devils at this point. I understand, but we need to know what's going on just in case. Is there anything maybe done something you regret to a dear friend?
Or did the kid drop anything?
He popped out. I mean, there may be a headcanon that we can assert where there are simply 2 tiny shoes on the threshold.
The missing devil child is fine.
There are not tiny shoes. However, the jaunty cap.
Oh boy.
Is there on the porch.
Can I just like off the porch? Like it's gone. Just telekinesis. It's off the porch. I don't want any debris there.
Is it gone, or is it just off the porch?
So when you do that, Strix, the little jaunty cap flutters like a leaf when you do it. Like it's.
Do not smoke this, Bobby.
The weight.
You leave this hat alone.
I just want to see it. I just want to touch it.
I know.
Can I just touch it?
No.
My head is I only have the talk, and it's hot here.
You don't
the
want
sun is beating down on my head. I'm gonna be peeling.
There are hats that are okay to have, and then there are hats that are not okay. This is one of the bad hats, and I tisk the hat with an extended finger.
As you tisk it, it flutters in the breeze, even after Strix's magic lets go of it, and it flutters over to the wall of the building across the street. And then there is a wet suction cup sound as the cap attaches to the building across the street, and out of its fabric emerges an eye with a cat-like iris, and it just looks at you from across the street.
No, I don't.
Do I feel
like
judged?
That.
It's just looking.
Evelyn, can I pull Evelyn aside for a quick second? Evelyn, I need you. Do you remember that like zone of truth?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need you to do that to these three. I trust
that's very rude to do to your friends.
I don't trust. It's like Jim's being weird, Omen's being weird, Bobby's nice. You don't have to do it to Bobby. It's not his fault. He seems fine. He likes cheese. I like cheese. That's fine.
That's something we share.
That's something we share. Yeah, we're equal. I do not trust what's happening here. So I need you to cast that, and then maybe like we can just ask them some questions while I give them some pies or something.
Well, see, the problem is that technically I don't have Zone of Truth today. Unless maybe I just thought of it yesterday and didn't realize it, and the DM thinks that's fun.
You gotta go upstairs. You got to set up your your personal shrine real quick.
Sometimes I really would have appreciated you studying up on that. That's okay.
During their
also
conversation,
finding out that I don't have as many spells prepared as I could. This character sheet is disastrous. I'm sorry. I definitely have a spell slot where I could prepare Zone of Truth.
Then if you do not have all of your spells prepared, I will allow one of those prepared spells to be Zone of Truth.
Oh, actually, I lied. I don't have a slot. So no, I can't today.
Right.
Tomorrow.
Well, I would like to say that Lathander has failed you. And I'm going to go continue to talk to everyone else.
While they're talking, I'm getting the pie. I'm eating a piece, and I'm offering pie to Jim and Omen.
Yeah,
what Evelyn hears when Strix says Lathander has failed you is she hears you have failed Lathander, and that cuts real deep.
No!
Cuts real deep.
That's not what I said!
That's what she hears.
Don't you dare internalize this. That's your anxiety. We've all been to therapy.
You need to wake up Jim to offer him the pie. Even I think he's just been asleep.
He's still asleep. He's still in the bag.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Strix will throw a cheese pie at him.
Yeah.
In the sleeping bag,
all curled up like a little worm in his cocoon.
Well, I offer Omen some pie.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I will bring the offered pie with me over to Jim's silken cocoon, and I'll pop the top on that thing.
It unzips.
Say it's not Strix, so
thank
that's
God.
That's something to celebrate. And then also too, here is a pie that I made.
Is this a cheese pie?
Yes, with whatever that leaf is. I don't know. Strix doesn't care. Someone told her it was edible.
All right.
I think it is I think that it is an edible. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I will have my piece of cheese pie in the morning.
Nice. The AM.
Everybody just getting up? Anything happened yet?
No cheese portion. No.
Am I the first one up?
Bobby, did you eat any of the cheese pie?
I did. I ate a piece.
All right. So Bobby and Jim, I need both of you to make a wisdom saving throw.
I can do that. Oh no. The total is 7.
As Jim takes a bite, his eyes dilate like crazy, and he just goes,
This is incredible cheese. Strix, I know I hate you, but this is incredible.
I know. I openly laugh at him.
Jim, you are now convinced that you are a caterpillar. and that the sleeping bag that you are inside is an extension of your body. And so,
but it's fine, right? It's like it isn't weird. You're just a caterpillar, and you finally figured it out.
You guys, if I get a little bit more nourishment, I'm gonna be ready to bust out of here. It's gonna be awesome.
Now, until this effect ends, you're going to have to move at half speed because you're convinced you do not have feet, but that you have to like slither around in your sleeping bag.
Yeah.
But you also, as the magic tingling of the leaf races through your whole body, you gain 7 temporary hit points. Wow. So these are on top of your regular hit points.
Half my health.
That's pretty sick.
Wizard tier.
I rolled a 3.
All right, Bobby. So first off, you also have that tingle all over. You get 9 temporary hit points. Again, these sit on top of your normal hit points. And you are absolutely convinced that you and the sofa that you slept on are one and the same being.
Couch lock, I warned you about this.
Let's go.
And so
how big is this couch?
This sofa seats 3 people, and you're convinced that you are attached to it by your butt and also your lower back.
Oh, the lumbar.
This attachment is so comfortable. Possibly the most comfortable thing you have ever experienced. If you want to move, your speed is only 5 feet. Because you're going to have to try to drag the sofa with you until this effect ends.
How much does the sofa weigh?
You want to try to make a strength check to haul it around?
I would love to.
I can just imagine he's like wingspanning it and grabbing the back.
This is anime as hell.
Yeah.
That is a 18.
All right. You are able to lift the sofa, and you will be able to move at half speed like Jim. But you will be doing it sort of lugging the sofa around.
So you have it on my sideways for the door.
That's not usually how people use that, but okay.
And we're really wondering.
It's on my shoulders with my arms over top of it, so it's like a straight line across my back.
We're legit wondering why AI was taken over. Like, are you seeing what's
I'm just
happening here?
inching across the ground.
Are you
My
seeing
bones
this?
will be strong enough.
I mean, like, we have bad things happen to us, but this is like,
yeah. So this is bad.
Yeah.
So as Sofa Jim, Sofa Bobby wobbles across the floor and Caterpillar Jim slithers across it, you all hear a metallic clumping across the cobblestones outside the front door, which is still wide open. And there is also still that jaunty cap
I'm going to talk
with
to
the
the hat.
strange eye looking at you from across the street. And you see an android approaching. It is clad in gold. It has a large ruby in its chest. And right in the center of its forehead, there is a Silver Acquisitions Incorporated symbol. And it is walking straight toward the front door.
I would like to close the door.
As you're closing, the android raises its arm and says, "Hello, I request a few moments of your time."
Nope. Still close the door.
No solicitors.
Nope. Close the door.
It's a private residence.
Yeah. Nope.
Yeah, get out. Get out.
We already voted.
We filled out the census yesterday.
You hear the metallic clumping continuing to grow closer. Then you hear it step onto the wooden porch. And then there is knock, knock, knock on the front door. Hello. I request a few moments of your time, fellow Acquisitions Incorporated employees.
Yeah, I say, look, this is just one of my robots, obviously. Let me go work this out of earshot. And so I'll go to the front door and I'll just put a hand on its shoulder and say, let's just let's just have this conversation over here. Maybe
hello
30. Hello, maybe
Are
30
you-
feet.
You are
this way.
an Omegathon, are you not?
Absolutely.
And I see.
Did anybody else hear him say an Omegathon?
Mm-hmm. It's probably
like
just a
in the game,
malfunction.
did I hear that?
Those you can't expect androids to get grammar right, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also see that you appear to be a caterpillar version of Jim Dark Magic.
Well, that's very astute of you. Yes, this is not my final form.
Sure is.
I see.
No, it's not. I'm going to have beautiful wings. Silken wings.
2 sometime Acquisitions Incorporated employees.
Well, technically,
Evelyn
I'm more like a
Marthane
contractor.
And Strix. I am Pip, a human resources bot of Acquisitions Incorporated, a wholly owned subsidiary of Drawn Enterprises. I am here to inform you, you will relinquish all company personnel and property for a thorough performance evaluation. If you do not comply, within 6 seconds, you will be subject to an immediate performance improvement plan.
Ooh. Don't like that.
6, 5.
I say absolutely.
4.
Oh, no.
See, do we just fill the documents out on your back? Just turn around. I'll just do it. It seems like a rigid surface.
Oh, wow. It seems like Owen's done this a couple of times. Have you signed anyone's body recently, Owen?
Strix, listen. So this is, I mean, you have to understand, like, this is sort of like a, it's like a secret boss sort of thing where, you know, I am there, but it's like, I'm basically testing out a lot of the processes and stuff that, you know, new employees and new interns. I realized ultimately that I was too separated from the day-to-day operations of the company. And ultimately it had to be a situation where it's like, you know, would I be someone that this company hired? Like, am I good enough, or am I only where I'm at just because I happened to be there when it started, just an accident in history? So I would like to invite everyone here to join me on this excursion. This is an opportunity, I think, to make things better for interns in the future.
Jeremy?
And
do I have any indication? You mentioned a jewel in the center of this robot.
Yes.
Tell me about that jewel. Does it seem to be driving it? What do I know about robots?
So,
I don't know anything about them.
As you look very carefully at that jewel, there is a very faint swirling light inside it. And you guess that it might be the magic that is empowering it.
I'm going to make a split-second decision. If I see a swirly gem, I just assume it's powering the shit that it's attached to. Can I use catapult? Would you agree that it's being worn by the robot? And I just want to launch it off of him. I just want to fire it off of him like a catapult. I want to catapult it off.
All right.
Says anything being carried or worn?
You're a caterpillar.
I will count it as being worn. So what's the roll?
It's a dex save, and it's a 16.
Ooh, that's not bad.
I got 15.
Ooh. Auspicious.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I imagine it just fires straight out.
All right, so as you do this, now Omen is right in front of the android. So are you launching it?
Yes, it does launch with
lethal force.
It does launch with lethal force. It does 3d8 bludgeoning damage.
So go ahead.
I mean, that's at the bottom of the there's a whole lot to read.
So you're gonna kick out 3d8. Or I guess you're gonna try to strike me, right?
I'm gonna let you, Omen, also make a dexterity saving throw against Jim's save DC of 16.
Comes in complaining about our house being shoddy, then throws rocks around in it.
Right?
Like,
I know. There's no respect here.
Magic jewels. I got a 4. If that helps at all.
Jim, how much damage do you deal to Omen?
I'm rolling him now.
Evelyn, why'd you bring these people here?
I think you work for them.
Honestly, that could have been worse. One of those was a 1. So
I'm giggling hysterically at this.
As you launch this crystal off of the humanoid resources bot, it starts to power down, and then deep inside its shell, you hear a klaxon noise.
Oh no, not again.
And a gas, a greenish gas, begins to emit from its eyes and its mouth slit, and actually from its wrists and around its ankles.
And all the seals.
And this gas begins to fill the pie shop. And as the gas starts to waft over the furniture and the pies,
oh no, the loss.
The sofa begins to move, and 6 of the pies also suddenly start levitating up into the air.
Haunted pies?
And the Acquisitions Incorporated symbol on its forehead starts flashing rapidly. And then it just clatters onto the ground. I need you all to roll initiative as the sofa that Bobby is holding on to and the pies get ready to attack.
Oh.
What the hell? Here, so I got a 15 for you.
14 from Evelyn.
19 for Strix.
And what about Bobby and Jim?
17 for Jim.
Bobby?
I lost audio for Bobby.
11, sorry.
11, all right. And that's a perfect time for us to take a quick break.
Oh, dang.
Strix, you're going to go first. And what you see here in your house, that it feels like just yesterday that you got it into such nice shape.
We worked really hard.
The sofa that Bobby thinks is a part of his body, its little feet have actually started to move like little feet.
I know this business.
Cute. And the 6 pies that were animated by this strange green gas have actually started to lift into the air and hover, coming toward you, almost as if like someone had thrown a bladed disc at you, but they're moving very slowly, and you're going to get to go first.
I would like to cast Dispel Magic on the sofa first.
All right. And I'm going to need you to make an ability check.
Okay.
And let's see, you're a sorceress, so this would be a charisma check.
Alrighty. So that's a 26.
Okay.
All right. Bobby,
it's fine.
Your 4 new feet on the sofa suddenly stop moving. And the sofa is back to normal. Jim, what do you do?
So these pies are coming, but they're not. They don't seem like they're coming at a dangerous speed. They're just sort of.
They are spinning, and you also see that as they move ever so slowly toward each of you, that they tilt at sort of an angle. You can see the top of the pie. And Strix did a wonderful job with
the ones.
Yeah.
They are lovely, but you see
thatched lattice.
You see the center of each one is opening up, and little mouth is forming in the middle of the pie.
Nope.
Okay.
That's the opposite of a pie.
Yeah, it's happened before.
In my head, I was thinking they were like thrown like a something like a weapon, but no, these are like creatures.
I got it.
Okay.
Dispel
and
magic.
there's how many pies?
6.
Oh, that's a lot of pies. Okay, well, I'm going to cast... I'm not going to dispel the magic.
I'm going to dispel it.
No,
I know what I'm doing.
That's the amateur way out.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to attack this magic with magic of my own.
All right.
My magic's stronger. I trust my magic.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I already fixed my problem.
Jim's magic missile. I'm going to at least go after 3 of these pies.
All right, how much damage do you do to those 3?
It's not going to be a lot. 1, 2, 3. Roll. God, that's 4 plus 7. 7 damage.
7 to each of them.
Yep.
A strange gurgly sound of pain comes from that mouth that's opening up on those 3 pies, but they survive the hit of your magic.
I don't know how that's possible.
Oh, that's weird.
We're dealing with something incredibly powerful here.
Omen, what do you do?
I have no idea.
Be careful.
I feel like this has gone awry.
What makes you say that?
I think I'm gonna leave.
What?
I'm gonna leave and go talk to this eye hat.
Our fearful leader.
He just leaves.
I say, I'll be back in a second, and then I'm just gonna leave. Just push what's left of the robot down, and head over to the eye and the hat, and I'm gonna say, "Eye hat, I feel like we got off on the wrong foot."
The eye, which has been unblinking until now, suddenly blinks, and you hear in your mind, Omen drawn.
Oh no!
You got him. That's don't wear it out.
And for the rest of you, everything is happening super fast. You see Omen run out the door, straight as an arrow across the street to the hat. But now, Omen, suddenly for you, time slows down.
Oh.
You and I, Omen, made an agreement. And as you hear the voice of Asmodeus, you see a spectral outline of him form from the cap down, as if he were wearing the cap, and the cap even positions itself on the wall to accommodate his spectral head.
I hate it.
We agreed that you would allow my agent to explore the franchising opportunities and the pursuit of profit that you are so expert within your Acquisitions Incorporated.
All right. Listen, so is part of that getting the organization acquired by my sister? Is that, because I feel like this is a weird way to do it. Omen looks around, even though there's no one there to back his rhetorical play. He looks left and right as though there is a chorus of supporters ready to agree with him. Like, am I right? Am I right, huh?
Acquiring, or rather reacquiring your own company would be a great lesson for the intern I sent for you, especially if you execute that reacquisition with great fury and blood.
I say, now, I want to be mad, Asmodeus. I want to be mad, but I like the cut of your hellish jib. That actually makes a lot more sense. I wish I hadn't discarded him so quickly. Hopefully that's something that we can work toward, but also, if you think about it, maybe that's an important lesson for him to learn.
He has already learned a lesson, and will be able to return by means of this cap. I would even allow you to wear this cap, which could imbue you with some of the infernal power that the intern possesses. However, to wear this cap, I would demand at least 9% more of your soul.
It's like I knew it was 9. It's like I knew that it was 9. 3 times 3 is 9. Does that help at all? What about 3%? How does
counter. Good counter.
Is that you see what I mean? Like math wise, like
strong. Yeah.
It's all sort of 3 is 9 if you think about it.
I demand 9. Although I appreciate. And at this point, almost like a hologram reaching off camera,
yeah,
reaches off, the spectral presence's hand vanishes and then sort of comes back into view, holding what looks like a martini glass. Sips.
Nice.
So Omen is doing the mental math. So he's like, well, that'll take me to what? 36%. It's not a controlling stake. And I grab the hat and just set it jaunty right up top.
What does this cap look like?
Gross.
It's
from the Newsies.
It looks like a little Newsies hat.
Oh my god. With an eye?
Get up. That sounds amazing.
Is the eye still there?
Yeah. It's the kind you'd get at a secondhand store.
And the
eye, it's raspberry colored?
The eye is still on the top of the cap. And as you put it on, Omen, you have this jarring jolt that goes through your whole body. And you realize you are now also looking upward through the eye on the top of the cap. You now have a third eye.
Ew!
And the specter of Asmodeus before you vanishes, but you still hear his voice, now just in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how I love doing business with you, Omen Dran. With this cap.
Ivy Wed?
You
don't make a promise you can't keep, buddy.
That is a very different kind of bargain. One I do not think you are ready for yet. Once we get to 99% of your soul, then we can discuss an eternal bond. But until that time, you have work to do for me. With this cap, you will be able to summon little Team. That's the intern.
Team?
Team.
Mm-hmm.
How's that spelled?
T-E-A-M, Omen, because I know you wondered. How is that spelled?
Team, oh boy. All right. It's like,
or you know, any devil is legion.
Oh, I knew it immediately. I grew up in church. So, but while he's telling me this, obviously it's very important. What Omen is trying to do is he's trying to figure out how to blink the eye on top of the cap without blinking his own eyes. And it's not working. Like there's a lot of like double blinks and then like winks basically. I'm trying to, because it's very distracting to look up, although I assume that'll be handy at some point.
You hear Asmodeus's voice fading. And as it fades away, it says, when you have time to rest, you might yet learn how to send that eye to far off places and see things that are meant to be kept secret. For it can leave the cap and allow you to gather information that you can use in your great crusade, your bloody crusade to take back your company.
I said, Omen just thinks to himself, he's like, I think this is going to go my way.
And then time resumes for everybody else. Evelyn, what do you do?
Well, you know what you do with pies, you cut them. So I'm gonna use a battle axe to do that because why not?
I'm like, no, my pies.
So I'm gonna roll.
You stand between. No, not like this.
Not like this. Not like this.
With my special battle axe, I rolled an 18.
You just hit the pie. The pie in the air tries to bob away from you, but you manage to slice into it right as it was about to fully dodge the blow. How much damage do you do? And this is to one of the ones that Jim harmed with his magic missile.
All right, so I'm using this two-handed right now, so that's a D10 plus 4, so that's going to be 14 plus, sorry, this is hard because it's a custom item, 2d6 radiant damage if it is a fiend or undead.
It is not. No.
Okay. Plus improved divine smite. So I get 1d8 extra damage. 6. So 20 total radiant.
With that much damage, you not only kill this Marionberry pie, but the
Marionberry.
but the Marionberry pie explodes all over everyone in the room. And so Bobby, Evelyn, Strix, and Caterpillar Jim, you are now all covered with Marionberries and wonderfully flaky crust.
Nice.
I'm like, Evelyn, I picked these myself.
I have a second attack.
Oh yeah, I know it's coming.
My God.
We've played this game before.
So
All right. So you want to go for the lemon meringue pie?
Yeah, that one I like less, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut for that one. The Marionberry,
That one's more work.
Not this one.
All right, I roll 17.
It manages to dodge just out of the way, but
It's a dexterous
Strix,
pie.
you feel slightly embarrassed because as it dodges out of the way, you saw that there was a bit too much separation and some of the meringue slides off the lemon filling.
So embarrassing. No, it's so scrummy.
Bobby, what do you do?
How many pies are left?
There are 5 more pies.
5 more pies. From where I'm standing, which I assume is the living room, I assume there's like an open doorway or open area to the kitchen.
Yes.
So am I able to see whatever these pies were cooked in, be it a stove, a kiln?
So the kitchen is around behind a counter and through a pantry, so you can't actually see fully into the kitchen from here.
Gotcha. Okay. And the pies are in the same room with us. They're not like crossing the threshold. Okay.
Nope, they're right there, and because you were basically sleeping in the pie shop.
Got you. So can I now take this couch and use it as a baseball bat to swing at all the pies?
It's so wide.
It's so huge.
So you can do it, but remember, you think the sofa is an extension of your own butt.
That's only going to help. I think that's advantage.
So I know that I've just eaten. And so I would also, in my mind, I'm seeing it as I'm swinging part of my body because I am very much reckless abandon, but I'm also trying to like release what's in I'm trying to release my bowels at the same time on them. That's my thought process in the attack.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to swing it at them.
There are creatures that do that.
Yeah.
All
so
right.
that's the logic for using my butt as a weapon.
You can do it, but after you do this, I'm going to also require a Constitution saving
I
throw.
figured that.
But
I figured that.
First, go ahead and do the attack. Do you want to enrage?
I was thinking, I feel like I can hit them all, but
Rage your butt.
I'll rage. The butt is raged.
All right.
Rage butt coming at you.
A sentence I did not expect to hear.
No, it's
today.
brand new. It's never happened before.
Okay, so that's I rolled a 15.
You miss with your rage butt.
But is that a strength check?
Now you can reckless attack and do that attack with advantage.
Yes, that's what I'm going for.
All right.
This is about the most reckless attack.
All right, so roll that d20 again.
Cool. That's a 7. That's cool too. That's fine.
I think you have more than one attack though.
Yeah.
And I'm swinging again. Here we go. And roll it. Even better, a 6.
Is that better?
I never roll well. That's fine.
Now, because you're reckless attacking, you can roll a second time on this one too.
And that's exactly what I'm setting up to do already. And here we go, rolling again.
Gosh.
And that's great because that's even better. It's a 9. It's moving up. It's moving up now.
All right.
Progress.
So as you attack with your rage butt,
swinging.
and as you described, trying to release your bowels, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Wow, this is terrible.
I really, I like to take risk. I like to take risk. Okay.
Please not in our house.
Is this the most reckless attack of all time? Like, dude, Strix, think about it like this. Can you imagine? It's like the whole time, like you finally got shit ready to go. You finally did dial it in.
And Jim
now,
barfed on our lawn already.
I know.
I
now
did.
there's already vomit.
yeah,
on
but
the
no
lawn.
one shit inside, is what I'm saying.
You're right.
So
I think someone did.
I rolled a 3.
Oh no.
Wow.
Oh no.
Wow.
Bobby, you have that really terrible feeling
No.
as you
But
realize.
my Constitution 16, does that help though?
Yeah, so you
That
can
mean
add your
anything?
Constitution modifier, but that's not going to help you if you roll a
Oh.
3.
Okay.
So
That's fine then.
There is no sound, but Bobby, you just shat the sofa.
Wow.
Well,
all right.
I just kind of,
anyway.
as I recklessly
Look
swing
at Jerry.
and crap my pants at the same time, I immediately, once I feel that I've expelled my bowels, I stop.
Yeah,
And just
yeah,
kinda like-
that's
I
when
kinda
you
just
stop. That's
back
when you
up.
stop. Yes.
So I try to get my back against a wall and just wide
Yeah.
eyes and just kind of stop moving.
Can I make a
like cheese,
perception
man.
check?
I don't think you have
See
to.
if I notice him poop his pants.
Yes. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Jim.
Do I just smell it?
No, you know.
Like
You know immediately.
Strix,
I think,
Strix,
like,
what's your
7.
passive perception?
No, don't find out.
it's 11.
So's mine.
Omen,
It's too
what's
low.
yours?
It's too low.
Well, I think I'm still outside.
Oh, but you're out on the street.
Yeah, yeah.
You're wearing your
Jim,
weird hat.
Jim, what's your
My
total?
cool hat.
Where do you see your passive perception?
It's over on the left side.
Oh, 14.
Okay. So no one else detects
Oh wait, no,
it.
that's passive int.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you want to investigate him?
Mine's a 17. I'm sorry.
I show passive perception 11.
So Bobby definitely looks uncomfortable, but Bobby, for now, your secret is safe.
Oh, good.
But what I like is that Bobby sort of backed him up against a wall, like as though it were a defensive position. Like there's a reason we
Nobody
can
notices, yeah.
There's a mathematics we can leverage here for sure.
As I walk backwards, my legs are like a little open, like I've been riding a horse, and I'm trying to make
Yeah.
it seem normal. But I've got this couch on me too.
Great.
All right.
Welcome back, Holly.
It's great.
All
Good
right.
to have you.
The pies go. Right, so Evelyn, 2 of the pies fly at you. One got a natural 1, and the other one got a whopping 10 to hit.
I'm just smacking those pies like flies.
With the
Fly
flat end
pies.
of the blade.
Get out of here.
Two
It's a pie swatter.
of them
good
come
pun.
after you, Bobby. Now they have advantage to hit you because of your reckless attack.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, does a 19 hit you?
A little bit, yeah.
All right, so they both managed to hit you. And so you get munched by a lemon meringue pie and a blueberry pie, and you take 12 acid
Holy
damage
shit.
as the pie's filling turns acidic and burns your flesh.
Digest you. Digested
get
by
ya.
a pie.
Where did they bite me?
On your shoulders.
Dang, okay.
Strix, one of them comes for you. Actually, the only remaining one comes for you, but gets, let's see, does a 16 hit you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You take 6 acid damage as the filling also burns your flesh.
I'm really
Strix,
upset about that because I worked really hard on this filling and I don't know why it's acidic all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And as you're wondering that, it's your turn.
Check the recipe.
All right. Well, I'm pissed. Like, these are my pies. No one touches this. I mean, they do. Everything's ruined. But I think I'm going to Well, I don't know.
What's the
Jim
plan?
seemed like he wanted to use force, and I feel like in my subtlety I've upset him. So I'm going to continue doing dispel magic.
Wow. One pie at a time.
Yeah. I was like,
And do you want to dispel one of the injured pies or one of the pies with full health?
the pies with full health would be lovely.
All right. Go ahead
And I'm going to twin spell it with my sorcery points. I'm going to cast it.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah, look at her.
Look at her, Jim.
Powerful magic.
I'm not going to. You can't make me.
Oh my God.
Caterpillar
You can't
Jim
'cause you're a
covers his face with a
caterpillar.
sleeping bag. Can't
Yeah.
see
You
it.
got your little caterpillar face in there.
Well, no, it's just like you just wait till I molt.
Someday I'm gonna have beautiful gossamer wings, like stained glass. Then you'll be sorry.
Gonna be gorgeous.
Yeah.
I'll be beautiful. I'll be stunning.
Yeah. I technically get wings at level 14, so.
I'm trying to push wings out. Ugh.
Oh no, please don't poop your caterpillar blanket.
Pushing as hard as I can.
We don't need this again.
Just hunched like shamefully, in the
Shaking
corner.
in the corner.
For the love of the gods, don't poop the caterpillar blanket.
That's another wholly original sentence, by the way.
Any wings out, Jeremy?
Strix, first I need you to make a charisma check.
All right.
To see if you succeed at 2 charisma checks to see if you succeed at dispelling these 2 pies.
Okay, first one is 23.
Oh yes, it smashes to the ground.
The second one is 21.
It also smashes to the ground.
Nice.
I'm just like, oh.
So there are 3 pies remaining. Caterpillar Jim, what do you do?
It looks great.
Strix is like, oh yes,
I'm
yawning.
standing there. I'm just standing there, smelling bad, looking disheveled. But my magic is just so functional.
I don't even have. I mean, Jim doesn't even roll with dispel magic.
Just fundamentally opposed to it.
I don't have it. The
Yeah,
answer
it's
is always
immoral.
more magic,
Right.
not less.
I mean, that's fair.
How many pies? I'm sorry, Jeremy.
There are 3 pies hovering in the air.
Damaged pies?
I know a missile that will hit 3 targets.
Unerringly?
Yes. So if I do 1, 2, 3. So that total. Oh, so 4, 5, and 2 were my rolls. These are not great rolls, I recognize.
Better than mine.
So all 3 of those pies are now injured, but they are still hovering in the air alive.
To be fair, I was really focused on these wings. I'm putting like 99% effort into just popping out a couple beautiful wings.
And then a little bit of magic.
So you are focusing the pressure you're applying on yourself on your back, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to make beautiful butterfly wings emerge.
Okay, that's an important detail.
Oh boy.
Omen.
Is it?
Yes.
Omen, outside is you now have the infernal cap on your head, and you're looking back toward Troll Skull Manor through the door where these pies are floating around and menacing your friends. You see that the HR bot, that blinking ACK ink symbol on its forehead, has suddenly stopped blinking. And as you see that with your 2 regular eyes, your infernal eye that is pointed upward toward the sky notices right as that blinking stops, a shadow comes into view from behind the buildings, and you see that the thing approaching and starting a descent course toward the area in front of the manor is a mechanical beholder.
Oh boy.
Really?
You know,
Oh,
you
yes.
had to insult our house, and then you had to rain destruction down upon it.
Right?
mean,
I don't think this house is making it out of this adventure.
we've rebuilt from worse.
It's true.
Well, you don't know that yet.
I guess that's true.
Why didn't you just leave them in the hells? I mean, it seems like they like it there better.
So a mechanical beholder. Do I recognize its make?
It is one of yours.
Interesting. Who's in? So I'll just flag it down. During my turn. Is this not the most Omen move of all time?
Just like snap it.
No, I 2 fingers like this way, and then I snap, and then I point at the street.
It continues its descent. Evelyn, what do you do? And
I'm gonna
Evelyn, you now see out through the door, you see a large shadow appearing on the cobblestone streets. So obviously something in the sky is approaching.
But I see Omen going like,
yes.
So I assume this is an ally and he's got it under control.
Exactly right. Well done.
So I am going to continue fighting the threat, which is
baked
goods. Exactly. Yes. So I will continue to chop them with my battle axe. The first attack will be 16, which I know will not hit.
These are very dexterous pies.
They're shocking.
That if you tasted them, they would have been tasty, but no one did. They started attacking.
And the second roll is even worse. I got a 12. Very annoyed.
There is sort of a lovely dance, though, that as you try to slice a piece of pie and they twirl around you, there's almost a beautiful choreography.
It's like a Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon situation, but with Marion Berry splatters and a fallen meringue.
Exactly.
A fallen meringue gives it the proper gravity.
Yeah.
Bobby?
Both pies are still on me because I got bit by 2 of them, so they're still close to me. Yes. Okay.
Yes. And Bobby, they each in on one side of their horrific mouth, there's sort of a wrinkle movement, almost like a nose scrunching up. The pies know.
They know about the
pies. The pies
Considering-
are shaming him.
Judged by pies.
Oh,
my
I'm,
pies don't judge anyone.
extremely embarrassed, and now that I know that the enemy knows, I feel shocked. Is there any way that I could almost as if I'm feigning defeat, I simply place my arms out to wait for an opportunity attack to then grab the pies and smush them together when they begin to move?
Oh, that's a classic Bobby move.
So you could definitely ready your action to do that attack as soon as they act.
Yes.
But before it gets to their turn and you get to do that, it is the mechanical beholder's turn.
Perfect.
Oh,
I've been
boy.
waiting for this. This is going to be great. It'll be able to resolve some of these issues.
And as it descends, several of the lights on the outside begin flashing, and there is a greenish beam that launches from the mechanical beholder right at you, Omen, and I need you to make
Oh no!
a Constitution saving throw.
That's one of the worst beams.